drugs into their system. They've taken advantage of them. This could be for sexual assault, rape, robbery, bribery, even jealousy. And this crime does not just happen to women and girls, which really annoys me. So I always say this crime just happens just as easily to men and boys as well. So my work has taken me to nearly getting the law of the land changed in England, 20 years of going through different political parties, and we're nearly there. So I'm looking forward to it today.
Thank you so much. Really important topic. So we have the level of especially educating about the risks and the topics, the safer use, also to accept that there is use and festivals and in the rave culture and the party scene and how to make it safer, and also offering alternative ways of coming together and celebrating and having rave culture also sober. What do you say, where we stand today in that, and how is the scene evolving around sober raves from your perspective?
What do you mean, really? So the sober, what effect?
I don't know, for example, is it you said the demand is bigger. For example, we often see that younger generations, for example, not all of them, but there is a growing trend towards consuming less alcohol and also having more awareness structures. And I think something that grew in the past years, definitely in festivals and also in club culture, is to have certain awareness structures. First of all, for situations of abuse, but also around the whole consumption topic, because those are very sensitive spaces where people are intoxicated, but also how younger generations maybe have a higher demand or a higher interest in having sober spaces, and maybe, I don't know, do you have younger generations coming to the festival?
Definitely, definitely. You can see this, that there's more awareness for take care of yourself. So, and the younger generation is totally effect of social media and everything like that. And what's happened there, it's happened also outside. So that means that the younger generation definitely have more awareness for inner peace. And this is really what we can see at our festival, that women's and families are coming, and the ground is there for family without drugs and alcohol, and there's more a safer space to celebrate as a family together. And yeah, of course, they're growing definitely differently. So, and yeah, I'm happy about that, to be honest. I'm really happy about that, yeah.
About the spiking situation, where does the prevention stand at the moment, and how is the process going in the UK? And maybe, I don't know if you know about Germany, because here also, I don't know, do you think that there's a lot of awareness around the topic of spiking, that it is a problem, that it exists in festivals, or is it still a bit of a dark field that a lot of organizers maybe are not so much aware of?
To be honest with you, it's a really grey area, and it's something that we've been fighting for. And the more times that I get onto the television in the UK, I've been on Crime Watch and Good Morning Britain, and I've been trying to highlight again and take victims of these crimes so that people understand. And it's such a global issue that we have now been reaching out, we're sharing resources with Australia, with America, in Istanbul, in Hungary. So we're really starting to get our message across on a global scale. And funny enough, back in 1989, when I was traveling on a round the world ticket, somebody tried to spike my drink, and I caught them in the act, and his hand moved away from my glass really quickly, and all the hairs on the back of my neck went up, and I thought, he's done something to my drink. So I went to the bathroom, and I thought, when I come back, I'm going to do a James Bond thing and swap the glasses. But I didn't. I climbed through a little tiny window and ran for my life. And then years later, a friend and I got spiked in Mexico. And do you know what? Again, all the hairs on the back of my neck went up. And this was at lunchtime in a restaurant. And I said to my friend, do you know what? They've done something to our drink. So I threw the money down, we rushed out, and we went back to our apartment. And as we were walking up the stairs, my legs were so heavy, we were literally helping each other in. And we were out cold for over 30 hours. So whatever drugs they put in our system. Number one, it could have killed us. Number two, what could have happened? I don't know. We hear of human trafficking and, you know, there's so many different reasons that this happens. So I designed like a foil which goes over a glass just to stop an opportunist from easily being able to slip something into your drink. And then I've contacted lots of companies now, and somebody's designed this little contraption that you put in a bottle, and that will also stop. And over in America, they've designed a little scrunchie, which is can go over your drink too. And you pop that on top of a glass. So this is just some little things that can obviously help. And we found out that thousands of people are scanning the QR code, and that takes them to that all-important information. What do you do? How do you safeguard yourself? How do you collect the evidence? Because that is the only way that we're going to start seeing a change, is when we say zero tolerance on spiking, and then we can show that how many people are accessing that all-important safeguarding information. So I think, you know, globally, we're looking to share Stamp Out Spiking. So if there's any organizations in Germany or any other country, please get in contact with us, because collaboration is key. That is the only way that we're going to stop these mind-rendering drugs being inadvertently put into their drink, into their food. And I want to really share really quickly that vapes are the newest thing in the UK, and it's something that is very social. So somebody would say, do you want to try my blueberry vape? And boom, they've got you. They're even putting it in chewing gum these days. So ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know somebody, please don't trust what they're trying to hand to you.
Thank you so much. Do you work directly always with the venues also together, or with the festival organizers?
Yes, we do. Yeah, we've just got into Reading and Leeds Festival this year. And being of an older age, sleeping in a camper van for 5 nights nearly broke my back. But it was amazing, because I had parents contacting me saying, oh, my son and my daughter's going to be there. We've told them to come by, get some resources from you. And the sort of, you know, we've had 2 national campaigns now going across the UK. So if only it was this easy to see a spiked drink. And the other one was keep an eye. So keep an eye on your friends, keep an eye on your drink, keep an eye on people being kind, you know, always buying everyone a drink. Why are they doing that? And that went up on the main stage. So lots of people had that QR code again, which took them to safety. So it was amazing for the festivals. Also, we've been at Boardmasters, which is a really young surfing sort of festival. And we've had lots of spiking incidents there. So sharing this with the venues and with the festival owners, that is the way that we're going to really make a difference.
Rüdiger, what are your main fields of work or measurements that you take to provide a safe or safer environment for drug use?
Well, like in my career, I had like different kind of posts, you know, and functions, let's say. But since I also represent this kind of German network, and there's also a European network of organizations that work on site, you know. It's like, so in German we would call them Partydrogenorganisationen, so safer nightlife organizations, basically. Most of them were founded like 10 or 20 years ago already, or even longer ago. But their specific topic was drugs, you know. But over the years, it developed a lot that almost all of the organizations also cover and educate about sexual violence, sexualized violence, you know, sexual assault. Also, spiking is a big topic for us. But maybe, you know, it differs a lot, the strategy, because we're not campaigners. Well, of course, sometimes we have like campaigns, and some partners, you know, advertise at big festivals like basic rules, let's say, you know, for being safe at a festival, you know, take care how you get home, you know, take care of your friends, drink water, rest, and all that. But also, of course, more specific hints about safer drug use and all that. And when it comes to spiking and all the other topics as well, I think our strategy is more to communicate directly. So we, you know, set up info stands, also chill areas where people can rest a little bit and can approach us and can communicate with us. We distribute a lot of educational material, also covering spiking, for example. And it's more like, let's say, people focused, you know, directly. Like it's always basic information, but also, of course, like in case, you know, in case you think you have been spiking, you spiked, you know, or you suspect you have been spiked, what can you actually do, and where to find help, you know, and yeah, similar things about this. But I think our strategy is more like, direct communication and informal education in between or amongst the partygoers. So that's the main difference, maybe, you know, because we are not so much active on the structural level, let's say.
Around spiking especially, I've been aware of some cases that often, especially needle spiking, which is also like a kind of newer phenomenon that happened recently a lot more, that a lot of people are actually not aware of the current like threat that it brings, and that often it's not being taken very serious, or that people are not really aware of it. Is that also the experience that you have, or I don't know?
Yeah, well, luckily, you know, if we're looking at a scale on the spiking issues, we've just done some data with Cardiff University. It's the biggest data collection on spiking issues, and needle spiking is minuscule compared to drink spiking and vape spiking. Thank goodness, because obviously that comes with other issues of being frightened of HIV and stuff like that. So what we were trying to do is to see that if one person was caught with any needle, then we are going to try to start to campaign to say maybe they could be banned from every festival. So this would give us a sharp message to people to say that, you know, because that for us is the worst kind of spiking. You imagine finding out that you've been spiked. Was that needle dirty? So very, very frightening. But our data shows that over 90% of spikings happen where in a venue, so either at a festival, in a restaurant, in a bar, or in a nightclub, which is obviously quite frightening. And then also just talking about with the drugs and the festival scene, like I can't tell you how many students that I've spoken to over this past 20 years, and with drug taking, like for example, if somebody thinks that they're having a line of cocaine and somebody gives them ketamine, now, they've ingested that and snorted that drug thinking that they're going to have this certain high. Some of these students have then gone down into that K-hole. That's when they've been raped, gang raped. They're not sure if they've been filmed. And what can that young person do? They can't go to the police and say, oh, I thought I was having some cocaine, but I was given ketamine. So we've got this area now that we want to try and start working with festival users to try and say, you know, make sure you know that the person that is going to be sharing that drug with you. And it's such a difficult thing because in the UK, we're obviously so conservative. We're like, people don't take drugs, drugs are illegal. So these conversations aren't being had, which is dreadful because people do take drugs, you know. And so we have to realize that, and we have to show that if they are, then at least let's give these safety messages so that people can be safeguarded.
Can I just, add maybe, I totally agree that it is mainly a gray area. You know, we don't have like factual data that would confirm, you know, how many cases, you know, we have. Like, There is tragic cases. It happens a lot in private settings. I mean, the most of the sexual assaults are in private settings. That should be more known, I think, because it's true what you mentioned, that that spiking happens at festivals and in clubs, of course, but I think it's like less covered or less, or people are less conscious about private settings. And especially, now, after Corona and so on, we have much more private parties, for example. It's more common to even rave, in private settings. So that's a topic for us. And also, as you said, like, in most of the cases, people suspect they have been spiked. There's a lot of fear. People need some kind of support, in this situation, and need advice. That's what we focus on mainly. Because what comes after, going to the police, for example, is, excluded for some, or it's difficult in case you decide to go there. It's a lot of psychological burden, for people. Also, the substances are not easy to detect, and to prove. And in many cases, and many studies also confirmed that in most of the cases, there have been no substances found, or totally other substances than the person expected, and these kind of typical sedatives, that you expect, are not so easy to find. Also, there is this kind of effect that in case of fear of being spiked, of course, this is a big topic, or it's easy to get into a kind of panic state, And once you are convinced that there was a tricky situation, maybe it might be that you just have the idea, of being spiked, and and this is such a psychological burden. It just makes more sense to focus on the person and to help them actually, than to send them to a kind of I don't know, clinic. Of course, if the person wish that, of course, it's the best measurement. We always support the person according to their needs, of course. But there is often no solution, let's say, or no solution if you go to these kind of official institutions.
Oh, could I just add to that as well? Yeah, thank you. Like, some of the drugs that we found out that are being used in spiking incidents, the Met Police, another grey area, these grey areas, something I really love to hit into, because with GHB, for example, that can go out of your system as quickly as 6 hours. Now, we've got testing kits that are being put into bars across the UK. These are inadequate. They only test for a few different drugs that are being used, and it really makes my blood boil, because potentially we could be putting victims into a more vulnerable position. If they test that drink and say there's nothing wrong with it, that man or that woman could then leave the bar, go down the road. And when these date rape drugs get put into your system, you've probably got, when you start to feel really drunk really quickly, the first thing that happens is your vision will get blurred. Then you're going to feel really like an out-of-body experience. And then after that, you've got probably less than a minute to get to somebody to tell them. And you need to say to people, I've been spiked, you need to protect me. Because as soon as these date rape drugs get put into your system, you become compliant, you can't put up a fight, and then you're left with no memory whatsoever. And I'd just like to add on that note, when you were explaining about that the domestic spiking is huge. So, gentlemen, please be aware, ladies will probably spike you to go through your wallet to get your credit cards out, and to do horrible things like that. We have known women spiking other women and selling them to men. We have found out that men are spiking men. Like the most prolific male rapist in history was the Sanaga case in Manchester, and he raped over 200 men. So, you know, this is going on. And I always speak to men and I say to them, you know, as a straight male, if you went out one night and you had too much to drink, if you then got anally raped, sorry to lower the tone this early in the morning, but it's the realistic side of what's happening. If you got raped, would you tell anyone? Probably 95% of men say no. So when I hear that these crimes are happening just to women and girls, I absolutely challenged that figure.
Super, super important topic. Also, like the complexity of that kind of assaults, how they are, and I think it also really both of your perspectives really show how important it is also to have trained staff and awareness structures that are there to at least. I mean, you will never fully prevent those things to happen, but at least to have responsible staff that is there that people can turn to and being properly taken care of and that are aware of that kind of issues. Because I think also when about safety, in the past, safety was mainly about people getting into fights and prevent that or like excessive violence. But that kind of violence that happens with spiking, with intoxication, is very sensitive, and especially the victims are not necessarily able to fully communicate what happened to them. So I think this is super important. Also, you opened up the whole legal framework, which I think is also something we need to talk about, on how much governmental support is there, how much awareness is around that, and how we can also legally have a certain safer environment where victims can actually speak out about their situation and there's governmental support. But I would also like to go back a bit to Yerdi, because I haven't spoken to you now in a bit. But yeah, I think it's also, we talk now a lot about prevention and awareness and education around those topics, and you actively open up a space giving an alternative, which I think is also really important.
Try our best.
Yeah. And yeah, just how is it received by the guests? Is it like fully, that people fully are accepting this and are really into it? Or is there also like cases of like, I mean, I'm sure you also have awareness structures. What are the challenges or the problems that maybe you face in that kind of sober environments, and how is it developing?
So, yeah, first of all, our communication about that is super clear, that we are a drug-free, alcohol-free festival. So, and I think every people who's coming to our festival have another consciousness about that, because they're coming from kind of parties with a lot of drugs and everything. So, and yesterday I had a talk with my friend and we spoke a bit about the topics we have here. And she said, oh, I don't recognize that you don't have alcohol or something like that. I say, oh, wow. This is a difference between so many other festivals, because the people are, what we are looking for when we are drinking alcohol and when we are taking some drugs, that's always the same. We want to be free, we want to be in love, we want to be in, yeah, whatever else, beautiful emotions. So, and that's why the people who are coming to the United Festival, they had all this experience of bad nights or spiking or whatever else, and they know, oh, I'm looking for different things in me, and we are looking within, what can we do with natural tools to having the same effect. And it can be happen, and really simple with the natural tools of breath and everything. But what I can also say is, we can see a switch about taking normal drugs like cocaine and something like that, to we call it in this scene plant medicine. So, and for me, it's the same, because we are looking for something from outside to take it, to feel something in inside. So, and that's okay. You are free, we are all free, and we can do whatever we want and what you like. But at the end, it's much more healthy and affect more our daily life when we find it within. And yeah, this is why the people knows what we are doing, and we never had some problems with spiking or something like that.
And do you work together also with other festivals or networks that do something similar? Is there like a communication, and also maybe, I don't know, is there like a certain movement towards more sober spaces?
Definitely. So you can see that so many festivals growing at the moment with a similar idea of festivals. So, and of course, we are still connect, and we are, of course, doing the festivals, but also concert and everything like that. And the people are so different and have really, really another consciousness to that. So for them, it's enough to listen music, and they realize, oh, this affects me with the right words and with the right sound. So it's it's a ceremony all the time. So Rüdiger. Yeah.
Can I just ask back,
Of
maybe?
course, of course.
Because did you ever, came to a point? Did you ever experience like difficulties, like maybe a person was intoxicated when coming to the
Yes.
ground, or there's also, I mean, I don't want to be too philosophical, but coffee and black tea are
Everything.
drugs.
Cacao, to be honest,
and
cacao.
So what's your idea or philosophy there?
We don't know what's happened in the tents in the night. So to be honest, and of course, cannabis is one of the thing at our festival. We are not totally free. I can say that. Because when we, for example, cacao, it's a really hard open plant medicine. So, and again, we're taking something from outside to feel something inside. So, but the consciousness about that is differently. For example, when they're taking mushrooms, for example, it's also a big thing in our scene, plant medicine, ayahuasca. It's all the time more microdosing. So also there is more consciousness. Yeah, so.
Yeah, I think this is really the key, is the awareness and consciousness, and also awareness about safer use in any way, if it's like microdosing, plant-based. But I think it's nice because we have really those like two perspectives of you can go completely drug-free or without intoxication, or you can have more measurements to provide a safer atmosphere and a safer space for using, and having also help and structures that you can turn to in case you don't feel well.
Yeah, then you have a different experience because you are in a setup of a ceremony and you are taking it more really with consciousness as well. And it makes the whole thing differently, I think. I never took that, to be honest, but I heard about that.
And I would like to ask a question to like all three of you. What do you think is needed to support, in general, I mean, your work around prevention, safer use, safer measurements, awareness, and drug-free spaces from the governmental level, but also maybe in like collaborations that would be needed in like networks, frameworks, sharing resources. Where's the main pain point, and what would you like to see in the future?
Well, I suppose from our point of view at Stamp Out Spiking, what we would like to do is to join forces so that we can share resources, we can get that messaging across. And once I've finished in the UK and I've got that law changed, I mean, I'm that close now. It's in the police and crime bill. And as I've said, like the government, well, you know, you have to go in and make friends, and it takes years trying to get to the right person. And I just done it. I've met the Home Secretary, and then boom, the change of government. I'm like, oh God. So I had to start all over again. And, you know, but a lot of that work had been done. And now I've actually got 5 cross-political parties that all agree spiking needs to be updated in law. Our law was written in 1862. So as you can tell, it's antiquated legislation, needed to be updated. So, you know, working with the government and trying to make them understand that these crimes are happening, the way that I've done it is that I've given people a platform. I've spoken to men and women. I've got them on the radio. I've got them on the TV. We've started to share across social media, which is huge. Now we're starting to work with the festivals, which is amazing because, you know, we can get to so many people that way. The parents is another good way in. Everybody's frightened for their son and daughter. So let's start speaking to the parents. And once that happens in the UK, then I'm coming for the rest of the globe, because this is really, we need this to be stopped. This is crimes that have been invisible. They've been happening under our nose for the last, well, forever. You know, if somebody tried to spike me back in 1989, you know, when I'm going in and teaching in universities, Like, that's longer than most of these kids have been alive. So that makes me feel really ancient. But it's now that this is the time. And, you know, when I say collaboration, it's the easiest word to say, but it's the hardest thing to do. So by coming to being invited to and giving us a platform in places like this is absolutely amazing, because I've got the fire in my belly to fight this, and the more people that can come along with me, we're not here to vilify the nighttime economy, we're here to work together. Like, I love partying. I was out till 3 o'clock in the morning a couple of days ago because I won an award. I got a bit overexcited. I was dancing around in the corridor of the hotel with my award, and then I was like, oh no, I got to fly to Berlin in the morning. So I wasn't feeling so great then, but you know, we don't want to scare people. We don't want to say, don't go out. What we want to do is we want to say, this is happening, let's all work together so we know exactly what to do. We got a step-by-step guide how to protect that potential victim, and that we talk about it, because it's so easy to brush it under the carpet. There ain't no spiking going on around here. Like, spiking can go on anywhere. So we need people to be working collaboratively. Then we can share those messages, and then we're going to be able to safeguard.
Totally agree, of course. As far as I know from the, from the governmental level and so on, I think we need more punishment, let's say, but more clearer structures with regard to sexual assault and sexualized violence. And I think this is still a topic, and this is the broader topic we are talking about. What doesn't work is to prohibit substances. You know, it's just not going to work. And disappointingly, if this is an English word, this is the way governments are, sometimes are going. They want to get rid of drugs or so, or now we have this kind of initiative that maybe GBL or GHB will be defined as a kind of weapon or so, but this won't help, I think the broader topic is sexualized violence. There is a lot of violence, and also like, all these kind of stereotypes, male cool guys, invite younger girls to snort something they don't know about, or what you talked about. So we do a lot of workshops around this. We talk a lot with staff about this, so that people communicate more with more self-esteem. I think more conscious about their drug use, their way of going out, let's say, and to be less fearful because of clearer conversation, for example. And on, talking about on-site interventions, I'm here also as an Eclipse member. Eclipse is working like for 30 years now, almost 30 years on big festivals. If the festivals are open to our kind of, idea, it goes really good. It works really well. We are going with big teams from time to time. At very large festivals, more than 100 people, strictly volunteering there. And this is an excellent way of, spreading the word. Let's say spreading material. Talk to a lot of people and educate them and distribute material, of course. But on the structural level, regarding clubs, for example, or other areas, in Germany, we have a network of these organizations, but politicians or governments only pay for people, still, or tend to just pay for people that are really suffering from illness, let's say, but the prevention level, is less financed, much less, And also, I mean, what I really like, what fascinates me still until today is doing this kind of work because you go where people are, you know, where people live, where people go out, where people take drugs, you know, and maybe face problems as well. And this is really not financed well as well. So people have to come to drug facilities or counseling centers and so on. And for many people, I mean, maybe not the people that you, you know, invite because they are, you know, they have all the skills, you know, they have an
This is, I think,
idea and experience, you know, and they have an idea of which way they want to go. But of course, we're also dealing with a lot of people that really struggle and that could not even imagine, you know, to consume less because their stress level is so high, their psychological burden maybe is so high. And of course, you know, this is just one part of the solution, and we need other measures as well.
because they don't know what they can do to come out of this. And we have a worker at in our team. He was really the most of the time drunken because he had a problem with that. And he realized then after 1 week work at the festival with building some things, because we said to him before, to be honest, you can come and help us. We know you love our festival, but you can't take alcohol because it's dangerous. And at the end, he said, okay, I say yes to this. It was the hardest time, and really, he detoxed at this time a lot. But he had the ground and the base that we all, the whole team, hold this space for him. And at the end, he said, I never know before that I can be happy without that. And I think this is what we have to speak about also, because when we're going to the Fusion Festival, to be honest, for me it's legal drug taking, maybe. I don't know. But because I think there's a space, you can check your drugs if it's clean or not. So it's for me legal drug taking. It's okay, but we can also speak. Hey, you don't need that.
Well, do you know what? I think those testing sites are amazing. Like, what would you want? Would you want to be, if you're going to try a drug, if you can test it and make sure it's safe, surely that's the way forward, but another grey area. But for us, trying to work with the police, for example, like in the UK, we've had some really high-profile cases where there was the Sarah Everard case where this lady got raped and murdered by a policeman. So in Britain, we had lots of people that had sort of lost faith in the police force, which was really bad because obviously, you know, the police are there to protect. So people weren't going to the police, they were coming to us and they were telling us that they'd been spiked and they'd been raped. And obviously I can't share that information. So what I'd done is I thought, how am I going to get around this? So I started contacting, like we got 42 different police forces just in the UK. So you can't go to one and get them to share everything. You have to go to each one. So I went to everyone and I requested their freedom of information data so that I could find out the extent of these spiking crimes. And they said, oh no, you can't do it like that. We record it like this. So if we all went out tonight and all of us got spiked and only I got raped, then it would, the way that the crime is recorded would show that I was raped, but it wouldn't show that I was spiked. So I was like, so how the hell do we find out the true data? In other words, it's impossible. So that's why I got the bit between my teeth and thought, right, I've got to do this. So that's why I started to change the law. Now what I've done is I've gone to the police and said, why don't you stick your messages on these things? So the police have been putting the messages on and they've been handing them out. Now, do you know what? That has turned the police around from being like this, oh, don't speak to them, to them gaining intel. People, they're gaining relationships, they're getting the trust back. And that's something that's so important to how we're going to make these crimes more easily to report.
Thank you for all of your perspectives and experiences. I wanted to open up the space a little bit also for the audience for the last 15 minutes. if there are any questions, anything you want to share, or also some perspectives. I don't know, maybe you work in a similar field, as it is a very deep and sensitive topic, but I would be happy if like any of you have a question, just raise your hand. There's a microphone. Otherwise, there's also a question that popped up in my head that I wanted to ask you, Rüdiger. Because we were talking now a lot about the, like, also this legal framework, how that is complicating the work around a safer environment and safer usage, because, I mean, substances are illegal. So it is a topic that makes it dangerous for people to speak out, to report to the police, etc. And in Germany, for example, now weed got legalized. And do you think like that a more legalized substances would help, for example, to have more prevention work and more education about it? It's a there's no general answer to that,
talking about
of course.
the legal framework of cannabis is complicated because it's just partly legalized, you know, at the moment, and it causes maybe more problems that it solved in a certain way. Yes, I mean, yes. In general, yes, because I think the whole prohibitional idea, you know, is kind of crooked and messed up. You know, I mean, of course, you can understand that for some people it would work, you know, and of course we have to protect, for example, children, you know, from dangerous goods. Of course, you know, no doubts about that. But for like educated people and for in a global industry, you know, of producing drugs, you know, drugs are as important medications, you know, for the most important drugs have been well known or have been invented for medical use or purpose. So to ban them is just impossible in this kind of, you know, era we're in, at least. And yeah, and I think we have like this, all what developed over the years, like preventional measures, you know, we have a good educational system. We know a lot about drugs. We know how to teach people about, you know, using drugs. And of course, you know, it's always risky, but you can avoid risks and you can also reflect, you know, and kind of control your drug use, you know, in most of the times. But then, of course, when it comes together with, you know, a lot of psychological problems, for example, or even physical problems, then of course it is problematic itself. But however, I mean, this is a case you have to solve, you know, with your counselor, with your coach, with your medical doctor, and this is the way we want to go, you know, clearly.
So I think for us, like, again, obviously I have to talk from the UK sort of point of view. And when I get parents and grandparents and very conservative people saying to me, this is absolutely disgusting. We need to smash out the drug dealers. We need to make sure that drugs aren't ever anywhere in the globe. Where are people getting these disgusting drugs to spike people with? I'm like, from the doctor? They're like, oh, so, you know, this isn't something that these drugs can be. And for me, like with the testing kits as well, like they'll test for like Rohypnol, GHB, ketamine, like all the synthetic drugs that are now coming out and are flooding the market. Like when people say to me, oh, we need to have these testing kits put in bars, I'm like, we got new drugs coming on into the system all the time. The only way we are going to prove and be able to show what drugs go into people's system is when they're tested in a lab. So as much as we can have these brilliant conversations, it all comes down to that filthy old word, as usual, money. Who's going to pay for it? So I feel like a bit of a scarecrow situation when I turn around and say, well, how are we going to work this? Well, the police don't want to pay for it. The government don't want to pay for it. The NHS don't want to pay for it. So who is going to pay for it? So, you know, unless somebody actually invests so that we can find out exactly what drugs are on the market, what people are being spiked with, then I think is the time that we're going to see change.
Are there any questions from the audience?
Can I just add that normally I'm quite a happy-go-lucky girl. I don't mean to sound such a miserable cow. But this is just such a horrible situation that I just really want to share that
Of course.
spiking is happening globally, and if we can all work together, it would be great.
I have a question.
Oh, please.
As I'm also working on the topic for quite a while now, and also like in terms of like generational shifts, right? Like, for example, Generation Z, there is kind of a development, right? So that those young people, they are trying to stay away from that drugs, no? But is it still happening that also those people get spiked, or is it more or less that they like kind of find their environments and their parties and they kind of sober raves, for example, to like step away from those kind of dangerous situations?
Well, I think for us, for the young generation, they're a lot more aware now, thank goodness. And because people are talking about it, and because you're hosting it here, you know, that just goes to show that that education is key. And the more that we can train bar staff, door security on the typical signs and symptoms, like I show videos of what people look like, what they act like, so that then we can intervene. And when we've got that step-by-step guide on what needs to happen, then I think that's going to highlight it even more. And some of the young people that I speak to, because they've got a protective cover, they're like, oh, now we don't have to down our drink at the bar. We can walk around and enjoy it. And the way I get over, because I don't want to frighten people to say that spiking happens, so I say, oh, this will stop you spilling your drink. And drinks are expensive these days, so it will stop you spilling your drink. Or if it's an older generation, it will stop flies getting in your gin and tonic. So there's certain ways that I think you can communicate without putting fear into people, and which is key, because the last thing we want to do is frighten people, but the most important thing is to safeguard and make sure people are educated so that they know.
If I just may, yeah, I mean, the Gen Z, which is a good thing, is much more aware, you know, of, well, of their own issues, let's say, you know, of psychological problems, let's say, and much more open about it. Also, with all the media coverage, but also our work, let's say, there's much more education, information available and all that. It's double-sided, though, because on the other hand, all these, you know, like, let's say, panic or moralistic media coverage also, it feeds the fear of spiking as well. So, of course, there is, I mean, that is pretty sure there is a big overestimation of spiking that, well, talking about, was I possibly spiked, you know? But of course, we don't know. On the other hand, because we can just refer to well, few studies about it. So we don't know in the end. But of course, you know, it's important to say, okay, there is spiking. It also happens. It happens in areas that you don't expect it to happen. This is an important message, and well, inform yourself about it, of course. Yeah, but also don't panic, you know, and don't go out with the idea that everybody's, you know, being spiked here. So, yeah.
Yeah, I find recently really interesting in Berlin also we have a lot of new formats, especially from younger party collectives that organize their own events that are a lot focused on sober spaces, complete sober raves, alcohol-free, even sugar-free events. And
Vegan. Don't miss the vegan.
yes, and but especially like about the substances to like really create that kind of spaces that people feel safer, but also based on community values and coming together as communities that go a bit further and also like really have their own bubbles that go a bit further than like a regular rave, which are also often including, I don't know, film screenings, a lot of performances, talk sessions, kind of spaces for, I don't know, massages, rituals, or whatever. And that is like growing not only in the festival culture, where I think that part is already more established, but also it happens a lot in the club culture. Maybe, I don't know, you have some experience about that, or?
Yeah, true. It's definitely growing because the people are looking for really something different inside. And they build the ground for that. And also, of course, younger people, especially Generation Z, is coming more closer together in small groups, because it's affected more in the connection community. This is the thing, what they're looking for, to be really connect. And also, of course, healthcare, it's also a big market now. And this is the change I can see, definitely, that the younger generation is more focused on self-care, healing body and everything like that. It's good. To be honest, it's good.
And
I like
also a lot of drug use, you know, but more speaking about sedatives nowadays, you know, benzodiazepines are more common amongst the Gen Z, for example. So, you know, we have to tackle with more and new problems on the other hand, you know.
It's true.
It's not
because
everybody.
social media, it's another problem.
Could I just talk a little bit quickly about the data? So the data that we've recently collected with Cardiff Uni, like last year in the UK, we had 6,500 alleged spiking incidents reported to the police. Now, when I've done my data, over 97% of victims didn't report getting spiked to the police. So we're talking like potentially over 100,000 people that got spiked in the UK last year. So when we're talking about, is this happening? It is happening. It is a global issue, and it is something that we all need to address. And I think the more that we try and sweep it under the carpet, the more that it's going to give those perpetrators a chance to be able to do something. So by any venues sticking something up on the stage, putting posters in the bathroom, just having the protective drink covers, just to, if anybody wants one, it's a way that we're all stepping forward. And for us, we've just managed to start working with Diageo, which is amazing because, you know, the drinks industry are obviously making high profits from this. So this is what we're looking at next, maybe trying to gather that sponsorship, get that support so that together we can make sure that we're giving the men and the women across this world a fighting chance to know exactly how to protect themselves.
Data is definitely essential, and also like really, and that's why also there need to be governmental awareness about that this exists, to also fund research that can reflect on what is actually happening. One other level that I wanted to just open up briefly at the end is we had a project with the Club Commission that focuses on mental health of workers in the clubs. And I think this is also essential when we talk about drug consumption, is that also club and nightlife environment for workers, for the bar staff, the runners, and also in festivals, it's long shifts. It's a very draining and very like high demand kind of work to do. That also here a lot of consumption also happens out of the certain structures that you work in a festival or in a club. And that is also extremely damaging on a long term, and there needs also to be prevention or awareness and help structures for people who work in clubs or in festivals to be able to do that work also long term and not being completely burned out after a few years, because it also comes with working in that environment and being surrounded by that environment. So
they are all also role models for the visitors, you know, and they're much more able to speak with them, you know, if they observe something, and can support better the audience or the visitors, of course. Yeah, but a very important topic.
any last question from the audience? You have amazing expertise sitting here. Take the chance. If you want to ask something or, I don't know, get in touch.
I
The
think
last 50
maybe
seconds
we should
now.
have like a secret box, like when I go and teach in schools about spiking. And like, well, I teach about safe sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Like, so, and then, do you know what? As soon as I say that, you can see all the academics going, "Oh God!" And the little monkeys are like, "Oh, I'll get my target audience in 3 seconds of starting the lesson." And when I was at school, I used to be really shy, and I think that I always do a secret box so that they can ask any question, and then you come up and read the questions out. But if anybody does have any questions, or if anything's upset anybody here today, I'll be around at the end to have a chat, and I'll also hand out some free resources for you to be able to take away. And yeah, thank you ever so much for inviting me over.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
sharing all the expertise, and thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very, very important topic. Thanks for talking about it. And yeah, guys, feel free to ask whatever you want to ask them. We have to make a quick switch over, changeover. Thank you, thank you. Unser nächster Panel wird auf Deutsch stattfinden. Ich würde gerne noch mal darauf hinweisen, Dankeschön. Ich würde gerne noch mal darauf hinweisen, dass wir hier vorne jetzt auch Kopfhörer haben, über die wir alles hören können, übersetzen können. Guckt gerne auch immer noch mal in der App nach. In den nächsten 15 Minuten wird dann unser nächster Panel hier stattfinden, der sich auch mit einem sehr interessanten Thema beschäftigt. Dazu gleich mehr. Hallo und herzlich willkommen zurück auf der Green Stage. Gerade eben haben wir über Sicherheit beim Feiern gesprochen, beziehungsweise Maßnahmen. Jetzt sprechen wir über andere Maßnahmen. Wir sprechen jetzt über ein Thema, was für viele sehr unsichtbar ist, aber für die Kunst und Kultur und vor allem für Musiker, Musikerinnen und VeranstalterInnen sehr, sehr wichtig. Frequenzen sichern und Kultur schützen widmet sich einem unsichtbaren, aber essentiellen Bestandteil der Branche. Funkfrequenzen, ohne stabile Frequenzen gibt es keine Kommunikation, keine Produktion und auch keine Show. Wir sprechen über Regularien, politische Entwicklungen und die Frage, wie wir Kultur und Schutzgut stärker miteinander verankern können. Dazu würde ich gerne auf die Bühne rufen Moderator Matthias Fehr. Herzlich willkommen. Und seine Gäste Dr. Jochen Zenthöfer, Professor Dr. Dolores Perez Guiaro, ich hoffe, das war richtig ausgesprochen, ein sehr langer Name, und Silke Lalvani. Schön, dass ihr euch diesem sehr wichtigen Thema widmet. Kommt gerne auf die Bühne und ich glaube, wir starten mit Matthias direkt in eine kleine Präsentation. Viel Spaß bei diesem wichtigen Thema.
Ja, einen schönen guten Tag. Wir warten auf unser Team. Es geht los. Ich freue mich, dass Sie Zeit haben, trotz der Mittagspause hier teilzunehmen. So, wir sind soweit. Da es sich um ein sehr spannendes Thema handelt, haben wir einige Folien vorbereitet, die erklären, was die Problematik ist, die uns aufgefallen ist. Und anschließend werden wir das natürlich möglicherweise mit Ihren Fragen und unseren Antworten weiter verteilen, damit das für alle verfügbar ist. Gut, gehen wir auf die nächste Seite. Wir haben die Vorstellungsrunde. Frau Professor, bitte, ganz kurz Mikrofon.
Guten Tag, hallo. Es ist für mich eine Freude, hier zu sein. Ich stehe hier als Vertreter der Wissenschaft, aber bitte keine Sorge, ich bin gewöhnt, diese Themen ganz verständlich und mit Beispielen zu erklären. So, ich werde keine Formel oder ähnliches über Frequenzen reinbringen.
Vielen Dank. Ich wechsle zu Frau Silke Lalvani.
Genau, hallo, schön euch alle hier zu sehen. Ich bin hier für den VPLT, Verband für Medien- und Veranstaltungstechnik, und dort verantworte ich die Europapolitik direkt aus Brüssel. Ich wohne in Belgien und ja, Europapolitik klingt nicht so spannend und sexy, ist es aber, und extrem relevant und wichtig für unsere Branche.
Danke sehr und wir wechseln zu Herrn Dr. Zenthöfer.
Hallo, mein Name ist Jochen Zenthöfer. Ich bin von der Nutzerinneninitiative SOS Save Our Spectrum. Wir kümmern uns darum, dass es genug Funkspektrum gibt für drahtlose Produktionsmittel, Funkmikrofone, In-Ear-Systeme und so weiter. Und dieses Funkspektrum ist in Gefahr. Wir könnten das verlieren. Und was das bedeutet, wird Matthias Fehr heute präsentieren mit uns. Ich freue mich drauf.
Ich bedanke mich und zu mir ganz kurz. Ich bin seit vielen Jahren in der Branche unterwegs. Ich bin seit 1996 freiberuflicher Technologieberater und hatte die Ehre und die Freude, in vielen Veranstaltungsproduktionen seit 1973 hinter der Bühne zu arbeiten, als Tontechniker, Beleuchter, Frequenzmanager und Ähnliches. Wir kommen zu wenigen Beispielen heute noch dazu. Und ganz wichtig ist, wir haben das hier in der untersten Zeile angedeutet, wir sind zusammen und separat in unterschiedlichen Gremien tätig, zum Beispiel in dem Deutschen Verband, den APWPT, der diese Aufgabenstellung seit vielen Jahren betreut. Okay, gehen wir zur nächsten Seite. Wir fangen einfach mal mit einem praktischen Bild an. Und ich hatte die Freude, mit einem Kollegen aus Berlin im Jahr 2023 die Special Olympics zu betreuen und hier das Frequenzmanagement zu machen. Und wir haben einfach mal ein Bild gefunden, von dem wir zunächst dachten, es ist ja gar nichts zu sehen. Und dann haben wir mit roten Punkten alle Stellen markiert, wo drahtloses Equipment genutzt wird. Und dann war das Bild voll. Das ist die Situation, mit der wir uns tagtäglich beschäftigen. Und die Leute rennen durch das Veranstaltungsgebiet und haben ständig neue Positionen, neue Gegenden und so weiter. Und wenn man im Produktionsteam im Hintergrund ist, muss man dafür sorgen, dass die ihren Job machen können und dass es möglichst keine Störung gibt. Leicht gesagt, schwer gemacht. Okay, unser Anliegen, und das ist das, was wir gemeinsam vertreten, natürlich gemeinsam mit vielen anderen Organisationen und Verbänden und so weiter und natürlich auch mit Universitäten und Hochschulen. Also an der Präsentation hat auch die TU in Chemnitz und die TU in Nürnberg mitgearbeitet, hat uns Hinweise gegeben und so weiter. Ne? Und letztlich wollen wir an vielen Standorten tätig sein und wir wollen unseren Kunden, unserem Produktionszweig, unseren Streaming-Portalen und ähnlichen Emotionen zur Verfügung stellen, die ihnen Spaß machen, wieder zu uns zu kommen und die wir, ich sage es mal aus der Sicht des Arbeiters in der Produktionskette, natürlich gut bezahlt bekommen. Okay, und wenn wir das machen, ist das Thema Störungen natürlich gesagt. Wenn es eine interessante Schauspielerin, egal aus welchem Land, oder eine interessante Sängerin auf die Bühne geht und dann freuen sich die Leute im Zuschauerraum. Und wenn das Bild ausfällt, ist genau dasselbe. Und wenn wir große Monitore im Veranstaltungsumfeld haben und es fällt aus oder der Monitor stört plötzlich das Mikrofon oder ähnliches, dann haben wir ein Problem. Dann laufen die Leute weg und sagen, da gehe ich nie wieder hin. Zu gut Deutsch, die Einnahmen sind kastriert, vorsichtig gesagt. Okay,
Kann ich da kurz einhaken?
Ja, bitteschön.
Ja, also technische Probleme, das sind ja so eine Sache und es hört sich nach so wenig an, ne? Wenn es so ein bisschen knistert oder ein paar Störungen gibt. Aber wenn die Technik eben nicht funktioniert, das ist die Basis für alles und das hat wirklich Auswirkungen auf die gesamte Branche und auf alle Akteure. Also das hat Auswirkungen auf die Veranstalter. Ne? Das, zum Beispiel ein Festival, auf das Brand, das hat Auswirkungen auf die Künstler, auf ihre künstlerische Performance, das hat Auswirkungen ja, auf so viele nachliegende Akteure dann, dass die Technik, das muss man wirklich verstehen, dass die Technik ist die Basis, auf die wir uns verlassen müssen. Ne? Genau. Und die andere Sache ist natürlich auch die, beim Festival zum Beispiel, wenn wir statt 10 nur noch 8 oder 9 Bühnen haben, ja, merken vielleicht gar nicht so viele Leute am Anfang, ne, sind es halt nur 9 Bühnen. Aber es ist halt doch dann irgendwann ein Problem, wenn es immer weniger Bühnen werden. Ne? Von außen ist das dann manchmal gar nicht so sichtbar, dass es da technische Probleme gab.
Ja, also ich finde deinen Kommentar Silke sehr gut, weil für mich aus der technischen Perspektive hat es mir sehr geholfen zu verstehen, dass was Audio PMSE, was die Mikrofone machen, steht ganz am Anfang eine lange wirtschaftliche Kette. Das ist der Anfang der Produktion und dahinter hängt eine sehr klein aufgeteilte, aber sehr heterogene Industrie. Ich möchte einen Punkt, weil Technik, du meinst, ja, ein bisschen Störung und so weiter, es ist nicht so wichtig. Wiederum, es ist wichtig aus der Verbandsarbeit, wenn diese Störungen passieren, dass die Beteiligten die dokumentieren, sodass sie in den Gremienarbeit wirklich verwendet werden können. Meistens sind die Tontechniker gewöhnt, Feuerwehr zu spielen und alles zu lösen und dass es alles funktioniert. Und wenn die Sache funktioniert hat, ist das Publikum glücklich und sowieso keiner redet mehr darüber. Für die Frequenzproblem, was am Ende, es ist technisch, es ist ein Verteilungsproblem. Frequenzen, ich weiß nicht, ob Sie sich das vorstellen können, das ist wie häufig irgendwas passiert. In unserem technischen Verstand, es ist, wie schnell die elektromagnetischen Wellen, die die Signale Audio tragen, sich ausbreiten. Und am Ende, es ist ein Verteilungsproblem. Es ist eine begrenzte Ressource und man muss sich aufteilen. Und es gibt keine technische Lösung, die super optimal ist. Es bedingt auch eine politische Wille. Deswegen freue ich mich umso mehr, dass wir hier 2 Personen haben, die sich bestens mit Politik auskennen.
Ja, danke schön. Das klingt doch schon mal gut. Ne? Und gehen wir einen Schritt weiter. Wir machen das noch im Detailliert. Wir werden immer wieder gefragt, was ist denn unsere gesellschaftliche Relevanz? Und dazu sind einige Studien veröffentlicht worden, zum Beispiel von der IGVW, das war im Jahr 2022. Und damals haben wir abgebildet den Umstand, die Anzahl der Unternehmen, wie viele Mitarbeiter da unterwegs sind und welcher Umsatz generiert wird. Und da kommt natürlich die Frage, was hat sich jetzt über Corona geändert? Und zum Glück gibt es eine Metastudie, die vor einem halben Jahr veröffentlicht worden ist, die jetzt aufgreift, wie geht der Trend weiter, wie geht die Entwicklung weiter. Wenn wir dann das Dokument verteilen, können Sie natürlich auf die Links zugreifen und können sich das in Ruhe ansehen und das verwenden. Ne? Und letztlich ist eine ganz wichtige Aufgabenstellung der Kultur, die kaum genannt wird. Die Kultur ist ein wesentlicher Bestandteil des gesellschaftlichen Zusammenhalts. Und das gilt nicht nur für Deutschland, sondern für viele Länder. Ne? Und auch wenn wir internationale Events haben, wo Menschen aus vielen Ländern kommen, ich zeige dann nachher nochmal das nächste Foto, und dann sind die alle zusammen, freuen sich, dass sie da sind und haben Spaß. Und das wird in ihre Heimatländer übertragen, wenn die Mikrofone und die Kameras funktionieren. Und alle dort zu Hause freuen sich auch. Bitte schön.
Ich fange an, weil ich möchte über Punkt 2, ich gehe davon aus, Silke, du möchtest über Punkt 3 sprechen. Also diese Metastudie, ich habe es mir angeguckt und also da steht, die Branche ist auf einen kleinen Wachstumspfad. Wenn man da reinguckt, das sind nur 8 Seiten und es reicht, wenn man sich die erste anguckt, aus technischer Seite, steht das, es gibt jedes Mal mehr Bereitschaft, Geld für Events auszugeben. Diese Events sollen jedes Mal mehr innovativ und wenn möglich nachhaltig. Und das ist ein wichtiger Trend, es ist die Personalisierung der Events. Und was die Audiotechnik anbelangt, es ist ein Begriff der Immersive Audio. Das sind Audio, die mehr als Stereo, wie wir gewöhnt sind, links, rechts, sondern es ist Audio, die ermöglicht, dass man als Empfänger, als Hörer weiß, woher diese Audio kommt. Ist der Hubschrauber, fliegt über mich oder kommt die Musik der Geige von dieser Richtung oder von der anderen? Das ist ein wesentlicher technischer Schlüssel für die Innovation. Und die Personalisierung, Augmented Reality, Virtual Reality. Aus technischer Seite bedeutet, das Audio muss aufgenommen werden aus sehr vielen Quellen. Das heißt, die Zahl der Mikrofone oder Array-Mikrofone, die verwendet werden, steigt massiv. Das wiederum bedeutet, dass solche Produktionen viel mehr Frequenzen benötigen. Das bedeutet, das ist mein Punkt, Innovation bedeutet für uns nicht weniger Spektrum benötigen, sondern mehr. Und wenn wir wachsen wollen, benötigen in dieser Branche mehr Spektrum. So, aus der technischen Seite.
Und wir wachsen, also unsere Industrie wächst. Das wissen wir gerade, wenn wir mal schauen auf die Live-Branche, also auf die Musik-Live-Branche. Ich habe mir mal Zahlen angeschaut, die GEMA veröffentlicht hat im Mai dieses Jahres. Und dort sieht man ganz schön, wie viele Leute Konzerte besuchen. Es sind nämlich 70 Millionen, waren 2024, die insgesamt 250.000 Konzerte besucht haben. Das heißt, die Branche boomt, es gibt wahnsinnig viele Konzerte. Es hat eine gesellschaftliche Relevanz. Die Wahrheit ist aber auch, dass sehr viele kleine Konzerte, und das sind 90% dieser 250.000, dass sehr viele kleine Konzerte auch strugglen, also und Schwierigkeiten haben und sehr viele oder einige Großevents, die in Stadien stattfinden, inzwischen in Stadions, ne? Die sahen eben sehr große Gewinne ab. Und da ist die Frage, wie kann man auch diese Großzahl an etwas kleineren Konzerten, und das heißt also unter 500 Zuschauern, wie kann man die auch stützen und wie kann man hier sicherstellen, dass sie ihre gesellschaftliche und auch wirtschaftliche Relevanz behalten in unserem Land, also dass wir immer noch eine Vielfalt haben im kulturellen Angebot, so wie wir es heute kennen. Und auch diese gesellschaftliche Relevanz müssen wir wirklich immer im Hinterkopf behalten, wenn wir uns diese Zahlen angucken. Und es hilft eben nicht, wenn man diesen kleineren Konzerten oder diesen kleineren künstlerischen Gruppen oder Anbietern, wenn man denen auch noch dann die Frequenzen wegnimmt, ne, oder die Frequenzen weiter reduziert oder sie da zwingen würde, in Zukunft zum Beispiel neues Equipment zu kaufen, neue Investitionen zu tätigen. Das hilft uns nicht. Wir brauchen wirklich unsere Kulturfrequenzen, auf die wir uns verlassen können, damit wir eben auch diese Vielfalt im kulturellen Angebot gewährleisten können. Und mit dieser Vielfalt, da können wir auch, Matthias, du hattest ja gerade diese Folie gezeigt mit Sport. Ne? Sport gehört auch dazu. Wir haben politische Veranstaltungen, die dieselben Frequenzen benutzen. Wir haben Kirchen, die unsere Frequenzen benutzen. Also das ist wirklich eine große Vielfalt und das sollten wir doch im Hinterkopf behalten.
Ja, und ganz wichtig ist natürlich, wenn wir eine große Veranstaltung machen, dass in der Nachbarschaft die täglich stattfindenden Veranstaltungen weiterlaufen können. Zum Beispiel Theater, bis zu Treffen, die geplant sind mit der Familie, wo Musik gemacht werden soll und Ähnliches. Es muss alles funktionieren. Es muss alles so koordiniert werden und mit ausreichendem Spektrum versehen werden. Okay, wir gehen einfach mal auf die nächste Seite weiter. Meine Uhr zeigt, wir haben genügend Zeit. Ganz wichtig, wenn Sie Fragen haben, kurz die Hand heben. Wir sind bereit, mit Ihnen die Fragen auszutauschen. Wir haben jetzt noch 43 Minuten, also wir haben genügend Zeit, mit Ihnen Fragen zu besprechen. Aber es kommen noch ein paar interessante Seiten. Vielleicht kommen dann noch andere Fragen, die vielleicht noch wichtiger sind. Okay, gehen wir mal weiter. Letztlich produzieren wir sehr häufig Content fürs Fernsehen. Und es entsteht immer der Eindruck, Fernsehen macht ja zukünftig keiner mehr. Und ich habe hier einfach mal eine typische Veranstaltung rausgesucht, und wo Deutschland Spitzenteilnehmer ist. Eurovision Song Contest. Ich hatte die Ehre, im Eurovision Song Contest von 2011 bis 2023 teilzunehmen. Und war da im Produktionsteam und wir haben Daten gesammelt, die wir in der wissenschaftlichen Arbeit verwenden können. Und das ist eine Herausforderung, so ein Event über ca. 5 Wochen zu organisieren, dass jedes Team seine richtige Vorentscheidung machen kann, dass die Semifinale durchgeführt werden können und Ähnliches. Und jedes Land, was teilnimmt, kommt mit einer klaren Botschaft. Unser Sänger hat die bestmögliche Qualität zu bekommen, denn wir wollen gewinnen. Und unser Auftrag als Techniker im Hintergrund ist, jedem dieselbe Qualität zur Verfügung zu stellen. Und das muss dann in viele Länder übertragen werden. Und ganz Europa und viele andere Länder wollen das sehen, live in den Veranstaltungen. Und das muss funktionieren. Und manchmal geht es in dem einen Land und im anderen Land. Es sind manchmal Störungen, die wir vor Ort nicht sehen. Dann kriegen wir die Rückmeldung aus den Nachbarländern und da muss die Technik angepasst werden, damit die Störungen nachlassen. Insbesondere bei Videoübertragung passiert das sehr häufig. Okay.
Darf ich noch was ganz kurz? Es gibt verschiedene Orte in Europa, an denen kann ein Eurovision Song Contest nicht mehr stattfinden, weil wir zu wenig Frequenzen haben für Funkmikrofone. Also in dieser Situation sind wir bereits. Wenn Deutschland gewinnt, gibt es verschiedene Regionen, in Baden-Württemberg beispielsweise, auch in Hessen, im Westen Deutschlands vor allen Dingen auch. Da können Sie dann diesen Eurovision Song Contest nicht stattfinden lassen. In den Niederlanden können Sie es nicht in Maastricht machen, weil Sie zu viel Einstrahlung haben aus den Nachbarländern, die direkt nach Maastricht angrenzen, Belgien, Deutschland. Also das wird auch eine wirtschaftliche Frage auch.
Genau, es kommt etwas ganz Neues auf uns zu. Ich möchte es nur andeuten, wir kommen dazu noch. Der Rundfunk kämpft zurzeit um ein neues Übertragungsverfahren. Wir können ja bereits im Moment mit unserem Handy Content abrufen. Wir müssen dafür aber extra Gebühren bezahlen, weil das ein Download ist beim Mobilfunk. Der Rundfunk will 5G Broadcast einführen und dann können alle auf die Streams zurückgreifen und die Rundfunkgebühr reicht aus als Kosten. Und die technologische Entwicklung ist fertig. Die ersten Hersteller von Handys sind dabei, ihr Equipment anzupassen und vielleicht können wir in Zukunft dann mit unserem Handy Fernsehen gucken, überall wo wir sind. Okay, warten wir es ab. Interessantes Businesskonzept. Okay, was sind unsere täglichen Funknutzungen? Einfach nochmal zurück. Wir nutzen täglich, das ist ein Auszug, ist nicht vollständig, sage ich gleich. Wir nutzen täglich Mikrofone und Kopfhörer. Bei den Kopfhörern sind das als Auszug die sogenannten In-Ear-Monitore, das ist das, was die Künstler in den Ohren tragen, damit sie sich selber beim Gesang hören und Informationen bekommen von den Service-Teams im Hintergrund. Jetzt bist du gleich dran und sonstiges, wird also auch für die Teamkommunikation genutzt. Und dann ist ganz stark im Wachsen ist die sogenannte Silence Disco. Das sind Tausende von Kopfhörern in Veranstaltungen, mit denen Musik verteilt wird. Und wir hatten vor kurzem in Deutschland eine Veranstaltung in Düsseldorf, wenn ich mich recht entsinne, mit 36.000 drahtlosen Kopfhörern. Das ist ein Trend, der hochinteressant ist, der da auf uns zukommt. Okay, die Forderung ist natürlich klar, jedes Equipment muss seine Aufgabenstellung laufend und vollständig umsetzen können. Der Techniker im Hintergrund wird gleich bestätigen, selbstverständlich, das ist die Forderung. Die Herausforderung ist, es umzusetzen. Okay, dann treten im Veranstaltungsumfeld Störungen auf. Störungen müssen erkannt werden und zeitnah umgesetzt werden, damit der Zuschauer damit im besten Fall nichts mitbekommt. Ja? Also ich bringe mal ein klassisches Beispiel. Wir machen eine Outdoor-Produktion und sind in einem freien TV-Kanal und plötzlich gibt es Überreichweiten. Und dann sehen wir plötzlich in dem freien TV-Kanal TV-Sender aus anderen Ländern. Dann müssen wir die Koordinierung ändern. Ja? Und wir hoffen, dass dann genügend Frequenzen zur Verfügung stehen. Wir hatten das letzte Mal bei der Internationalen Luftfahrtausstellung in Berlin, ist auch dokumentiert.
Da würde ich noch gern was zu sagen, nämlich erstmal ein Hoch auf unsere Frequenzmanager und Techniker. Du hattest das eben schon angesprochen. Gibt eine unglaubliche Kreativität, Frequenzen zu finden und das Event eben stattfinden zu lassen, sodass der Zuschauer von den Störungen nichts mitbekommt. Ja? Und das ist unglaublich toll auf der einen Seite. Es ist aber auch vielleicht Teil des Problems, weil nämlich dadurch eben die Probleme gar nicht sichtbar sind. Und was eben hinten rauskommt bei der Veranstaltung ist dann, ja, hat doch alles geklappt, war doch alles supi. Ja, nee, war es nicht. Nur sieht es keiner und das ist eben auch das Problem, glaube ich, was dann die Politik wiederum nicht sehen kann, dass es eben ein Problem gibt, auch wenn es nicht sichtbar oder nicht hörbar ist. Ja.
Okay, gehen wir weiter. Das ist jetzt das, was vorhin angekündigt worden ist. Ein Bild von einer großen Veranstaltung in Berlin. Teilgenommen haben 160 Länder. Und jedes Land hat erwartet, dass von dieser Veranstaltung, das war ein Finale von behinderten Sportlern, und in jedes Land, der teilgenommen hat, sollte live dieser Content übertragen werden. Und wir haben ringsrum überall Produktionsteams, die aus den Ländern sind, die je nachdem, welches Land gesprochen hat, sind die da reingelaufen zu ihren, haben das übertragen. Dann haben die Leute sich woanders hingestellt, weil der Platz anders geplant war. Dann mussten sich Teams wieder ranlaufen. Und wir hatten geschätzt Produktionsteams aus 160 Ländern in Berlin. Und die wollten den gesamten Spektrum nutzen im Großraum Berlin. Das war ein Spaß. Okay, aber die Gefühle und den Optimismus, den wir dort verbreitet haben, dass Menschen, die stark behindert sind, sich treffen können weltweit, dass sie kämpfen können, dass sie viele positive Erfahrungen haben, das können wir nicht mehr ersetzen. Das hat geklappt und das ist angekommen und wir freuen uns auf die nächste Veranstaltung. Okay, gehen wir weiter zurück zu unserem Text. Unsere Texte und täglich zur Tagesproduktion, was wir gerade gesehen haben, gibt es schwer vorausplanbare Funknutzungen. Ich sage mal ein klassisches Beispiel. Ein Politiker läuft durch einen Ort und Nachrichtenberichterstattungsteams laufen ihm hinterher. In der Regel geht es gut, manchmal klemmt es und manchmal muss man kräftig aushelfen. Ja? Und das ist die Herausforderung. Und hier sehen wir, der Rundfunk, Fernsehen und viele andere Akteure wollen umfassend und zeitnah über unsere Welt berichten. Und dazu gibt es immer mehr Leute, die mit ihrem Handy und einer kleinen Kamera und einem zusätzlichen Mikrofon über YouTube und andere Kanäle übertragen und dort natürlich auch live berichten wollen. Ja? Es muss möglich sein, dass die ihren Job machen können. Wir können nicht sagen, ihr müsst ausschalten, weil die Produktion braucht das Spektrum alleine. Es muss genügend Spektrum da sein für alle. Kommentare?
Ja, ich kann dazu was sagen. Also, wenn ich richtig gerechnet habe, ist ja unser Kernbereich, also diese sogenannten Kulturfrequenzen, sind ein bisschen mehr als 200 Megahertz. Stimmt das? Für uns ist dieser Kernbereich wirklich essentiell wichtig, dass wir diese verbleibenden Frequenzen, wir haben ja vor ein paar Jahren schon mal Frequenzen verloren, dass wir die nicht verlieren. Jetzt gibt es andere Akteure, die an diesen Frequenzen Interesse haben, für die diese Frequenzen aber nicht so essentiell sind. Es gibt verschiedene Argumente, beispielsweise aus dem Mobilfunk, dass die Frequenzen für den ländlichen Raum gebraucht werden und solche Sachen. Diese 200 Megahertz werden den ländlichen Raum nicht retten. Ne? Also das Gap wird sich dadurch nicht auflösen von diesen 200 Megahertz, die aber für uns wirklich essentiell sind, dass wir sie halten können. Das ist nochmal wichtig, glaube ich, zu verstehen.
Also diese 200 Megahertz sind der Bereich 470 bis 690 Megahertz. Und der wird im Sharing mit dem Rundfunk gemacht. Und wenn wir zum Beispiel in einer Grenzregion arbeiten, dann haben wir nicht nur die deutschen Rundfunksender, die Kanäle belegen, sondern auch Länder, aus den Nachbarländern. Wir haben wenige Länder, die relativ wenig Rundfunknutzung haben. Wir haben aber Länder, die sehr hohe Funknutzung haben. Ich fange mal an mit Polen, dann gehe ich rüber nach Frankreich. Frankreich ist intensive Fernsehnutzung und dort ist von den 200 Megahertz von Haus aus schon relativ wenig verfügbar. Und dann noch zusätzliche Nutzung mit einzubauen, ist eine Herausforderung. Und das
Vielleicht noch kurz, Matthias, weil wir ja hier mit der Festival-Community sind, wenn man mal an so ein großes Festival denkt, die brauchen schon über 100 Megahertz, ne? 110, 120, also da sieht man mal, was für ein Festival gebraucht wird, ne? Und ja, wir haben dann ein bisschen mehr als 200.
Genau, du hast gesagt, so mindestens 100 oder 110, 100 irgendwas. Davor ist diese Zahl 200. Da muss man auch sagen, es ist gut, dass diese 200 sind, weil die sind nicht an jeder Ort und Stelle verfügbar. Es ist ein sogenannten Tuning Range. Es ist ein Bereich, in dem die erfahrenen Audiotechniker wissen, dass sie dann mit der Hilfe des Spektrummanagement schauen, wo ist an diesem Ort, an diesem Veranstaltungsort frei und je nachdem, welche ist das mal nah an der Grenze zu anderen Ländern oder wie ist der Rollout von den anderen Technologien, hat man mehr oder weniger. Also daher, wenn man dann die Hälfte macht, kann man denken, man kann noch 100, ist genug. Aber diese 100 kann niemandem garantieren, die an den Ort, wo die benötigt, die zur Verfügung stehen.
Also wir haben Orte in Deutschland, da können Sie kein Festival mehr machen, zum Beispiel Aachen. Im Westen können Sie kein Outdoor-Festival machen, weil es nicht genug Frequenzen gibt. Auch wir haben Probleme in der Innenstadt von Köln. Wenn wir ein Festival machen in Köln mit mehreren Bühnen in der Innenstadt, haben wir sehr große Störungsgefahr, haben wir sehr große Probleme, noch Frequenzen zu finden. Man behilft sich dann oft damit, Frequenzen zu nehmen, illegalerweise, die eigentlich für andere zugewiesen sind, für den Mobilfunk noch nicht ausgebaut. Das wird aber irgendwann nicht mehr gehen. Dann werden Sie auch in Köln an gewissen Orten nicht mehr so viele Bühnen aufbauen können. Wir haben das Problem schon in den USA, in verschiedenen Regionen der USA können Sie das nicht mehr machen, können Sie viele Festivals nicht mehr machen, außer mit Sondergenehmigungen, Special Authorizations, die dann vergeben werden. Dafür gibt es dann aber oft gar keine Geräte mehr in den USA für dieses Tuning-Bereich. Die werden dann aus Europa eingeflogen. Also dann kommt Sennheiser und fliegt Geräte aus Europa in die USA ein, damit die ihren Super Bowl da machen können, weil die eigentlich zu viel weggegeben haben an Frequenzen. Und diese Situation sollten wir unbedingt vermeiden in Europa und in Deutschland.
Das ist richtig und es ist mit einer Konsequenz verbunden. Das ist die nächste Zeile. Das Management kostet Geld im Veranstaltungsumfeld. Die Veranstaltung muss die Einnahmen generieren, die auch erlauben, die Frequenzen zu managen. Und wenn wir ein großes Team brauchen, ist das eine Riesenherausforderung für die gesamte Produktion. Also, Zusammenfassung von dieser Seite: Neue und geänderte Funknutzung können erhebliche Risiken für unsere aktuelle und zukünftige Arbeit generieren. Wir kommen auf den nächsten Seiten noch etwas intensiver dazu. Okay, hier nochmal so ein typisches Beispiel als letztes Bild, dann bleiben wir bei den Textausschnitten. Hier ist ein Produktionsteam, was einem Sportler hinterherläuft. Und von vorne weg war gar nicht klar, es gibt keine Absprache, wo der Sportler hinläuft. Es war auch nicht klar, bevor der Wettkampf stattfand, welcher Sportler wird denn gewinnen. Ja, und man muss jetzt den kurzen Schlitz benutzen, wo der ganz erschöpft aus seinem Ziel rauskommt und dann möglicherweise zu seinem Team geht, um mit ihm kurz zu sprechen und über ihn kurz zu übertragen. Und dazu braucht es regional verfügbare Frequenzen, damit das Equipment, was man mit sich führt, funktionieren kann. Sowohl für Mikrofone als auch für Kameras. Und anderes Equipment, was im Hintergrund genutzt wird, was wir heute nicht sehen. Okay, gehen wir mal weiter. Unsere tägliche Nutzung, das ist die Herausforderung der Branche, ändert sich ständig. Das heißt also, selbst wenn ich eine Veranstaltung immer wiederhole, ist jede Veranstaltung anders. Wenn ich die Veranstaltung an unterschiedlichen Standorten wiederhole, ist sie auch jedes Mal anders. Und ich muss immer wieder darauf achten, was geht. Und jetzt kommen die ersten Herausforderungen, die aktuell passieren. Die Bundesnetzagentur hat im Großraum Pöckingen einen Frequenzbereich, in dem wir aktiv sind, 470 bis 510 MHz, für eine militärische Testnutzung zur Verfügung gestellt. Und die, ich sage jetzt mal vorsichtig, Kameraden, die da arbeiten, dürfen Sendeleistung bis 50 Watt benutzen. Und dann hat die BNetzA natürlich erkannt, dass das über einen größeren Zeitraum, über ein größeres Gelände stören kann und hat dann einen Radius von 23 Kilometer angesetzt. Und in dem Gelände sollen wir möglichst unsere Technik nicht mehr nutzen oder vorneweg gucken, ob das Militär gerade funkt. Die Militärs werden sich aber nicht mit uns abstimmen, wenn eine Veranstaltung läuft, ob sie funken dürfen oder nicht. Aber wir haben das bereits schon mal gehabt vor vielen Jahren im 800 MHz Frequenzbereich und dort haben wir es tatsächlich geschafft, in enger Zusammenarbeit mit der damaligen Politik, das Militär und Veranstaltungsteams sich koordiniert haben. In diesen Weg müssen wir da reinkommen. Ganz wichtig bei der gesamten Militärdiskussion: Wir reden nicht über ein Konkurrenzszenario. Wenn wir es schaffen, gemeinsam unsere Anforderungen zu koordinieren, zu prüfen und vernünftig umzusetzen, sollte es möglich sein, solche Szenarien einzubinden außerhalb des Veranstaltungsumfelds.
Aber wir müssen schon sagen, die Bundeswehr drängt sehr stark in unseren Frequenzbereich rein, aufgrund der Zeitenwende. Also man bereitet sich auf einen Angriff Russlands auf die NATO vor. Das ist eindeutig zu erkennen, auch in dem Funkbereich. Es werden viel mehr Marschrouten geplant, also wo sich die Bundeswehr, andere NATO-Truppen innerhalb Deutschlands bewegen wollen. Und die nehmen ganz deutlich Funkbereiche weg, die wir bisher haben. Der Bereich Pöcking, München ist jetzt einer. Wir rechnen damit, dass es noch in 20, 30 weiteren Kasernen in Deutschland diese Vorbereitung geben wird. Wir werden vielleicht auch nicht über alles informiert, aber also man kann sagen, dass diese neue militärische Situation sich auch auf das Festivalgeschehen durchschlagen wird. Und ein ganz konkretes Beispiel mit Pöcking: die Stadt Starnberg liegt da in diesem Bereich. Die Stadthalle in Starnberg benutzt Equipment im Bereich 470 bis 510 MHz. Im Milliwatt-Bereich, wie wir hier auch natürlich. Wenn die Bundeswehr anschaltet im Wattbereich, können sie jede Veranstaltung in der Stadthalle in Starnberg beenden, sofort. Wir wissen nicht, wann die Bundeswehr anschaltet, wann sie wieder ausschaltet und in welchem Wattbereich sie hochtunt. Das ist das Problem, das wir haben durch die momentane militärische Situation.
Bitte.
Ja, noch ein bisschen was aus der technischen Seite, ein bisschen so ganz zurückgeholt. Frequenzen können nicht von zwei unterschiedlichen Systemen gleichzeitig genutzt werden, weil die sich interferieren. Und das ist, warum wir diese ganzen Frequenzmanagement und Techniker haben, die schauen, okay, wo gibt es Frequenzen, die sind nicht genutzt. Es ist auch so, für die Events brauchen wir, dass diese Frequenzen kontinuierlich nicht genutzt werden, das heißt während der ganzen Veranstaltung, weil sonst entstehen die Interferenzen. Die Frequenzen, die Audio-Mikrofone verwenden in der Produktion, die sind technisch gesehen hervorragende Frequenzen, sind echt gute Frequenzen, weil man kann mit diesen Frequenzen sehr weit wegkommen mit einer Übertragung. Das heißt, sie haben eine sehr lange Reichweite. Der Gegenpol auf der technischen Seite, es ist die Kapazität. Das ist, was Sie kennen alle von Ihren Bits pro Sekunde, wie schnell etwas ist. Und es gibt eine grundsätzliche Wechselwirkung, die sagt, wenn Sie Frequenzen nutzen, die hohe Bits pro Sekunde anbieten können, kommen Sie nicht weit weg. Wir brauchen für die Audio nicht so viele Bits pro Sekunde, aber dass Sie weit wegkommen in der Event, auf der Bühne, auch wenn man Metall aufgebaut hat, irgendwelche Hindernisse, das sind Frequenzen, die durch diese Hindernisse dann gut kommen. Das ist so wie, stellen Sie sich ganz einfach, wo ist Ihr DVB-T-Empfänger? Zu Hause neben dem Fernsehen oder im Fernseher. Wo ist der Satellitenempfänger? Draußen im Balkon. Das ist, weil der Satelliten eine viel höhere Frequenz hat und kann nicht hinter der Wand stehen, der DVB-T-Empfänger schon. So ein bisschen so technisch. Und aus der technischen Seite, es ist so, man sucht und ist interessiert an Koexistenz. Das heißt, wie können unterschiedliche Systeme miteinander ihre Arbeit erledigen? Das ist der Teil der Eventindustrie, die mich interessiert aus der wissenschaftlichen Seite. Und das Problem mit Militär ist, dass per se es ist nicht gewünscht und man tut alles Mögliche, dass man diese Signale nicht erkennt. Das heißt, es wäre auch ganz schön blöd, wenn man militärische Signale einfach nur mit PMS-Geräten erkennen konnte, weil das Ziel und Zweck dieser militären Nutzung nicht erfüllt wäre. Deswegen ist es wichtig, in diesem konkreten Fall, dass es eine koordinierte Gleichnutzung gibt. Das heißt, klar, in Kriegenszeit und sowas, da wissen wir, was Vorrang hat. Aber solange wir in Friedenszeit sind, musste technisch gesehen eine Koordinierung stattfinden. Das heißt, Militär musste sagen, also nicht jedermann, aber mindestens die Event-Koordinatoren, wo sie mit den Störungen rechnen können. Andererseits wäre der Spectrum Manager nicht in der Lage, das zu erkennen, nicht zu sagen, zu vermeiden, weil der keine Chance hat. Das heißt, Störvermeidung und Risikoeinschätzung, es ist nur möglich in dem Fall, wenn es eine Koordinierung, einen Informationsaustausch stattfindet. So.
Und ich wollte noch mal kurz darauf zurückkommen, was du gesagt hast. Es ist nämlich so ein wichtiger Punkt, dass diese Frequenzen, die wir nutzen in diesen sogenannten Kulturfrequenzen, dass die eben genau für uns auch passen. Ne? Also für musikalische Veranstaltungen oder für Theater, für Musicals, Festivals und so weiter, aufgrund der physikalischen Anforderungen, die es eben gibt, die du eben beschrieben hast. Und das heißt eben auch, wir können nicht einfach umziehen. Also wir können jetzt nicht einfach sagen, naja gut, dann nehmen wir halt mal andere Frequenzen, weil eben diese Frequenzen wirklich so passend sind für unseren Sektor, für unsere Branche. Abgesehen davon wollen wir eben auch nicht, was wir vorhin auch schon angesprochen haben, ständig neues Equipment kaufen, weil das Equipment, was es gibt, eben so gut ist, dass wir das 20, 30 Jahre benutzen können. Und übrigens nicht nur, darauf kommen wir vielleicht gleich noch zu sprechen, nicht nur in Deutschland, sondern in ganz Europa. aber das ist vielleicht ein Punkt, da kommen wir gleich nochmal drauf.
Gut, ich möchte noch mal auf die Frequenzen zurückkommen. Wir nehmen einfach mal dieses Mikrofon, was ich in der Hand halte. Hier unten ist die Antenne. Und ich kann auf den Frequenzen, die wir jetzt benutzen, meine Hand um die Antenne legen, weil ich es auf der Bühne so halte und so singen will oder so interpretieren will und nichts passiert. Wenn ich jetzt auf eine hohe Frequenz auswechsle oder wechseln muss, dann wird die Dämpfung der Hand bereits so groß, dass es Unterbrechungen geben kann.
Das ist ein super Beispiel. Kennen Sie, wenn Sie telefonieren mit dem Mobilfunk, dass eine kleine Bewegung schon mal das macht, dass Sie einen schlechten Empfang haben und dann sagt, ja, warte mal, ich gehe ans Fenster oder warte mal, ich stehe auf. Es reichen kleine Veränderungen, das Signal zu stören, weil das Signal hat eine hohe Frequenz, eine kleine Wellenlänge und dann diese kleine Wellenlänge macht das Überlagerung oder Veränderung von anderen Signale. Das ist ein bisschen kompliziert, ich will nicht reingehen, aber das macht, dass es viel anfällig ist. Matthias kann das tun, er kann aber auch sich umdrehen. Der Mikrofon kann auch irgendwo so Lavalier-Mikrofon und Taylor Swift kann tanzen und tun und machen, was sie möchte und passiert gar nicht mit dem Signal. Das wäre niemals möglich mit höheren Frequenzen. Also
Genau. Und aus der Praxis, ihr kennt das vielleicht auch oder Sie kennen das vielleicht auch, wenn wir einen Tänzer haben, der auch noch singen muss, dann wird mit einem Tapeband das Equipment auf den Rücken geklebt. Die Antenne ist dann direkt am Körper. Und je höher die Frequenz ist, umso höher ist die Wahrscheinlichkeit, dass es ausfällt. Praktische Erfahrung wurde mit Studien und Messungen belegt. Da gibt es also keine Diskussion dazu. Okay, gehen wir zum nächsten Punkt. Wir haben eine Frequenznutzung, die wir brauchen im Veranstaltungsumfeld. Das ist die Behördennutzung. Bei großen Veranstaltungen passen die Behörden auf, direkt hinter der Bühne, im Zuschauerraum und außerhalb des Geländes, dass die Veranstaltung sicher abgewickelt wird. Und sollte es zu Störfällen kommen, Unfälle und Ähnliches, müssen die Behörden mit ihrem Equipment funken. Bis jetzt war das nur ein geringes Problem, weil die Behörden auf unterhalb 175 MHz funken. Und dort gibt es jetzt in den Behördennetzen, die inzwischen relativ alt sind, Störungen, die dadurch entstehen, dass der Rundfunk vom analogen Frequenzbereich auf den digitalen Frequenzbereich oberhalb 175 MHz ausweicht. Und damit wird die Funktion der Behördentechnik eingeschränkt. Und jetzt haben die Behörden gesagt, okay, kein Problem, dann nehmen wir 600 MHz. Und die Forderungen laufen auf 60 MHz bis 90 MHz, das brauchen wir für unser Equipment und dann funken wir. Und wenn die dann mit diesem Equipment im Veranstaltungsumfeld direkt hinter der Bühne arbeiten würden, mit ihren Handys oder mit ihren Sprechfunkgeräten, dann wäre der Empfänger auf der Bühne gebleckt. Da würde nichts mehr gehen. Sowas haben wir schon getestet, wir können das belegen. Und wir müssen da sehr aufpassen, dass wir auch da eine Lösung finden. Okay, diese Frequenzen werden im Bereich, die wir oben beschrieben haben, bereits durch unsere Werkzeuge genutzt und können nicht nochmal vergeben werden. Das haben wir auch schon gezeigt. Die Konsequenz neuer Störszenarien mit dem Risiko erheblicher Zusatzkosten ist für uns nicht akzeptabel. Ja, das müssen wir sehr deutlich sagen als Community. Okay, gehen wir zur nächsten Arbeit. Letztlich müssen wir das, über das wir jetzt sprechen, auch in internationalen und nationalen Gremien bereitstellen und diskutieren. Letztlich sind es sehr häufig Entscheidungen. Und viele Entscheidungen zur Frequenznutzung werden in großen Konferenzen getroffen mit mehr als 190 Ländern Teilnahme. Ne? Und dann gibt es einen langen Vorbereitungsprozess, um dort mitzuarbeiten. Bitte schön, Frau Professor.
Ich möchte nur, also ich bin gewöhnt ein bisschen aus der Lehre, dass man geht mit irgendwas und vielleicht hat man irgendwas verpasst. Ich finde wichtig zu sagen, warum ist Gremienarbeit wichtig? Das allererste ist, weil Sie verstehen müssen, dass Spektrum, Funkspektrum, es ist eine nationale Ressource. Das ist wie die Fläche, die Deutschland hat, wie die Küste, wo Deutschland fischen kann, wie die Luftraum. Es ist etwas, was die Souveränität Deutschland gehört und die Deutschland verwaltet. Da ist die Bundesnetzagentur. Und das Problem ist, dass Funkwellen kann man nicht stoppen. Die breiten sich aus, genauso wie die Stimme von Menschen, die Soundwellen. Die kann man niemand stoppen. Irgendwann haben sie keine Energie mehr. Und deswegen mussten sich dann die Franzosen mit den Deutschen, mit den Belgiern, mit den Tschechen einigen, weil jeder hat Anspruch an seine Souveränität, aber sie müssen miteinander klarkommen. Deswegen gibt es diese ganzen Gremien.
Genau, und jetzt kommt die Herausforderung auf uns zu. Wer nicht hinter der Bühne arbeitet, weiß nicht, was dort passiert. Und wir als Branche müssen unsere Wissen, unsere Erfahrungen verständlich bereitstellen können. Ansonsten sagen alle, was wollt ihr denn, ist doch kein Problem. Ja? Und wir müssen, so wie hier beschrieben, diese Informationen auswerten, bereitstellen und in die Gremien einbringen. Und dann natürlich uns mit möglicherweise anderen Vorstellungen auseinandersetzen und letztlich zu einer Lösung kommen, die für alle akzeptabel ist. Ne? Und sich hier früh einzubinden, sowohl mit Informationen aus der Branche, als auch mit Links zu Leuten, die in der Politik und vielleicht im Behördenbereich aktiv sind und uns unterstützen, ist hier sehr wichtig. Unsere große Herausforderung ist, und da,
Matthias,
ja,
haben wir eine Information auf den Folien oder irgendwo, wo wir dann den Link zu unserer APWPT erstellen können? Weil APWPT ist die erste Stelle, wo die Nutzer von Audio-PMSC Equipment sich wenden können und diesen Themen. Ja.
Wir haben auf der letzten Folie kurz meine Adresse, meine E-Mail-Adresse eingeblendet und für jeden, den es interessiert, kurze Kontaktaufnahme. Wir leiten das an die Verbände und so weiter weiter und wir freuen uns über jeden, der Fragen hat, Hinweise hat, denn mit Ihren Fragen lernen wir, was wir noch wahrscheinlich zusätzlich berücksichtigen müssen. Okay, jetzt kommt noch ein Problem auf uns zu. Unsere Branche ist sehr stark fragmentiert. Ja, wir haben viele Selbstständige, die den Job machen und die sind heute hier, nächste Woche woanders und die Woche drauf wieder ganz woanders. Ne? Und diese Fragmentierung behindert die Bereitstellung von Informationen, von Wissen, von Erfahrungen und macht es sehr schwer, weil von den Kollegen, die hinter der Bühne arbeiten, dafür sorgen, dass wir unseren Job richtig machen können, haben die meisten keine Zeit und keine Ressourcen, das einzubringen. Deshalb sind wir oft eingeladen worden in Veranstaltungen, diese zu monitoren, zu beobachten und Ähnliches oder haben da mitgearbeitet in Veranstaltungen und diesen Prozess müssen wir fortsetzen. Allerdings, wir müssen auch darüber im Klaren sein, das kostet Geld und hier sollte man die Politik einladen, das zu unterstützen.
Ja, du hast natürlich recht, Matthias. Es gibt diese Fragmentierung und auf der anderen Seite haben wir auch eine Harmonisierung in ganz Europa. Das sollten wir vielleicht auch noch mal erwähnen, dass wir nämlich mit unserem Equipment nicht nur in Deutschland touren können, sondern in ganz Europa, weil wir nämlich denselben Frequenzbereich benutzen können. Und das heißt Binnenmarkt. Klingt vielleicht irgendwie langweilig oder etwas, ja, aber es ist eine unglaublich wichtige Errungenschaft, die wir hier haben, weil wir nämlich in ganz Europa touren können mit demselben Equipment. Und das ist eine Errungenschaft, die wir auf keinen Fall, verlieren sollten. Und du hast gerade den APWPT erwähnt. Um hier noch mal ein bisschen Werbung zu machen. Der APWPT unterstützt nämlich auch Spektrum-Frequenzmanager, die auf Tournee gehen mit wirklich dezidiert technischen Informationen, was in welchem Land beachtet werden muss, an welche Behörde man sich wenden muss, welche Frequenzen benutzt werden können und so weiter. Also das sind sehr, sehr wertvolle Informationen, die mit sehr viel Arbeit und Herzblut zusammengestellt wurden, um die Techniker und Frequenzmanager zu unterstützen.
Das ist richtig und wir engagieren uns in dem Verband seit vielen Jahren Also wenn ich mich recht entsinne, seit 2008. Und wir freuen uns, wenn Mitarbeiter oder Teams Mitglied werden, Verbände bei uns Mitglied werden und Ähnliches. Und ist auch für die Zukunft notwendig, die Mitarbeit. Okay, gehen wir mal zu den allgemeinen Rahmenbedingungen. Wir haben noch 10 Minuten. Unsere Funknutzungen sind in der Regel sogenannte sekundäre Nutzung. Das ist eine juristische Fragestellung und der Dr. Zenthofer wird es vielleicht noch, wenn es Fragen gibt, genauer erklären. Das heißt für uns in Konsequenz, wir müssen jede Störung akzeptieren. Das Problem ist aber, wir brauchen keine Störung, wir können keine Störung akzeptieren. Das ist also ein Widerspruch. Und jetzt soll die gesamte Produktionskette störungsfrei bedient werden. Ich sage mal das Beispiel TV-Übertragung, Programmübertragung. Wir müssen im Beginn der TV-Produktion die Störung akzeptieren, um sie zum Schluss störungsfrei zu übertragen. Ein Widerspruch, den wir seit vielen Jahren adressieren und den wir weiter. Eine Reihe von Störungen lassen sich technisch abfangen. Das Equipment wird immer besser. Also Gerätehersteller, die wir bekannt sind, dieser hier, andere von Deutschland und aus anderen Ländern, arbeiten intensiv daran, ihr Equipment weiter zu verbessern. Aber letztlich bedeutet das der Wechsel auf neues Equipment erhebliche neue Ausgaben. Und wenn ich mir als Selbstständiger solches Equipment kaufe, dann erwarte ich, dass ich das 5 bis 8 Jahre benutzen kann, weil ich muss es refinanzieren. Und wenn es dann eine Forderung gibt, mal schnell auf eine andere Frequenz zu wechseln, so unter dem Motto, kauft euch halt was Neues, dann steht die Frage, kann ich meinen Job in Zukunft noch machen? Okay, jetzt kommen wir zu den politischen Rahmenbedingungen und das ist auch einer der Schwerpunkte von heute, die Adressierung in der Politik. Und wir hoffen, dass der eine oder andere von der Politik hier auf den leeren Plätzen sitzt, beziehungsweise dass wir gute Kontakte zur Politik in Berlin haben und das adressieren können. Okay, also unsere Funknutzungen werden durch die nationalen Behörden wahrgenommen. Und jetzt kommt ein persönliches Lob, weil ich das oft erlebt habe. Die speziellen Abteilungen für Veranstaltungsproduktion in der BNetzA leisten in der Regel einen exzellenten Job. Das Problem ist nur, es gibt auch andere Abteilungen. Und die wissen von dem, was der Kollege A und B in der Region XYZ auch koordiniert, davon wissen sie nichts. Und die Fragestellung ist, wie kriegen wir die Interbehörde dazu, dass sie ihr Wissen gegenseitig austauschen und berücksichtigen. Okay, dazu kommt, dass die Behörden auf der Grundlage von politischen Rahmenbedingungen arbeiten. Das heißt also, die Politik beschließt im Bundestag oder in anderen Gremien, was die Behörde in Zukunft umzusetzen hat. Das findet ja gerade statt wieder. Und letztlich gibt es ein Budget, in dem Budget muss sich die Behörde bewegen. Und die Behörde wird, wenn das Budget überschritten wird, klar sagen, wir haben dafür keine Ressourcen. Und für uns ganz wichtiges Statement, allein durch technische Weiterentwicklung lässt sich das Problem nicht lösen. Wir brauchen politische Unterstützung. Wir müssen die Themen in der Politik weiter diskutieren, so wie wir das vor vielen Jahren bereits gemacht haben. Und wir brauchen klare Unterstützung von der Politik. Bitte schön.
Ja, und genau deswegen brauchen wir nämlich auch eine weitsichtige Politik. Ne? Da kommen wir wieder zu dem Punkt, den wir vorhin schon angesprochen haben. Wir brauchen eine weitsichtige Politik, die die gesellschaftliche und wirtschaftliche Relevanz unserer Branche versteht und unsere Branche auch deswegen unterstützt. Allein durch die Technik können wir es nicht lösen. Wir brauchen diese Unterstützung. Da kommen wir irgendwie so zu einer grundsätzlichen Frage, welchen Wert hat eigentlich die Kultur für unsere Gesellschaft, ne, für unsere demokratische Gesellschaft? Und wenn man darüber mal nachdenkt, dann findet man vielleicht auch die eine oder andere Antwort, warum es unterstützenswert ist. Und die Kultur.
Genau. Und wir haben da neben APWPT eine weitere Organisation, Save Our Spectrum, mit Dr. Zenthofer in der Frontline. Und die kämpfen auf der politischen Seite intensiv, dass unsere Forderungen verstanden werden und dass sie berücksichtigt werden. Bitte schön.
Also ich kann aktuell erzählen, wir sind in sehr gutem Kontakt mit der Linken und den Grünen im Deutschen Bundestag. Das sind ja zwei Oppositionsfraktionen, die sich sehr dafür einsetzen, dass die Kulturfrequenzen erhalten bleiben, dass nicht alles an das Militär geht oder an den Mobilfunk. Da bin ich sehr froh, dass wir diese Kontakte haben. Das Thema unserer Frequenzen steht 4-mal im Koalitionsvertrag der aktuellen Regierung drin. Da sieht man schon, welche Bedeutung das wirtschaftlich auch hat. In verschiedenen Kapiteln dieses Koalitionsvertrages der Regierung von Friedrich Merz. Wir haben in Rheinland-Pfalz eine Landesregierung der SPD, die sich sehr stark auch für unsere Frequenzen einsetzt. Wir versuchen das überparteilich, also natürlich ohne die AfD, aber im Rahmen der demokratischen Mehrheit mit allen zu sprechen und dort Mehrheiten zu finden, dass unsere Frequenzen gesichert bleiben.
Ich bedanke mich für diese Arbeit und bitte weiter viel Erfolg und bitte, wenn möglich, unterstützen. Okay, jetzt kommen wir auf der letzten Seite unsere Forderungen zusammengefasst. Wir haben noch 5 Minuten, wir sind also richtig gut in der Zeit. Also langfristig garantierte Sicherung der zwingend notwendigen Produktionsqualität. Ich glaube, das kann jeder unterstützen. Und wir müssen darauf hinweisen, dass es nicht nur um Audio, Video, Effektsteuerung, Teamkommunikation geht, sondern auch um viele andere Werkzeuge, ja, die wir nehmen. Und das Thema Teamkommunikation zum Beispiel ist ein ganz wichtiges Thema, wenn wir eine Veranstaltung haben, die über eine große Fläche läuft über eine längere Zeit. Okay, dann wichtig ist, dass in den Gremien die Verbände, Initiativen, Interessengruppen und Experten einbezogen werden und berücksichtigt werden. Das erfahren wir immer wieder, dass es da Sorgen gibt, dass wir sie mit Aufgabenstellungen beschäftigen, die sie nicht brauchen. Ich formuliere es sehr vorsichtig.
Vielleicht kann man hier noch mal kurz einwerfen, dass das auch eine sehr, sehr langfristige Arbeit ist. Ja?
Ja.
Und das macht es auch nicht einfacher. Und wir haben ja vorhin auch schon erwähnt, es gibt ja verschiedene Ebenen. Es gibt die Bundesebene, die Landesebene. Wir haben auch die EU-Ebene und dann noch internationale Konferenzen, die auch bei der Vergabe von den Frequenzen eine Rolle spielen. Da gibt es sehr viele Schaltebenen, die ineinander greifen. Das wird auch sehr, sehr technisch oft und es ist eben wahnsinnig langfristig. Also wir schauen uns jetzt schon Dinge an, die nach 2030 entschieden werden. Ja? Deswegen braucht man da einfach einen sehr, sehr langen Atem, da dran zu bleiben und auch diese kontinuierliche Arbeit dann in den verschiedenen Gremien zu verfolgen, zu monitoren, dass man da eben auch nichts verpasst und dann irgendwann einfach zu spät ist. Ne?
Genau so ist das. Ne? Und zum Schluss, wenn wir in den Gremien etwas Neues beschlossen haben, dann muss es in die Standardisierung übernommen werden, damit die Hersteller ihr Equipment anpassen können und dann mit neuen Zulassungsbedingungen dieses Equipment auf dem Markt verkaufen dürfen. Und letztlich geht es um eine zweite Fragestellung, die in IGVW zum Beispiel bearbeitet wird. Hier geht es um die Fragestellung, wie trainieren wir denn unsere Teams? Und da wird gerade an einer neuen Methodik, einem neuen Verfahren gearbeitet, wie man Tonteams, Videoteams und so weiter ausbilden kann, damit sie die geänderten Rahmenbedingungen so gut wie möglich umsetzen können. Ne? Die Bezeichnung ist SQQ 13. Okay, läuft noch, wird in den nächsten Wochen veröffentlicht, sobald es da ist. Und dann wird die gesamte Branche eingeladen, an dieser Arbeit teilzunehmen. Und letztlich haben wir internationale Gremien, das sind leider sehr viele. Und das ist für die Kollegen und Kolleginnen, die an diesen Gremien teilnehmen müssen und wollen, eine erhebliche Herausforderung. Und ich habe es mal für mich persönlich zusammengefasst in der Vergangenheit, im Durchschnitt 3 Länder pro Woche. Und das macht nicht nur Spaß. Okay, wir kommen zur letzten Seite. Wir sind genau in der Zeit. Ich bedanke mich recht herzlich und wir haben jetzt noch eine Diskussionsrunde, wenn Sie möchten. Das nächste Event beginnt deutlich später, also wir haben noch viel Zeit. Wenn Sie Fragen haben, wir stehen Ihnen gerne zur Verfügung. Danke sehr.
Hallo. Ja, ich habe eine Frage in Richtung dieser Problematik mit den neuen Militärfrequenzen, die Sie vorhin angeschnitten haben, um diese General-Feldgiebel-Kaserne drumherum in Pöcking. Haben Sie da auch schon von Ergebnissen gehört? Also wissen Sie, wie problematisch es dann in der Umsetzung ist? Also wie vorhersehbar oder unvorhersehbar diese Störungen passieren und ob dieser Rahmen, den man da gesetzt hat, diese 25 Kilometer, tatsächlich zutreffen? Also weil es betrifft ja zum Beispiel auch dieses Superblumenfestival in München, ob das ja schon Ergebnisse gibt in der Richtung Erfahrungsberichte.
Ja, es gibt teilweise Ergebnisse. Wir waren teilweise eingebunden in Pöcking. Ich habe also zum Beispiel Mobilmessungen im Gelände gemacht von Pöcking und sie haben dort Equipment laufen gehabt. Das Problem des Militärs aktuell ist, sie wissen im Moment noch nicht, welches Equipment sie in Zukunft nutzen. Das, was sie da vor Ort hatten, haben sie irgendwo am Markt gekauft. Deshalb ist die 510 MHz entstanden, weil das Equipment konnte nur bis 512 MHz eingestellt werden. Und die Messdaten, die dann dort aufgezeichnet wurden, wurden von der BNetzA genutzt und dann wurde diese Testfreigabe erteilt. Und jetzt ist unser Problem, wie kriegen wir mit, was die machen. Wir haben die Kameraden gefragt im Gelände, welche Sendeleistung macht ihr? Und da haben sie gesagt, bis 50 Watt. Ob das reicht, wissen wir nicht. Aber wenn ihr auf einem guten Standort sind mit 50 Watt, dann können Sie sehr weit funken. Also das ist auf jeden Fall eine Störgröße. Und wir können belegen mit unseren Aufzeichnungen, dass sowohl im Fernsehempfang als auch in der PMSE-Nutzung, also der Mikrofone und andere Sachen, Störungen stattgefunden haben. Ja, das haben wir dokumentiert, das haben wir den Gremien zur Verfügung gestellt und wir hoffen, dass diese Informationen berücksichtigt werden und mit geeigneten Tests weiter bestätigt werden. Dazu gibt es in Deutschland eine Arbeitsgruppe, die ist in der DKE, das ist eine Untergruppe von DIN und VDE. Und dort haben wir auch ein Verfahren entwickelt, wie man sowas messen kann, unter Einhaltung der militärischen Voraussetzungen, also Schutz und Geheimhaltung und so weiter. Und wir praktisch unser Equipment in einen anderen Raum bringen und dann die Störungen, die entstehen, in diesen geschützten Raum übertragen. Wir kämpfen momentan darum, dass dieses Verfahren akzeptiert wird oder übernutzt wird, beziehungsweise in die zukünftigen Anwendungen übernommen wird und Abläufe. Wir werden sehen, was passiert. Danke für die Frage, ganz wichtig. Nächste Frage.
Okay, eine Frage können wir noch machen. Dann sind wir so ein bisschen am Zeitlimit angekommen.
Ja, das eine Problem ist ja, dass wir nicht ständig neues Equipment kaufen können und auch nicht wollen. Trotzdem einmal zu den technischen Lösungen die Frage, wie nah sind wir denn jetzt mit den aktuellen Produkten von den einschlägigen Herstellern an den technischen Grenzen, wenn die halt immer schmalbandiger die Audiokanäle übertragen. Irgendwo sind wir dann ja mit den Abtastraten so an den Grenzen, dass man nicht mehr enger funken kann. Gibt es da noch viel, was da entwickelt werden kann, dass man sagt, okay, zur Not können wir noch schmalbandiger werden mit neuem Equipment oder ist man da schon nah an der Grenze dessen, was technisch, physikalisch möglich ist mit Nyquist-Raten etc.?
Kurzer Vorschlag, bitte diese Frage an uns weiterschicken. Wir verteilen sie gerne weiter, weil die Frage ist nicht ganz einfach zu beantworten.
Ja, die Frage ist jetzt nicht einfach zu beantworten. Ich habe da ein bisschen so verstanden, dass Sie einen technischen Hintergrund haben. Und wenn Sie mich das fragen, verstehe ich ein bisschen, wie nah sind wir an die Shannon-Grenze mit der Systeme. Und ja, also meine technische Meinung dabei ist, dass die neue breitbandige Systeme, die auf dem Markt sind oder bald kommen, dass die beste Lösung ist. Die sind dann meistens optimiert, wobei es geht nicht so sehr die Shannon-Grenze, weil natürlich waren die schmalbandige Systeme an die verfügbare stehende Bandbreite schon sehr optimiert. Wichtig ist aber der Workflow, weil, wenn Sie sich auskennen, wissen Sie, dass es war keine Möglichkeit, die Geräte zu kontrollieren fern. Das sind so eine Reihe an Links, die in der Luft gestellt werden, ohne ein Systemkonzept. Und soweit ich kenne, die neuen Produkte sind ein Systemkonzept, die viel erleichtert, der Workflow der Leute und die sind schon sehr nah an die Schadensgrenze. Die sind sogar, ich weiß nicht, ob Sie diese ganzen 5G Technologie, was im Mobilfunk, meiner Meinung nach sind sie schon tatsächlich darüber hinaus, aber für die Anwendung Audio. Also ein Mobilfunksystem versucht alles Mögliche. Das ist ein Kommunikationssystem für alles Mögliche. Die Audiosysteme, die wir hier haben, sind ja extra nur spezifisch scharf abgestimmt an die Bedürfnisse, die nicht nur Bandbreite sind, es ist auch Dynamik-Range in der Audiosignal. Das ist eine Menge von Parametern, Latenzen, sind auch Batterie. Das sind alle so physikalisch großen, die in Wechselwirkung stehen. Und man kann sagen, dass die Audioindustrie einen großen Schritt gemacht hat, einen sehr großen Schritt. Problem ist, dass wir wachsen. Ne? Sie wachsen alle. Das steht in den ganzen Dokumenten. Mehr Festivals, mehr Personalisierung, Immersive Audio, 3D-Audio, mehr Effekte. Es geht nicht an die einzige Möglichkeit zu wachsen, es ist Bandbreite zur Verfügung zu stellen. Aber melden Sie sich mit einer E-Mail und wir versuchen das mit Zahlen und Formel zu belegen, okay?
Okay, vielen, vielen Dank an dieser Stelle, an dieses sehr spannende Panel. Extrem wichtiges Topic. Ich habe selber ganz viel mitgenommen nochmal. Man muss auch wirklich nochmal dazu sagen, ohne eure Arbeit wäre all das, was wir hier machen, nicht möglich. All das, was an Kunst und Kultur übertragen wird, nicht möglich. Deswegen ist es so wichtig, eben auch diese Frequenzbereiche zu behalten. Wenn man sich jetzt anguckt, was in Aachen passiert, dass man einfach keine Kunst und Kultur mehr genießen kann an dieser Stelle. Das ist tragisch und auch wirklich bedenklich, finde ich. Und insofern sich damit auseinanderzusetzen und das immer wieder auch mal eben sichtbar zu machen und hörbar zu machen, ist total wichtig an dieser Stelle. Vielen, vielen Dank und schön, dass ihr noch mal ein bisschen länger da seid. Für alle, die sich dafür noch interessieren, noch mal mit euch zu sprechen. Ihr bleibt, glaube ich, auch noch mal ein Momentchen hier. Und von meiner Seite auch noch mal, apropos Frequenzen, wir haben die Kopfhörer hier. Für alle, die hier sitzen wollen und über Kopfhörer hören wollen, auch das ist hier gegeben. Auch das wäre ohne euch nicht möglich. Also insofern vielen, vielen Dank und ja, viel Spaß noch auf dem Festival. Hello and welcome back to Green Stage. No stress, it's all good. We still have 3 minutes left. Just a quick reminder, please go and get your headphones if you don't have one. We do have them right there. Also, download the app. There you get all the information for all our panels. And yeah, for now we have a really amazing topic for my understanding, because I'm a big fan. Yeah, same, I know. It's not a panel, it's a proper interview now, which is cool. We talk about the Exit Festival in 2026. So festival itself is a huge topic this year. Festivals are struggling, and the Exit Festival is one of the biggest festivals in Europe, from Serbia though. And what are they doing differently? What is their philosophy? And what are their aims for 2026? What's coming next? And obviously, like, they're running quite a show there, like cultural-wise. Also, artists are from all over the world, which is amazing. I'm super happy that you guys are here. Dusan Kovacevic and Tanja Njevicic, I hope that was correct. No, probably not. And Patrick Erhardt, thanks for hosting this interview. Thank you.
Ja, herzlich willkommen. This interview, as Leonie started already, is taking place in English. I can see some of familiar faces. I'm very happy to dive into this festival because, as Leonie already also said, I'm also a big fan of Exit Festival. I have been there 2 times in the past, and I'm happy that you guys are with us today and that you said yes to this opportunity to find out about more of Exit Festival, cultural resistance, and your actual status, and something about the future, which was announced this year. So, as a little background for everyone who knows Exit Festival or who doesn't know Exit Festival, Exit Festival is set to leave Serbia after 25 years. You were celebrating the birthday this year, which was a landmark decision, to be honest, also in the festival industry. It is led by threats, cultural problems, and also by making a decision of supporting student protests within your country. You already have made some very interesting marks for the future, where you will spread your wings out on all the continents. And after 25 years, so it was founded in 2000, I would like to start and also welcoming Dusan, you as founder and CEO of Exit Festival. Can you give us a little brief introduction? How did Exit Festival started back in the days?
Thank you. Is it working? Yes. So Exit started 25 years ago as a student movement for peace and freedom in Serbia and Balkans, basically as a movement against the dictatorship of a regime of Slobodan Milosevic of that time. And after the very crazy and bloody decade in the 90s, the end of the last century. So myself and a group of students, we decided to take an action and to use music as a tool to activate and motivate people. I was 22 back then, to lead our generation to take part in democratic process. And that we call that the Zero Exit. It was in University Park. It had 2 stages, one live and one DJ stage on the beach. And it's interesting that later we will be famous for our main stage and our dance arena, which are basically, we have two main stages at Exit. It lasted almost 100 days. We had live concerts, theater performances, debates, etc. And at the end of the festival, it was those crucial elections where Milosevic was finally overthrown.
So how many people was it who founded it together, the Exit Festival?
Yeah, it's a group of students. It was 5-6 of us.
What was the reaction back then when you actually went out with Exit Festival and it was an obvious project against the government, because it is also led from a student perspective, as well as you facing student protests by supporting a new generation of that. How did the government back in the days react to that?
So actually, we knew that we cannot be totally open from the beginning because we would be shut down. So we started just as a party, and we use the name Exit as a symbol that something will be going on. And then so as I said, it lasted almost 100 days, and how the festival was going on, we started introducing more political framework inside the event, and by the end of the festival, the message was totally clear. But at that moment, government really had other things to worry about, that were also happening, protests all over Serbia on the streets.
What was the size back in the days? Because now you have a landmark of 200,000 visitors, which is, I mean, it's
over the 4 days. So its capacity is around 55,000 for the fortress.
Okay, how much was it back in the days?
It's around 10,000, but for a very long period.
Okay. Tanya, I also would like to welcome you. You're the General Secretary at Exit Festival. And I would like to ask you, in the process of Exit's 25 years, when was your point where you stepped into the Exit world, and how did that happen?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. I would like to thank you for inviting us to speak at this really crucial times for us. So this support and the fact that you're interested in what is going on in our country and in the festival, with the hugest festival in our country, is really important. I dived in Exit Festival world in 2014. Which was a long time ago now. And I totally fell in love with the festival, with the organization, with the vibe it has. I did not expect to end up in such a world, because I was studying diplomacy. I wanted to work for the Ministry of International Affairs, so it was totally unexpected for me. But after 10 years of working for NGO, civil sector, working for various corporations, working in all different backgrounds where a person can find itself in trying to figure out the professional career. All of a sudden, I found myself in the festival industry. Never imagined I would be there, and I was just amazed with the energy, with mostly with the values that Exit Festival promoted, because I'm a being of values, not a being of materialism. So when I realized that I can nurture my own values within the Exit Festival, I decided that this is the place for me, because it totally embraces my personal mission. And I was like, I'm finally home. So I stayed there since 2014, and I'm really honored to be a part of Exit Festival team, because it's a team of, first of all, people who care about each other, and that's the most important thing, and that is, I believe, the key aspect of our festival, because we are a group of people, first of all, caring for each other, and when that kind of people find itself at the same place with the same energies, with the same values, it just has to be good. It cannot be anywhere different, and that's why we also stood up in the moment that we are standing up now to fight for our values.
When you're talking about fighting for your values and how you have become a part of Exit Festival, looking at it from a person that has always been a raver, has always been such a fan of the festival, and seeing it grow, as I said, being able to be there for 2 times, it is a different vibe when you're on the ground than with a lot of other festivals that I have seen and experiences. You feel it's youth activism there. It's really led by youth, which is interesting and good for a brand on another case as well. It is a lot about social responsibility. Talking about it from a perspective coming from a Western country, let's say democratic country, where we can actually go on the streets, we can actually say what we want. remembering everyone in here, in Serbia, in the past, this was the movement where it started under Milosevic, it hasn't been, and now we are there again with the actual government. I have watched a speech that you were holding at the European Parliament. You were invited there next to other cultural people or working in the cultural sector in mostly East Europe. You were giving a very interesting speech, and I can only recommend everyone to listen to this speech, to dive into your words. You only had a few minutes there, but they were packed with, in my eyes, goosebump scenarios. Can you give us, before you go to the exit part of it, what's the actual situation in Serbia right now? And does situations like these, speaking on panels like that, as well as in the European Parliament, bring more threats towards you and the brand in your country?
Yeah, every time we speak about the situation in Serbia, it's a sort of risk that just add up. But at this moment, the government also has a lot of things to worry about, thankfully. So basically, situation in Serbia is following. In 1st of November, a little bit more than a year ago, the canopy on a railway station in our hometown of Novi Sad fell on the railway station that was just recently reconstructed before that, and it killed 16 people. And that tragedy sparked a massive student and civil protest because basically everybody blamed the widespread corruption in the country for the tragedy, and basically people were fed up. So it was the drop that filled the water, filled the barrel. And so basically Serbia's seen some of the biggest protests probably in Europe in this century. On 15th of March, it was over 500,000 of people on the streets of Belgrade. And it's a very unique movement because it's leaderless, it's led by students who democratically vote on every decision. And it's very, very unique movement that is inspiring similar movements across the world. And the government response to this was fierce, having in mind that all the artists and cultural, not all actually, but most of the artists and the cultural organizations supported the students. So the government created the blacklists. So the artists that support the students cannot perform almost anywhere in the country because most of the venues are owned by the local government. And for us, we received first a threat that if we continue to support the students, that our funds will be cut off. And at the end, they were cut off. But then they continued with threats. I was personally threatened by members of special police unit in Serbia that if we continue to support the students, that they will turn the entire agency against me. And also, for instance, they delayed into giving us the license for this year festival. So we got the license just 2 days before the festival, after we basically made a threat that we will do exit anyway, either in the streets, which will be then very in uncontrolled manner and potentially chaotic manner. So when they realized that we will not back off, they gave us a license just 2 days prior to the event. And then during the event, they tried to cancel it by threatening the security agency that worked for the festival to withdraw the personnel. It was, just imagine if you do events, just imagine waking after not waking, basically it was end of the first night of the festival, it was around 7 a.m. And I get a call from our production manager saying we need to meet immediately. And he say, like, they made this threat, security agency will back down, they cannot, hold this, they cannot fight with the government, with the police. And they said...
Why is that? Why is that? Why is the security, why can they not fight in that level? Because they are...
It's a private company and...
which is all led by corruption, and they all
most of the security agencies in Serbia are influenced by the government. Not most, all. But this one has been long time working for the festival, so they had a motion for the festival. But basically, when the special police service said you cannot, work, the second night, because on the opening of the festival we had student on the opening of the festival. The gala who song Fred from Desire became a student anthem during the year, so she was performing them together with the students. So the festival was heavily, it was like a protest thing. So they made this threat. So the security agency backed off, and my production manager said we cannot do the festival without the security. And I said we will not withdraw. And again, we basically made a threat to the government saying that, do you understand that basically we will not back off, we will find a way to continue. And basically on every major media in the world, you will be in the headlines tonight, and everybody will be saying that the Special Police Force of Serbia has endangered the security of tens of thousands of people from more than 100 countries in the world. Like, are you serious? Or do you really want to go into that scenario? And then it was the nervous game, you know, the game of nerves throughout the day, and by the evening they backed off. And then we managed to do the festival.
How, you have mostly been in the situations as well. How was that situation for you, and how is the day with Dusan for you? How is the day together with Dusan for you, being in this process, experiencing those threats, being like every second you have to follow up with another threat, with another fear? How is this for you, working in such surrounding and working for Dusan?
Yes, well, it definitely was like a scary moment. But somehow we are like fierce as a nation, I believe, and we don't get that easily scared. So it's like we have to be strong, and we have to be resilient, and we have to continue in order to fight for our freedom and for our right to be where we have the right to be. So I was mostly concentrated on what needs to be done, because in the moment of the stress and high pressure, I personally am oriented towards the goal and toward that's what needs to be done. And I believe in, like I said, good energy, first of all, that our festival has and projects onto the audience and in everything that we do. So our fight for freedom and democracy is not violent. We are doing it through, how should I say it, a non-violent way, yes, a peaceful way. So, and we also, like Dusan said, we had visitors from more than 120 countries worldwide. So I believe that in a way, maybe our police would beat us, but they decided not to because of all of the foreigners that we had at the fortress. So they realized that they would have a problem with the foreign countries and where the diplomatic representatives who are in our country, because we also have a lot of diplomatic corps members who visit our festival regularly each year. So they realized that it would be a problem if they did that. So
how was this, let's say, these 6-7 months until the festival for you? When you have decided internally, we will speak up openly and support the student protest, because we stand by that, we take a stand for the occasion. Did you had an internal fear of there might be people inside the team that will step out and be on the government side, or be within the team and report information outside of your team?
No, zero. Basically,
you never had that thought?
No, the biggest, so the team was on the protest from the very first day, and they are very, very passionate about it. And I remember the one team member on the day of the festival, because the opening of the festival, we actually had 16 minutes of silence. throughout the whole festival for the 16 victims. And this is something that the students were doing throughout the year. Every protest they do, it's marked with a 16 minutes of silence. I was worried a little bit, having in mind that we had so many international people. Will they honor that? But everybody honored. It was it was incredible moment. And I remember one of the team members messaging in the office group saying, I'm aware that I might be losing a job after this festival because of all of this, not by us, but because there will be difficulty of keeping all the jobs. But this is what Exit is, and this is what we stand for, and it's worth it.
Wow. I mean, from my perspective, that's cultural resistance and actually acknowledging what I'm working for. We just had it in a little pre-talk. My perspective, even though I'm an activist myself and I have worked with East European or African countries and people, is always we are very much on, like, we go to the streets in our Western society. We go there one day because it's kind of like more of a trend, and then the next day there's nothing. The people in Serbia are on the streets for more than a year now. I also have been one day there in March. I have seen it. I can just say, like, it's breathtaking to be surrounded by that. I have not been in a protest like that before, and you said it the right word. It's actually something that has never been there the last 2 decades, like anywhere in Europe or even in the world. I would like to go a little bit, not saying a little bit away from the emotional impact or side. I would like to know a little bit about the structure from the last year from Exit Festival. How does Exit Festival was able to finance itself? Because one of the threats was not just being threat personally or against the brand, or you will not have the licenses, it was also finances. So what was the actual monetary consistency of Exit Festival in the past? Was it ticketing? Was it sponsoring? Was it governmental cuts? How did that work for you?
So it's a mix of everything. The ticketing, the bars, the sponsorship, and the government subsidies. The government subsidies were there because the Serbian economy is very weak. And being a major festival in Europe, we cannot charge locally the tickets of hundreds of euros. So basically, locally tickets start from 60 euros. It's extremely cheap. So that people,
which is just that you give a little, is it, how much money is that for people in Serbia? Because sometimes we're in Germany, 60 euro for a festival sounds not that much, but compare it a little bit so that we have a little bit of an
Yeah, average salary in Serbia is lower than 1,000 euros. And because of that, and because we bring around 25 million of euros of tourism through tourism industry each year, over 300 so far. So the government had an interest to subsidize. So basically, with losing all the subsidies, and they also canceled the main sponsor, that's government-owned telecommunications that has been basically a general sponsor for 22 years of Exit. So they canceled that as well. It was lost more than 1.5 million of euros that they pull off. And basically, we managed to finance this edition through surplus that we had from previous years. But it's not possible to do in the... And situation even got worse during the summer. So basically, in Serbia, it's not possible to organize an event of that scale. So basically, we made the decision to return to Serbia when the freedom returns, which we hope that it will be sooner rather than later, and decided to take off to the world tour of doing events around the globe, because when the news broke out that we are leaving Serbia, we got invitations basically all around the world. So we already announced a few locations that we will do from smaller to bigger events, and we will be adding to that list a few other locations very soon.
Tanya, you said at the beginning you're also around the very institutional part of the work. How much of a workload? Was this to get the fundings, or was this always clear year by year, or for several years? Did you always have to request the government every year for the money for the support, or
Yes,
what was the process behind that?
the process is that we apply for the funds to the government because they have open calls for cultural institutions and the ones that bring the tourism benefits. So we apply to the respective institutions. But in terms of the national republic level, there we were in the budget for, I believe, 6 years, something like that. But with that, we also had a certain administrative procedure where each year we apply for the funds, where we write after getting the funds really vast reports. I mean, I wrote those reports for years. Those are like more than 100 pages reports. We are like really doing everything
By detail?
Yes, in detail.
Were there any regulations from the funding side? So did they tell you it had to be a specific side of the program, needed to be a certain topic, or were there topics not allowed?
No.
There was
we would never agree to that. So basically, it's a standard tourism grant. We are bringing tourism to the country, and we are getting subsidies for that.
Yes, but for this year we also applied, and there was no decision on the call, and we also did our procedure, and we didn't get no feedback.
Not just that. We were actually on the national level. We were inside the budget. But then they had to do additional procedures to cut us off the budget.
They used a certain way to reallocate the funds. They said they need it for something else that is more important than festival being held. So that's how they cut us.
In all this process, between November, everyone who has worked on a festival knows that September, October, you're already talking for who are we booking. So how does the agents, managements, artists give a feedback to your team or to the booking team when you actually had to tell them, listen, it might not take place, or it might take place on a, let's say, legally difficult situation? Because if a security person or a whole company backs up, gets off the contract, what was the difficulties with artists and agents on that level? Were they fully supportive? Or, as I personally would assume right now, they were like, no, because it's a lot about the money first.
First, I need to say that we have a very good relationship with artists and agents. Basically, the reason why we can manage to do a major festival in such a poor economy like Serbian economy, one of the reasons is this amazing relationship. It's like family relationships that we have with some of the top acts and agents. So when a week before the festival, I realized we still didn't have a license. So that was very stressful, as you can imagine. So I dialed one of our close friends in the festival world, Maria May. She is one of the top agents in the Europe and in the world. And I said, listen, what's your advice? And basically, like fully supportive. And then also on exit, the Steve Hogan, who is also one of the top agents from William Morris, he came from the day one. And basically they came, we said, we are here with you, and you have like our full support. Whatever happens, like full support. So that was really, really nice to see and to feel.
So when you announced artists, have you seen that also artists were in favor of supporting the student-led protest, or even, let's say, the background? You don't have to support the movement in general, but they were like on the side, or did artists just focus on promoting the exit and their set, and they were apart from the political side?
Yeah, this is a complex story.
Let's say the human side.
This is a complex story because we got support from some of the artists. They understood. The ones that we are the closest with, they understood and they supported. But many artists are really afraid to get political, especially because of the Palestine. As Exit, we were fully clear about supporting the Palestine and everything, and basically spreading our voice against the genocide there. But because of these issues that they are afraid to get into, some of them, so they were resistant to, be political in Serbia, but not political in Palestine, for Palestine, so or somewhere else. So I believe that we got like very open public support for the students from around 10-15% of headliners.
The festival took place. You had the situation, or your team had the situation with the production manager. The festival ended. Explain me a little bit, Tanya, the days after the debrief. Did you had to go on fully on the next day, or did you had a little break in between and then you had to regather and, okay, where are we starting right now? Was this an actual debrief?
I don't even remember.
You don't remember?
No.
I can understand, to be honest. Like, just listening to you guys for half an hour now is like, wow. I mean, working on festivals myself was like, yeah, it's hard. But like, was this political and institutional pressure? But try to remember. If not, you might.
I think that we are still in it, right? We are still like, it somehow, like it didn't end. We are waiting for this change to happen. And when that change happens, then we can continue our lives normally. Until that moment, we'll be feeling under pressure all of the time.
Watching the news and just diving into the situation in Serbia, I do think it is not over in a bit of a days, because the backup of this government and country is a little bit in a different way, but this would be another panel, to be honest. But I would like to have the audience understand what is the situation for you guys of, okay, are we actually investing the energy more and more and more? Because standing for something takes a lot of energy and a lot of resources from people. You can do that until a certain point, until money is not there any longer, because the fundings were not there. You probably do not have savings for 10 years, so you had to do a decision. But I would like to know the time in between. How did this feel for you to say, like, okay, we have to make a decision. Can we actually stay in Serbia because of the political situation, or do we have to leave also because of the financial, economical situation?
Yeah, it's both. Basically, it's both. So both, it is not possible to do, as I said, the situation even got worse during the summer. So definitely is not possible to do event of scale of Exit in these circumstances, but also for the financial reasons, because it's not possible to do a festival in an economy like Serbian without the government subsidies.
So at one point, you have made the decision of, let's say, of having a break in Serbia, because we would like to see it in a little positive way and not leave the country, because you're not leaving a student-led protest, you're not leaving a youth behind you, you're not leaving your actual baby behind you. You have to take a decision out of certain reasons. When did that situation happen? This year? And following up from that perspective, did you first decide of letting Exit not happen again in Serbia next year or in the future? Or did you first come up with a plan, how can we go to other locations, countries, continents, will it be?
So the first was decision that is not possible to hold Exit in Serbia next year. It was around May or June that we basically announced that one. And then we got, because it was pretty viral, and it was in also all major European media, so we got invitations from, as I said, many places around the globe. And then when we saw how basically Exit is welcome almost in every country, so that is when we decided to start working with these local promoters in different countries to start working on different events and shaping the world tour.
So you actually went out with a press release. I have seen it on your Exit Festival site, and also the BBC stated, a major music festival pulls out of Serbia after backing student protests. And when you search for Exit Festival and this press release, there was a lot of them internationally, a lot of articles found in really the biggest news worldwide. How did that feel for you?
Having in mind, I probably reflect in 10 years and then I will have some emotion. But as Tanya said, having in mind that we are still in situation that really feels like a war zone, and especially during the festival with what I described, it really felt like a war zone. It is, you have to stay focused, and you have to stay focused, and you have to think what's your next move, and then what's your next move, what's your next move, because if you think about the scale of everything that is happening, then you would probably freeze, so we are going step by step as we manage to realize a festival in these such difficult circumstances. Now we are doing this transformation in basically shaping the organization so that we can hold this world tour successfully. And what is a good thing is that we will be working really with the leading promoters in each country. So that gives us a sense of really security and safety that everything will be in the best possible manner.
Before we're coming to the future projects and where you're going and what's the plan of that, Tanya, how did the Exit fans community reacted on this decision? What was the major, let's say, feeling in the room online, that you acknowledge or that you have seen? What was...
I think that they were shocked. They were shocked and they just couldn't accept that information because it's like we were there for 25 years and now all of a sudden they receive the information that there will be no Exit Festival next year, and they were reacting to it like it's not real information. We don't believe that they cannot accept it. That I think that we are also in a certain state of shock still. I don't think that we processed the information that we will not be held next year in Serbia. At least myself.
I mean, for a lot of young people, it was a place to express themselves, as I have experienced it. A lot of people that have different threats than we are actually privileged in our Western world here. For them, it is a very important space. We often, and it's my personal perspective, we often talk about that this safe space and where can I express myself. It actually is in Serbia a place for that, where you can feel like, okay, this is different. I can be who I want to be here. Like this is paired with music, paired with art and so on. Like it really was the feeling that I got on the ground. But do you think people have been, because we all know social media, people are like, oh, you're taking a step back and like the government has won now? Or do you think they understood your explanation of why was this, why did we had to do that?
So for the fans of Exit, as Tanya said, yes, some were in the disbelief, but having in mind that our fans are also these kids that are on the streets and protesting. And that was prior to Exit. We were like, okay, we will be all there at the fortress together, unified. So that was the this revolution energy was the strongest. And yes, of course, in ideal world, Exit would be happening in Serbia next year, but we are thinking of something, doing something smaller. And we will probably do something smaller in Serbia so that there is this, the flame of Exit is still burning in Serbia as well. But for the full-scale festival, it will need to hopefully wait until 27. We all hope that the change will happen next year. So for the fans of the festival, so they are with us, and we all can't wait for the grand comeback. As I said, hopefully 27.
So I mean, I'm 100% sure you have good relations to the European Union and to the European Parliament because you were speaking there. You know the background of political governments and bodies. If you would apply for European Union money or fundings, just if such a case would be there, would you actually be able to make it happen, or is there also a place where it always has taken place, like the festival side? Is this still available for you if you get a funding on a European level, or is this also in the hands of the government?
It is possible. So what is important to know that Exit is a festival, but it's also an NGO. One of the most active NGOs in Southeastern Europe. So we had hundreds of different projects in social projects in the last 25 years, from humanitarian projects, environmental protection projects. We even led the candidacy of our local city of Novi Sad for European Culture Capital and Youth Capital of Europe because they didn't have people who could do this. So basically our team members were leading the candidacy and we won for both Culture Capital and Youth Capital. So we did many different projects and some of them were European funded. So we have a long-lasting relationship with European programs. And this is one of the conversations actually that we are having with EU Ambassador, with Directorate for Enlargement and with other directorates and also MPs at the European Parliament, is that Europe really needs to show that what it's preaching, it needs to show in practice, you know. And if Europe now preach that Europe is now this superpower, that is only one left, that in this world of today is leading the fight for freedom globally, then it needs to basically take care of what is happening in its own backyard. And for scene in Serbia at the moment is really hard. So we as Exit, being such a global brand, we are now, you know, taking all of these opportunities and we will manage somehow. It's very, very hard, but we will manage. We are well connected globally and we can do different things. But there are many artists or smaller organizations that basically are on the brink of extinction. Like the whole free thinking scene, cultural scene in Serbia is on the brink of extinction. And Europe can solve it easily, you know. But as we know, the structures in Europe are usually very slow. And one of the things with speaking like in a conference like this is really, you know, to push Europe to take more attention on what is happening in Serbia. And things are changing in that direction, but at the moment the culture sphere is not recognized as being such a problem. And one of my aims when I spoke with in European Parliament is really to put the light into that problem. So it's not just the civil sector in Serbia that is endangered, is the culture and creative scene is the most endangered at the moment over there.
In one of the articles that I've read about Exit or about, let's say, the future, there was a quote from you, Dusan, that says, we aim to unite continents through our festival and carry the spirit of freedom wherever we go. For us, music has always been more than entertainment, and it's a powerful force that brings people together and builds bridges between nations and cultures. Speaking about the 120 nationalities that have been on the ground in the past years, where are we going in the future, Tanya?
Well, for the next year, we are bringing, like you mentioned from that statement, Exit energy and magic to the countries where we will have our shows, and that's what we are planning for the next year. So we are super excited.
Drop some countries.
We are super excited about
Drop
that.
the lineup.
Well, we had the announcement for this first bulk of countries that we announced, and there is Egypt, Malta, India. There is also our region, which is very important to us. Macedonia, Montenegro, yes, Croatia, of course. We have their Sea Star Festival
for
also saw Serbia.
8 years now.
Yeah, so Serbia, as I said, we will be doing something smaller, basically that is possible to do in this environment to keep this connection with the fans.
So it's a co-promoter that invited you guys, or you will do something on your own, and you're not in fear that the government will actually start another civil war on you guys?
You mean for the local in Serbia? You know,
I mean, I was surprised as a fan from outside. I'm reading, okay, there's a future coming. Like, I loved seeing, okay, there's still Serbia because it shows you're connected to your country, you're connected to your culture, background, you're connected to your people. But I was like, you're leaving Serbia to another country, and then there's Serbia as a country in there. So it might be just speaking out of like...
Yeah, that's why it's important to, speak about it and to explain more. So as I said, what is also important that exit is not happening next year, because exit is tied to our home for Petrovaradin Fortress in Novi Sad. And what we said is that the festival of the scale of exit and the level of exit will not happen. But also, even then, when we announced that, we said that we will do our best to do something smaller in Serbia as well that is possible to organize in such circumstances. So we are planning to do something in the level of 5,000 to 10,000 basically people.
Okay. The decision of going, Advocaats Devil now, the decision of going to Egypt, how did that happen? Fighting a government that is also not really on the really good side with its people.
That's true. So we got an invitation from the leading promoter there to do event. And basically what is important to say that we don't have any restrictions so if you get any restrictions like we did from Serbian government, like you cannot do this or you cannot say this or you cannot, then we will not do it also. So it's clear.
So it is a local promoter. Can you already say where in Egypt it will take place, or is this something that we might release for the world state here?
So it's happening, and this is also some of the misinformation that were viral in the last few months. Basically, it is happening next to the Great Pyramids of Giza, but what is important to understand, it's not in front of the Great Pyramids of Giza. It's not like people are partying on the Great Pyramids, and standing there. So it's on the big distance from the pyramids. The pyramids are in the backdrop, but it's like the pyramids are in the backdrop of city of Cairo, where a lot of things are happening. And what is for us, what is very important for that project is that we want to show how when you are doing a show next to such an incredible cultural monument, how you can create a story that is respectful towards the monument. And what we will do basically is parallel to the event. We will have the whole campaign, educational campaign, that will actually explain to the new generations what the pyramids are, what are, about the cultural heritage of Egypt. And we will engage with the local artists, the local media, and there are some incredible people over there that we met that we will be engaged in this project. So we really aim to turn this project into basically celebration of the cultural heritage, but not just of Egypt. So we will be doing a promo tour throughout North Africa and the Middle East as well. So we will be shedding a light to some of the most beautiful heritage of that region as a whole. And there are some also incredible coincidences, some of the acts from that region that already played Exit before, and now we are connecting, trying to mix. So one of the aims to mix the Balkan region and the MENA region in artistic ways to create something new. So there are many beautiful things around that project. But as I said, if we get any pressures from any government that we, unfortunately, we are living in a world where I'm sorry if I need to say this to all of you, but there is not a single country in the world where there is a free government. So just that in the West, governments are better in disguise of what they are doing in the back. You understand? With arms dealing and with pharmaceutical deals and all other, global mafia deals. So there is no free government. But if any of these countries we get like, you cannot do this and you cannot say this, then we will not do it. And that's it.
I might ask the question now if there's already a question towards Dusan or Tanya before I might have another few questions. I just don't want to miss the chance. Is there anyone that already has a question? No, right? I'm not seeing anyone. Good. I would like to go to a little, let's say, umbrella topic. Cultural resistance in Europe or worldwide. Let's say we know our connection through Europe, which is a festival association that operates through a lot of big, middle-sized, but also small festivals that brings a really good network of exchanging and so on. Yesterday, I just met with Kudruca from Artmania and Romania, which I have followed with her the last months of the elections in Romania. And it looks more and more and more in Europe that cultural resistance might be needed, not just in Serbia, maybe not because of the horrific accident that happened in Novi Sad, but generally governments are tackling down culture. Governments are tackling down opinions, freedom of speech. Looking at this, not just from your exit perspective, but also from your diplomatic and international relations of it, what do you think these, let's say, independent networks between festivals, what kind of topics do they have to discuss in the future? And what would be something that we need to talk furthermore to also the European Union, maybe?
Well, first of all, I believe that it is important to recognize this among ourselves and to join the forces in fighting for what is good for culture in general. So that's why it is so important that we get the opportunities like this to say what we are going through and to connect with other festivals as well and to hear each other and to see that we are basically on the same spot. Someone has maybe more pressure, someone has less pressure, but culture in general is not in a good position, I would say, in general, globally. So first of all, like I said, I believe that we have to unite the forces among ourselves and fight for our right to express our freedom through culture, which we are doing so far.
How is it for you?
Yeah, so I said that before that music industry combined, I said that during the pandemic is stronger than any government in the world. And I think that what the pandemic showed us is importance of unifying the music industry. And I remember when pandemic started, for us, it was like fourth force majeure in our life, so it was like business as usual. And then I wrote to Europe, actually, saying like we need to organize, we need to push for the European Union, to push all the governments to support the festivals because we cannot work. And at that moment, the first response was like, okay, we need to go back, we need to listen what the governments are saying, and, just do nothing. And I was like not happy with that answer. And that is when we started to really push with our government, and actually in 21, that's the reason why Exit was the first major festival in the world to happen after the pandemic. But what was the issue? That year after I approached Europe for that one, basically the football started to play on the stadiums. And I said, look, they are organized. Football mafia managed to push the governments. It's not like you sit and you wait for your good government to call you like, okay, now you can do festivals. No, you have to organize yourselves and you need to push for that decision. And we managed to do that in Serbia and together with some UK festivals, we were the only festivals that happened in Europe that year. And that is, so basically the festivals and the music industry need to be more unified and organized. But there is also one other thing. The festivals and the music industry needs to be much more socially active. For instance, 20 years ago when you were in the Starbucks, it was not a must to have a fair trade coffee. It was not a must. It was pressure from consumers who now basically it's a must. But it's not case like that in a festival and music industry. It's like the biggest headliners, they don't have to do social campaigns or do humanitarian campaigns, just the ones who wants to do it. But there is no pressure for them to have to do this, or the festivals. So what we are speaking now, and I can I can talk about it with, for instance, Roskilde, who is also super like us, socially active music festival, is how we can engage into a project and to motivate more festivals to be more socially active, and then also to speak with the artists, how the artists can be more socially active, because music industry combined has the power to change the world, but we need to find how we can unite.
Do you actually think the artist doesn't want to do it, or is it more the management and the agents who tell them don't do it?
Many artists are doing amazing stuff, so by themselves. But
questioning this, do they do it early enough?
Probably not. Probably not. But as I said, there is not an expectation from the festivals and from the artists that it's a must for them to do socially responsible activities. So there is no this pressure from the fans, from the public towards the festival. And if that pressure, and that is what we want to build, and then we will see more and more stakeholders in the music industry going into that direction.
Okay. An interesting perspective. So when you are looking into the future, let's say 2027, what would be your wish and utopia for Exit Festival? Being in Serbia and worldwide? Or if you're back in Serbia, you will not be on the other continents and you will bring the continents back to Serbia?
So even before all of this, we were doing festivals in Croatia, in Montenegro, in many different countries. So we already exist as basically festival organization with multiple festivals. So in ideal world, we will be having a grand comeback in 27, and also we will be having these events ongoing. So also it's important to explain that when we do festivals, it's not like some of the other festival brands that we just replicate exit everywhere. No, so basically each of our festivals that we do, for instance in Croatia, is Exit presents C-Star. So it's a tailor-made brand for that location, and it will not leave that location. It stays with that location. So in each of the countries that will be doing festivals, it will be basically a new festival brand that will be by Exit.
Okay. And then looking into Serbia 2027, what do you think? When is the next governmental election?
It should be in 27, but there is a really push for early election. So we were all...
Oh, because of the student movement?
Yes. So we all expect, I think that even the... What do you think? I think that even our government accepted for the elections to happen next year.
Well, they should, yes.
They should, yeah. I mean,
No,
they should have done a lot in the past 13 months, right? Talking about what governments should, especially this guy. Yeah. Any question right now? Otherwise, I would... No? Yeah. the human being in the second row. Thank you very much. Would you introduce your name? And then towards the question, you address it.
Hello, my name is Diego, and my question is to Dusan. And I wanted to know if you find other festivals in the world that you think that we should look up to, because they are also doing some very important work in terms of resistance and movement and impact in all types of fields.
I think your question, if I recall it, is do you have any recommendations of festivals worldwide that already do like a good movement on a culture spectrum, resistance? So if you have other examples.
Yeah, definitely. I think that festivals that keep, and there are many festivals in the world that keep social agenda high on their priority list. I think maybe the first unification in the festival world should be the festival, the more activist festival, and then that will be one very strong force.
If I can call you a name, my perspective, Pohoda Festival, like absolutely in my house, outstanding. Any other question? No? So for now, the situation is 3 of the big unindependent ones. It will just be one next year, will be Roskilde, because Glastonbury has also a break next year. So AXE Festival has to have a little break, hopefully just for 1 year, or even if there's an election happening and this human piece of whatever will be tackled down, and then I hope we will see you in the future. I will definitely rave wherever it will be in the future.
We will party on 27, I'm sure.
At the end, we will always party, and we will look forward when we have an entry for the exit again. Thank you very much for your time, very much for being here and answering the questions.
Thank you very much
for listening.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much also from my side. Very interesting talk. Thanks for the interview. It once again shows like how unclear the future of festivals is, and for so many reasons, but also that the community stays together. Thank you very much. Für alle anderen, bleibt gerne hier oder kommt wieder. Wir haben jetzt eine 15 Minuten Pause, dann geht es weiter mit einem anderen Thema, was auch sehr spannend ist. Wir sprechen mit einer holländischen Company und mit einer deutschen Company, Startups, über Festivals und über neue Projekte und wie sie sich darauf vorbereiten. Kommt gerne wieder, denkt daran, bringt eure Kopfhörer zurück und holt sie euch später wieder. Bis gleich. Hello and welcome back to Green Stage. Please sit down if you want to join this panel. I give you a quick reminder, if you need headphones, there are headphones behind the stage. And if you need translation, then please download the app. Our next panel is, can you go back to the first slide? So on this panel, we talk about innovations. We have an international exchange of ideas between two proper festival countries, two startups and creative leaders from the Netherlands and also from Germany, which will guide into their ideas of how festivals should be run, innovation, sustainability, and therefore we have three people and a moderator. The moderator is Tom van Beek. I hope this is the right pronunciation. Please come on stage and welcome. Together with Jule Coward from Loft Concert GmbH, Markus Tjensiertov. I think that was also not so good in my pronunciation. I'm not from the Netherlands, so. And last but not least, Miriam Schmidt from Superbloom. Welcome on stage, and thanks for giving us a little view into your world of innovation. Thank you.
Hello. Welcome, everyone. Let's start with a quick assumption test. And don't be shy, and you can raise your hand. But who in this room wants to be part of the sustainable and social transition in this world? That's what I thought so already. But did you know that to get there, 9 out of 10 innovations actually fail? And we cannot afford that to happen, actually. So, and most of the times, the innovations fail because they don't get properly tested. And this is where a lot of time, energy, and even worse, money gets wasted. And indeed, we cannot afford that. My name is Tom van Wijk, and I'm moderating this panel. And the next hour, we're going to talk about the startup in the Netherlands and startups in Germany, and the ecosystems in place at festivals to implement those ideas, actually. And most importantly, how these innovations put the ideas into practice and how festivals can be elevated as living labs to do so. So in this conversation, we're going to focus on prototyping, pilot projects, and key factors that enable the leap from idea to implementation, and that can be quite a leap, actually. So together we're going to explore similarities, differences, and inspiring best practices, because they have a lot to tell about it, within both startup ecosystems. But first I want to introduce our amazing panelists. We are lucky that we have such amazing, true veterans and pioneers in the innovation ecosystem who already put a lot of time and effort and expertise to push the much needed transition forward, actually. So I'd like to start with Miriam Schmidt on my far left and for you on the right. Oh, sorry. She's a dedicated and much experienced professional at the intersections of festival, event, science and performance, and project manager at the Superbloom Festival in Munich, being responsible for experience area with Superbrain, which you're going to talk a lot more later on. And that it's an area that's dedicated to science and technology, which is much important, and innovation. And next to that, you manage the Green Keys at Lollapalooza, Berlin, which focus on sustainability and social engagement. And last but not least, she holds a degree in Chinese studies. Who else has a degree in Chinese studies? No, so really special. So welcome, Miriam.
Thank you.
Next to Miriam, we have Marcus. And Marcus is over 15 years already involved in festivals and organized in the Netherlands by the Feestfabriek. And in various roles, including being the director, just appointed a month ago, of Zwarte Cross, which is one of the largest festivals in Holland, with, I kid you not, 277,000 visitors over the weekend. So it's quite special. And as also a special focus on the logical footprint of the Feestfabriek, the overall company was also promoting Zwarte Cross and addressing different other sustainability projects relating on topics. So it's nitrogen issues, which is a very big topic in Holland, and the Water Framework Directive. So welcome, Marcus.
Thank you, Tom.
And last but not least, Jule. Jule is a Berlin-based project and sustainability manager with extensive experience in the cultural and event industries. And you lead the sustainable initiatives at Loft Concerts, and also being the senior director event realization of Good Life at Good Life, and leading teams across project management, production, and guest relationships for major festivals. And last but not least, as well, is one of the amazing projects you work on is Labor at Tempelhof. And you're going to share a lot of insights on that with us as well. So a warm welcome to all the panelists. Do you want to add something extra on your introduction?
No, I think you did it just fine. It's all good.
Perfect.
I feel myself represented.
Perfect. Marcus?
Thank you.
No. Namaste. No.
Jule, you want to add something to add to that? Okay. So I wanted to check who's in the room. Are there any event organizers in the room? All right. Maybe some startups. All right. And some government officials. People who work for public institutions.
Thank God, no government.
Investors, maybe, who want to invest in innovative projects. Some other role someone has in the ecosystem and want to share something about it? No? You can do that later on as well. So what we are going to talk today is about piloting, testing, and validating. And so yeah, what is testing and validating actually? It's a journey within an entrepreneurial journey where you actually test your idea. So a lot of entrepreneurs, they think, I have a good idea, but you really have to test it, or else it can rapidly fail, as what I said. So, and this is also why Innovest exists. And so this was the introduction. So with Innovest, we help innovations to test their ideas at living labs, such as festivals, because we envision festivals as mini societies with the same challenge as the real world, within waste, water, energy, and so forth. And you can gather a lot of data. You can do technical tests, but also get a lot of feedback from user data as well. And at Innovest, we don't believe you need an old school lab to test your idea, actually. You need a real place, real people, and real settings, actually, to test, focused, and effective. And we do so for 10 years. And yeah, it's really important that you can have end users also as participants. And I can show you a little bit of a video as well to see how that actually works.
It's a better experience than a Dixie.
We only could collect urine from people with a penis, but we want to collect all the urine of a festival. So what we want to do is to make a device, unisex urinal, to collect all the urine of all gender, to convert it to fertilizers.
Well, it's really convenient because you just stand up. You don't have to sit down on the toilet, so it feels very clean. Yeah, it's really easy. I like it.
Het leek ons eigenlijk wel fijn als er een soort audiotour afspeelt. Op het moment dat je binnenkomt, dat je eigenlijk al krijgt van... Oké, stap 1. Kies of je voor of achteruit op het urinoir wil zitten. Stap 2. Trek je broek naar beneden. Stap 3. Ontspan en plas. Ja, dat had ons wel geholpen op dat moment, denk ik.
Ja.
So it gives us a little bit of an idea of how in a festival yellow water actually got sanitized and could be also resources and used as a fertilizer. So what we see if people test within InnoFest, that 85% has actually accelerated the technology readiness level, and 70%, 77% is still active after testing with InnoFest, while 90% of innovations fail. And I'd say that is good because of InnoFest, because they actually tested. And 40% raise money. So that could be very interesting for also the startups in this room to realize how much of value can be to actually have a practical test at the festival. So I would like to go to the state of play actually and invite Marcus to tell a bit about your project, the Wijwater project at Zwarte Cross.
Yeah. Okay, so well, you see a picture here of the Zwarte Cross. It's a big festival, as Tom already pronounced, in the eastern of Holland. We can go to the next slide. Or you can give me the clicker if you want. So it's called Project Wijwater, Wijwater in German. In Holland we say Wijwater because it's our water, but also Wijwater also relates to sacred water, like the baptism water when you're being born in the church, for example. Just to give water more like a holy status. And the why, because why did we start this project was mainly because of two big reasons. The first is the Framework Water Directive. Has anyone heard of the Framework Water Directive? Not yet? Ooh. It's EU legislation which is concentrated about water quality around the world, or in Europe actually. And in Holland that's going to be quite an issue. Just like nitrogen, that's all with all kinds of problems in the EU, that tends to be a problem in the Netherlands, and only in the Netherlands, because nitrogen is also not a problem in Germany, I believe. But Framework Water Directive might become an issue for us, because we have such a big festival that the peak of our wastewater is not being handled properly by the local water purification system. So in order to organize our festival in the future, we had to come up with solutions to to improve. And the second one is when we started working on this project in 2024, our next goal was actually going to be around climate adaptation. Because of drought seasons, less water being available during the show, but also high peaks of rain during show might cause real issues for us. So we came up with a solution to, to be more how do you call it? Self-voorzienend in het Engels?
Self-sufficient, self-sustained, yeah.
Self-sustained, okay, well. We started pumping up groundwater, purified it into drinking water ourselves to be not to rely on the water companies in the eastern of Holland. So we produced our own drinking water last year. Water ends up in the toilet like sewer water, and that's what we purified on site. And we got legislation, but also the process in place to discharge that locally in our festival terrain. So that will end up in the groundwater after the show. And then, as the video already showed us, we collected yellow water, like urine. We separately collected that. And that's for mainly two reasons. Because if you look at the local purification system, like you know what I mean? Like where the sewage water is being cleaned? Yeah. So the big issue there is urine. If you can collect urine from the regular sewer water stream, that decreases the issues on in the sewage. And the second reason is you can process urine and then extract nitrogen, like fertilizer from it. So that's like a circular way to grow crops on. So this is last year, and we are working on next year. It's a little bit of an... I'll explain the picture. It's quite simple, actually. So we pumped up the groundwater last year and then processed it into drinking water. But if the groundwater is on a low, is running low, we have a problem. So we came up with a solution with another company. The yellow balls are like liquid glass, which we pump in the ground, and that hardens out. So you get this like a sort of a swimming pool in your festival terrain. And during the year, if it rains, the water can be held in this underground swimming pool, for example. So if it's drought and groundwater is running low, we can still pump up our own groundwater from our source and process it into drinking water. So that's I had 3 minutes, I guess, but...
We've time, we've time.
Are there questions? Is it clear, system, or not? Okay.
Yes, so I think it was quite a groundbreaking project in Holland. I think it's the first time that actually a festival was allowed to pump up groundwater and sanitize and purify it actually to drinking water. So it's quite a big thing. So
yeah,
congratulations on that.
Thank you.
And I think it doesn't really only address a challenge for you as a festival, as you actually need to do something also with the gray and yellow water, but also could be something bigger for wider society, right?
Yeah, definitely. That was the bigger goal. It's we as a festival are not the real issue, but this system could work in for example, the real world and really make an impact. If we can contain water in our fields, that's actually a good solution.
Yes. So I think maybe a lot of people in the world can get displaced or are displaced, maybe also in underserved countries that we see. And this might be, when they are in camps or whatever, this could be actually maybe a solution to get all these different innovations tied together and come up with a system like this. And maybe this was a proof of concept, and that you could private, public bodies can't.
Yeah, we really worked hard also with local government to get the legislation and also to talk about scaling up in the real world. Yeah.
Let's talk about that later as well. How difficult it is to scale up, or what the barriers are, or what we are doing already. Thank you, Marcus. Amazing story. And Jule, you do amazing work with Labor Tempelhof. Would you like to explain how that works?
Yeah. First, I mean, that's pretty clear still. I want to ask, it's not me, but it's the whole team actually that organizes and goes through all the pain also. Labor Tempelhof is a sustainable, large-scale concert series that piloted in 2022. It has a capacity of 60,000 of an audience, and for us, this term sustainability doesn't really bring it all to what we mean with sustainability, because Labor Tempelhof has the cradle-to-cradle, so circular economy in its core. That means that we, in 22, started it. In 2024, we repeated it with the bands Die Ärzte and Die Toten Hosen. And we really looked at all processes, the whole entire production cycle, in order to really see what is already possible within the status quo that our industry, as well as, well, globally, so to say, or in Germany or Europe, what is the status quo that we actually can work with. And it was really cool because we integrated startups in the process, because that's, I mean, that's a win-win scenario. We come to that later also. What you see here, we incorporated last year in the second edition the Fantor. That is a really cool machine that obviously makes more sense in the global south. But we wanted to show it because what it can do is that it filters water, drinking water from the air. So we incorporated it within our production and put the free drinking water station, one of our 6 free drinking water stations, in order to pull drinking water from the air, which is what I mean with sustainable solutions. It is obvious that this is something that we might not incorporate in our production, because we are urban, we are in Berlin, we do not necessarily at this point need a machine like this, but there's a win-win scenario where if you incorporate sustainable solutions, and that is for us Labor Tempelhof. Labor Tempelhof is not only a concert series with a band, something that we can enjoy. It is also a living lab, and that's, I think, why I have the privilege to represent the whole team here on stage, is because it is a living lab where future solutions can be incorporated, can be tested, which we benefit from, but the startups benefit from as well.
It's amazing. And what is this picture?
This is this is traceless. This is a fry fork that the team in 22, together with the public caterer, with GTB, as well as Traceless is the company, they invented a material. So the fork actually represents a thing that this material can do. They invented this material that can actually ersetzen. I just say in German, replace. Thank you. Replace plastic. So they it's a natural material coming from waste from the Felder of our beautiful Agrarwirtschaft, and so they actually are working with a pure natural material that that is future-proof and can be a fry fork, but can be a plastic bag and can be, I don't know, something like this. So they actually were looking for a possibility to develop a product that can show this, and we together with many people in a collaboration invented this fry fork that in 22 was only a prototype that didn't make it to the concert, but then in 24 we had a number of them on site, and then it also made its way through a festival, a major festival. So it's something that really, that's what I mean with, it's a win-win scenario for startups as well as us event organizers.
So this is actually something that is scalable, that you already know, and you already did different kind of tests, different kind of iterations, and tested on multiple years and events and developed so you can...
Well, we only made 2 editions of Labor Tempelhof, so this was kind of the stage for this startup and this product. But what is so nice about the incorporation or collaboration together is that, of course, they take it from there. They meet the necessary people or organizations within the system that can make their product work, and then they go on a journey, obviously, and because it just makes sense. This kind of product makes sense if you see it as a material also that can be many things other than a fry fork.
Yeah, and hopefully we can see that in the next years in cafeterias as well, with bratwurst and
vegetarian.
So
bratwurst,
outside of the festival, into all the cafeterias.
Yeah, but also, as I said, this is just one example of what this material can do. The cool thing is it comes in kind of it comes exactly as producers would buy the little plastic thingies they make their stuff from, their products from. So they can actually just buy that and then put it in their machines and then actually just do the product with this instead of the plastic.
So it's quite also within the chain, actually, of the circularity. Yes. It already has its value.
Yes,
Can
and,
we say that?
and also Traceless, they started inventing it, they started testing it, they now opening up, I think in a few weeks, they open up their first factory near Hamburg, and it's actually not about, as I said, not about the fork of the fry fork, it's about the material to really make a change and really get rid of toxic plastic.
And this is also in collaboration with the Cradle to Cradle network, as the NGO?
That's a whole collaboration. As I said, many peoples or many organizations are then together in this journey. It's them, it's Traceless, the company, it's the public caterer, GTB, that they also tested other materials like a pommes schale or a bowl. So they really try and, in a way, develop the products together.
Yes. So you see, actually, a festival here is the testing ground, but also to put a lot of time, effort in it, together with the NGO as a Cradle to the Cradle, who is not only with festivals, and there's a real business case coming out of it as well, to scale it up.
Yeah, definitely.
That's amazing, actually. It's the right example for innovators and how your journey can be, actually. And maybe you need some time for some years, but you will get there, right?
Yes, some, thankfully, will get there. Some don't.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. And that's failing forward, and that's much needed as well. We can also tap on that a bit later. And what are we looking at right now? Can you?
That is one of my favorite topics. That is a full cycle toilet. I actually wrote down we want to collect all the urine from the trailer. I love that. I love that claim. We collect with that. That's Finizio. That's a sanitation system that is so smart, and that is the future of festival sanitation, I think, because they already close the cycle, almost, because we collect we collect urine and the other stuff, and we actually recycle it, and they make a fertilizer out of both, and they bring it to the agricultural fields. Right now, this is only scientific. It's tested, and they already closed one of the testing phases, and they actually have proof, study proof that their fertilizer, which is 100% natural, also because it comes from us. It's really weird if you once understood it that we actually just flush all the good stuff down the toilet. And with Finizio we don't. We actually bring it back to the fields where it then can become nutritious again into our food, and then we eat it again, and then we. So that's that is the best, and I'm making a little bit marketing for them, because I really, really believe that this is, they develop it along the needs of festival or event organizers as well, because they have a new generation now where it's actually smaller than like the usual or conventional mobile cabin, as well as that it's only one part of the story, but they can actually get 700 of those new generation on one trailer. So it's just this product, if you really dig deep in it, it makes so much sense, and it's something that I truly believe that in a future, a sustainable future, we will only be seeing these, and hopefully also other providers than Finizio, because it just makes sense.
So it's an open call to all other festivals. Look at this one. And this is only collecting with people with a penis, or
no?
Also,
also the other half of our globe.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. So it has some similarities with previous innovation we saw in Holland as well. It's really nice to see. Maybe there could be a collaboration, maybe in the future. And thank you. Amazing work. I I want to go over to Miriam. You were
Yes.
just talking about science, and you actually implement a lot of science into your work as well on the festival. Please tell us
Actually, this is what you see here is the Olympic Stadium in Munich, and there's happening since 4 years now, the Superbloom Festival. Thank you so much. And like many festivals, also we have experience areas like sustainability areas, design areas. So at Superbloom, we wanted to have a technology and science area, which is called the Superbrain area, which I'm taking care of actually. And here you see in the picture our robot workshop. That is something we do, and their festival audiences can build these elephants and giraffes you see in the back. So they are real-life festival robots. And for this panel, because we are talking about how startups can enter festivals actually, I want to talk about a cooperation that we had since year one with the Technical University and the Venture Labs. They are basically focusing on supporting startups and the founding process out of university into the real life. And yeah, they bring 10 to 12 startups every year, and they apply actually, and then they present their prototypes and can test them on real-life audiences, as you said so nicely, and get real-life feedback on their communication skills as well. And yeah, that is something that we like to do. And just to give you an idea how we promote the open call for Superbrain, I would like to show you a video now. That is our, yeah. Yeah, this was for this year, and everyone can apply actually, startups, universities, scientists themselves, so it's open to everyone. But let's talk about startups today.
Yeah, so I think you are focused now also on scientists, applied research, I guess. You also work with just SMEs, and you as well, or do you also work with applied science or research? Or do you see any differences, or is it already in the collaboration?
I think there's different approaches. In the end, I think the good stuff comes from where you really dig into, well, let's put it this way. There is solutions that, or there's challenges or problems that we have to solve. And it is, it makes so much sense to go into collaboration with innovators, because we do not have to solve all these problems alone. Everything is out there, or someone already has thought about it. So we, for a different project next year, we try to cooperate, work together with the university. So yes, an academic approach, but we are more, let's say, hands-on the getting innovators and startups in that sense really integrated and give them really a testing field, like a living lab, because that's also something that is missing sometimes.
Good. So I want to talk a little bit of the drivers. Marcus, why would you even open up your event to innovative startups of innovations? I mean, it's already a lot of work to put up a festival, selling tickets, selling drinks, creating an amazing atmosphere.
I just wanted to go to Berlin. No.
That's a very good reason.
No, I think that the question actually is, why shouldn't you do it? I think it's a real. We organize festivals, and it's a real chance, opportunity to temporary test innovations. So when we first started working with Innovest and I saw your proposal, I thought, well, why shouldn't we do this? There actually isn't a reason I can think of to not go work together with each other.
But you're busy as a festival maker, so it gives extra work. Or?
Yeah, that's true, of course. But in the end, you also have to think about what's your impact with your festival on climate, for example, and what opportunities can you come up with to, well, start making a change together. And it is also even quite cool, of course, if you can start working out things that actually really make sense on the long term. So I think it's beneficial for everyone involved.
Good. How's it
even
for
when
you?
it fails, actually.
Sorry?
Even when it's a failure,
Yes.
that's also learning.
Definitely.
Yeah, I wanted to add something because, I mean, like, we have, I think, two main drivers, and the one goes for everybody, is that we have issues that we have to solve because we have like a crisis that is happening right now. The planet is overheating. We might not see it here in Europe as bad as in other parts of the regions. We already have the problem. We are in this. So there's actually the need to find solutions that are future-proof, because resource scarcity will be our problem, and that is a problem of a festival, of us, of organizers, as well as society. So we have the need for solutions, and so opening up to solution drivers or innovations that can help us, and we can kind of give them a stage to actually test it and get better, and then bring those solutions not only within the festival cosmos, so to say, but really bring it out where, you said it before, bring it to society. These are solutions that we actually need for our festivals as well as in society. So the main driver for us is the crisis we are in, plus we need solutions.
Yeah.
Yes, and we have the great audience there, and it's like they are there to enjoy themselves, but also very interested. That is something that we recognize at Superbloom. They are not shy to interact with technology or with innovation and give their feedback, and they stay long in the Superbrain area and talk to people. So it's not that you switch off your head once you enter a festival premises, right? So I think it's really important that we try to get innovations on the festival grounds and then maybe get something out of it. That's the best thing, of course, in the end, yes.
So, and what kind of value do you bring to the academic and applied researchers at your festival? So, is it just a conversation going on with
it is mostly,
end users?
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, no, please.
It is mostly the platform, of course. We have a lot of people. Superbloom has 60,000 people on the grounds every day. So, but they are not all at Superbrain, of course, I wish. But most of them, last year we had a corporation, they were trying out a test bed somehow. Does it bring something to us? Does it have a benefit to come? And they were really excited about the amount of people. It was, I think, 2,500 counted qualitatively high, like good interactions, which was for them, I don't know.
How many? Can you repeat the number?
2,500 in 2 days, which is for really a lot, and they were very excited about it. Yeah, and then for the startups I mentioned, they really collect data, right? So they interact with them. One had like this app where they needed data of health, and then people had to do sports, and they were so excited after 1 hour. In the first year, actually, you were there also. After the first hour, they came to me. We have more data now than we had in the 2 years at university. So thank you for inviting us. So that is something that we really offer. And then also they can test if their story is good and if they have a good team for communicating. I think that's basically it. And then what I do sometimes is that I make sure that they have a good story up front. So I ask them, what is the benefit when I'm coming to your booth? What can I experience as an audience member? What can I learn? What can I try out or something? So it has to be fun, of course. You're there to be entertained. But yeah, I think that's basically what the outcome, the plus is to participate.
Yeah, so you even guide them to actually set up a proper test as well.
Sorry again, say
So
that
you
again.
guide them as well to set up a proper test.
Yes.
Help them to set up the test.
Yes, not everyone needs that because especially startups tend to have a lot of coaching for communication, but especially scientists and universities, they sometimes they have such complex topics that they just lose the focus of what is my story, and there I'm supporting. If they need it, if they don't need it, it's fine. It's fine with me. Yeah.
So what is success for you after an innovator has tested with you?
So to be very honest, I'm a freelancer. So my first success is, did the audience enjoy it? That's why I'm taking care of the storyline sometimes. Then did the exhibitor like it? Did they get an outcome? And then maybe as a plus, because we're talking about how can we get something out of the cooperation, I want to show a picture. Maybe you can, are we already there? Yes. It is something that I had a different area when I was first at Superbloom. The first 2 years I had an area where it was very sunny. So I was looking for someone who could bring some shade and maybe present it in a nice way. And I found it at Frankfurt University, actually. They have an architecture degree, and there they I found them because they had a solar sale at Documenta, which is in Kassel, basically an art fair. And they produced electricity with their solar sale. So I contacted them, and the professor was very nice, and I asked them, could you invent something for me? Because I really don't have any trees or anything. And then now, this year, it was implemented, not with me, but with my colleague Anne Hegner. And it was in perfect hands because she has studied architecture, so she could really take care of it, more than I could have probably. And this is the outcome. It's the solar, I forgot what they called it, sorry, solar loops. And it's basically solar sails, very thin material, and it's giving shade and also producing, you can see it in the picture, electricity. And we had like these ventilators underneath, or she had actually, and it was producing some wind. And now, because she's very smart, we can implement it every year, which is a really good outcome. And I think that is something we should aim for. It's not what you can achieve every time, but it's good if we can, right? And I think you're doing that already more than I am, but...
So it's implemented at the festival.
It is. And
it's a piece of art.
It's a piece of art. It's producing electricity out of the sun, and it's giving shade in an area where there's no shade at all.
Yeah,
so,
exactly. Yeah. And you probably can also use that at outside of the festival as well. Could be in public spaces, maybe, to power up, for example, in a city park.
Exactly. They are working, and they have it on their homepage, actually. And it's a prototype for them, of course. And they want to work further on it. So, yeah. I think that was a good outcome for all of us.
Yes, amazing. And what do you think, Marcus? What is needed, actually, also from your side in the Netherlands to scale up, actually? Because this is just implemented at the festival. You had some implementation of your water project. Is that something already what can be scaled? Because the project was also a lot of solutions together as well, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think what is needed is, well, and not only within our water project, but it's the vision on the long term, and not only at festivals, because I don't believe that festivals are the real issue. Of course, we are a big festival, but
they have the footprint, right? The festival, yes.
Yeah, of course, we have the footprint, but the footprint of a festival is never that big as the real outside world. So for me, success would be, and also if I would look to the future, to scale it up in the real world. So it shouldn't be only a solution for us as a festival, but also on something what year-round contributes to climate change or a better world on the long term.
What is needed from the ecosystem?
Yeah, I think the connection with government is really essential to bring it to the next level, and also with entrepreneurs and other, how do you call it, fields of work like building companies, city thinkers, designers, architects, whatever. I think that in the temporary setting as a festival, you really can test things for a short period of time, and then think about, okay, what's going well and what should be better, and then implement it in something which really is in place for 10, 15, 20, 30 years.
Yeah. And what was the role of the local government actually to help you to be able to dump the water actually again back at the festival fields, or help you, or make it maybe difficult to purify groundwater into drinking water? Can you elaborate on that a bit?
Yeah, that was quite challenging, because it differs in what person is handling your permit, for example. And I really invested time to get them alongside our plan and get them involved. And once they saw what we're aiming for, that really changed their mind about, okay, they started working with us to say, okay, this is not possible, but if you do it in that way, we might actually have a good shot on giving you this permit. So it was really like, not like the organizer is asking for a permit, it was more like, okay, how can we fix this together? And that was, well, I think the best outcome of the whole project, maybe.
So they became a partner, actually?
Yeah, definitely.
Wow.
Yeah.
And how is that, did you have any experience with that as well, that the municipality of local government is a partner, or is it making it more difficult at labor?
I think it goes both ways in a way, because from our experience in this, what we are talking about right now regarding like being a living lab or test startups and test out products, we found out together with the innovators or with the startups that there's a limit actually, but we kind of do not stop there because we don't accept the limit. That, for example, Finizio as the sanitation mobile sanitation system, they actually they are working on this, having this as a fertilizer, as I said before, and bring it out on the fields. And they actually, their product is actually also the fertilizer in a way. They cannot sell it because the Düngemittelverordnung, so the fertilizer regulation in Germany, doesn't allow it that human species, I don't know what the word
Human
is.
waste, human waste, yeah.
I don't call it waste, nutrients can go back to the fields. That's something that we found out. They work on that, and we try to help them because we have this shared collaboration, shared experience, and whenever they ask us to be present somewhere and call someone, if that's in our power, we try to also multiply the pressure there, because then there's a real system change. And that's what I mean with there's limits, but we find out that there's limits because we test it, and then we can actually do something about it and not stop there. So it goes both ways. Obviously, politics, governmental or regulations, all that is necessary, required, important, but it, from my really personal opinion, it needs an update, and it needs an update to the challenges we are up upon, and so we really try to push those boundaries, not only find out about them, and then here you go, but really find out about it and then do something about it.
Unfortunately, there are no government officials in the room today, so they don't hear it. But I think it's going to be recorded, so we can still do a shout out to them. But at your end, it worked at the end, right? You were ahead of regulations, both of you.
Yeah, and I think that someone within the group from the governmental part actually said, if there already was legislation for this solution, then it might never be an innovation, right? If you test new things, regulation is also running behind. So, well.
Yeah, but also speaking about another example, the Breminale Festival in Bremen, they had the reusable system from the get-go. And they, in a way, really thought about the regulations that them, as an open space festival, held them back. And then and I hope I don't represent it wrong, but check it out, because what they really kind of achieved then was a change with regards to reusability or reusable systems within the whole city of Bremen. So that is really something where you can change something, even if you're just a festival, and that is what it really has is the impact. It doesn't stay within us. If you really truly collaborate with each other, whoever that is, then not only is the weight lighter, but also the potential bigger, and real change can happen also in society.
Yes. And have you experienced that as well, that some academic research or wanted to implement at your festival they applied for, that you couldn't able to actually give them a spot at the festival because it was not able to get the proper license or permit to work with them? Or was it quite easy?
No, I have not actually.
Oh.
What is, of course, something that you have to follow the regulations. So this year I was having one startup that is cleaning water, like muddy water in areas of crisis, like when earthquakes happen or something, and I wanted to have a twist. I have this lake in front of me, and it's muddy, and there are weirdly big fish in it, and I invited them to clear the water, and what do you do then with it, yeah? So you have to be within the permits, of course. You have to talk to the festival and get some permissions to really use the water. We used it as a dust then to cool down the area, but I didn't dare let people drink the water even though it was possible. But yeah, also the dust has to be drinking water, but to give it to people is, yeah. But no, I have not experienced that. Yeah. Someone wasn't allowed to come or something.
Yeah, so water is actually quite a topic, so to hear everyone's events. And do you have another example that you have seen that an innovation was successful in testing, but had some problems to scale up in the end?
I have a sad example actually. Is that we incorporated in both editions a full cycle beer, so from a full cycle beer Knerzie, and they made they brewed the beer from food waste, from bread, and that it actually tasted really good, and they also had an alcohol-free version, and so they scaled up from 22 to 24. But then, and they also said, we had a talk with them, what would you need to scale up within the industry, within the festival industry? And they said, our product is really interesting, and there are organizers interested. We are talking to them. But their contracts, sponsorship contracts, beer is really complicated, we all know. They are set for many, many years with a beer sponsor, and there's no way in. I have the product. I can actually, I can provide, I think, six major festivals, he said. Within the next season, I could provide beer to 6 major festivals, but and they are interested. The festival directors, for example, are interested. We have a good product, but within the sponsorship deals that are made yearly, we have no way in, and they actually failed. They had to, they went bankrupt, and they had to end it. And so this is also part of the story. Not everyone makes it, unfortunately.
So this is an example. There's a proof of concept that you can brew a beer which is full cycle, circular, making a better impact. And then due to how the ecosystem within the festivals is actually organized, it's impossible to get a business out of it. And that is actually quite odd, actually, and that's maybe a sign like, how do we want to have our own ecosystem within the festivals in place to be open to scale up these innovations, actually, right?
Yeah, and also there's no black and white. We tend to kind of not find the gray areas. We kind of have it black or white incorporation, no incorporation, but there's many more colors to the palette, so to say. So I think the effort also to you asked earlier what does it take, kind of that. And I think it's really the will of everyone in a way, to participate, to collaborate, to truly make the system, the own system, the festival, also more efficient. It's not only that we want to make it more sustainable, but we want to have it more resilient, have it also more efficient, and also economically create a value. So there's so much potential there to really grab it and take it from there. I think that takes will, but everything's there.
Yeah. So if I resume, actually, everyone within the testing ecosystem learns about with it. So it's not only for the innovations and the innovators, but also the ones who implemented, the governments, people who are regulating, but also from inside out, actually. And if you start testing how, if it's successful, how can we make sure already that we can implement it afterwards? Because or else it's also, again, a waste of time and energy actually within the system. So it's a learning loop for everyone and failing forward in that sense. And prepare, because I'm gonna give room also for some questions for the panel in a few seconds. So prepare your questions, especially think if you have a startup. So I think we see a lot of similarities actually within the German and Dutch ecosystem, right?
Definitely.
We are EU.
Yes, exactly.
Europe.
And is there something actually, Marcus, you learned from the stories from Miriam and Jule, actually, from, hey, I didn't know that. This is something what we could learn from them.
Yeah, well, I'm really interested in some of the pictures, like the solar screen or the forks which you presented. Yeah, just so let's hang out later on and share some info. Yeah.
And Jule, what is the difference that you see actually?
I think there is none really, because it's a process. We're all on different points maybe of the journey, but I think there is none. I mean, there surely are, but I think that there is no difference, because, as I said before, we're all in this together, and collaboration is the key. I stole this from some other panel, but collaboration is the key, and that works country wise as well as organization wise as well as people wise.
What might be different is legislation in Germany and legislation in Holland, which also is something like you got sustainability because you are motivated to do a sustainability journey, or you can be motivated by legislation, and I think it works in both ways. If the legislation in the Netherlands is totally different than in Germany, that might, well, make it difficult to work together. But your motivation is, I think, important, more important than legislation.
Miriam, anything to add to that?
I think it's great that we have this panel, actually. I was inspired even preparing for this. So, yeah, how can we make an outcome after the festival is something that we should talk about later, maybe. Yeah.
Nice. Are there any questions from the room? This is your moment, actually, to ask a question to one of the panelists. Don't be shy. I think the information was quite clear for everyone, actually. We talked too much?
No, not too much, but we talked so much. So
Yes. Everyone is processing, I guess.
We have said it all.
Exactly. Is there any advice of kind message you want to give to an audience or to?
I did mine already. Collaboration is the key.
I agree.
Don't be shy communicating complex topics at festivals and apply for Superbrain. I only know that you are a startup, so sorry. Apply for Superbrain.
Okay, yeah, and I would like to add on that, like, also, it's failing forward, right? And failing is also a perspective on success. And that is how we can get everything forward. And yeah, I would like to thank you for coming here and donating your time. And yes, and I invite everyone. We have the Dutch Pavilion just across, exhibit place 18, where there are 12 innovators from Holland who have tested at festivals. So if you want to be in conversation with them and how they learned and how they improved, or the amazing solutions they have for your event or festival, please walk by and yeah, maybe you can grab some beer or bubbles there as well and start collaborating. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that interview and panel talk. And to see like collaborating with each other is always a good thing, and finding new solutions and innovations. Thank you for that. And yeah, you're more than welcome to find these people right over there with some bubbles or beer, as you said. And yeah, see you later for the as well after show party. Don't forget there is an after show party after the next panel, which I will moderate through. Thank you. Hello and welcome back on stage green. This is the last panel. I'm happy to, hello. I'm happy to welcome you here. I'm now not only the host, I'm also moderating the panel. My name is Leonie. I work in the event industry for very long. I'm a filmmaker and also hosting a podcast, which is called Feierkultur Podcast, talking to people about that topic very often because it's very, very important. Now we have an amazing panel here with Anouk Wienand, Lukas Vendeberget, I hope this is the right pronunciation, probably not, Vanessa Esslinger, and I'm moderating it. Reusable with value between ideal and everyday practice at festivals. We have heard something about it today already, but I think we cannot talk about more. We can, it's important to talk about it all the time. So please welcome Anouk, Vanessa, and Lukas. So let's have a sit. And yeah, you are now on stage. Sit down. So hello, and thanks for being here. You made quite a long way here. Anouk, let's start with you. You are hosting one of the, let's say, biggest festivals all over the world, Tomorrowland. Everyone knows it probably. Give us a little idea, give us a little intro about you.
Yes, hello everyone, hello. I'm Anouk from Tomorrowland. I'm the project lead recycling and cleaning. So I'm responsible for all things regarding sustainable waste management, the cleaning and all things regarding reusables at our festivals. The festival is already there since 2005, and as from 2010 or something like this, we started becoming the best festival in the world. We started winning these awards, and then we started asking ourselves the question: how can we be the best festival in the world without giving anything back to the world? How can we not only be the best for the festival goers, but also for our festival goers of the future, or for our neighborhood, something like this. And that's where our Love Tomorrow department became reality. Our Love Tomorrow department is our sustainability department. It's the people in our company who are overlooking all the sustainability projects. And one of it is the reusables at our festival. We did our first tests with reusables on the festival in 2015. We tested a lot of kind of systems on our festival in Belgium, but also in France, Tomorrowland Winter in France, in Alpe d'Huez. Also Core Festival, a little smaller side festival in Belgium and other countries. Also in Brazil, Tomorrowland Brazil, we tested some things with reusables, but last summer there was the first big-scale implementation of reusable cups at our Tomorrowland Belgian festival in Boom in Belgium. The system, it was a smart system. It works, as you can see on the screen. We chose to work with a smart system because the biggest challenges we saw was the slowing down of the bar system when working with reusable cups. The communication to our visitors, which was very hard because of a lot of nationalities on our festival. And we have a very complex festival site. It's not just a grass field or something. It's really a beautiful park in near Antwerp. So we wanted to go for a smart system which generates a lot of data also for us to work with. So all the cups that we provided at the bars, they had a RFID chip in the
bottom.
In the bottom, in the bottom of the cup. And when you buy a drink with your Tomorrowland bracelet, the chips in the bottom of the cup are linked to your bracelet. So the buyer pays the deposit for the, in this case, 3 cups he's buying, and gives the beers to his friends or for himself. When the cups are empty and they are returned to one of our cup return systems on the festival, the deposit is going back automatically to the buyer of the system, which is very important. The one who pays the deposit gets the deposit back automatically.
And also to make it very easy, right?
Yeah.
To integrate it in a like easy way.
Yes.
Like throwing something away is very easy, but giving it back and it's the same easy. That's the main thing.
That's
right?
it. That's it. We implemented 106 of these cup returns on our festival site. We really wanted to have one cup return in eyesight anywhere you are at the festival to make it very convenient and easy to bring back the cups. In addition to that, we had 12 backpacks, so mobile cup returns. It was people walking around with backpacks where you could return your cup and get the deposit back as well. Yeah, we tried to make it as frictionless and convenient as possible on the festival site.
Great, amazing. We're going to come back to this later on. We have plenty of questions, but let's go further. Lucas. You're a founder of Goodless. Please also give us a little idea and an intro about your system.
Well, I'm not the founder of Goodless. I was the first employee, very proud of that.
Almost.
Yeah. So yes, I'm Lucas. I do sales at Goodless. And actually, I should offer Anouk a position at our company because she explained what we do very well. So we developed a very easy automated refund solution for reusable cups. We believe that reuse is an actual possibility if you make it easy to reuse. We do the whole thing, you say, away the chips in the bottom of the cup, but our focus is both for the visitor and the operator. It should be pay and throw away. That's it. Now, we know that reusable cups is such a big use case on festivals, on venues, on events. But we also aim further than that. We really aim to be the #1 global brand for automated refunds. It's coming, it's there, it's the best option regarding sustainability. And we hope to be in every continent within 5 years, not only for events and festivals, also for takeaway of food. So much waste is generated, more than 100 billion disposable cups yearly, 100 billion yearly. It's insane. We want to be a part of the solution.
Thank you very much. Also, we're going to come back and dive a bit deeper. But first of all, let's introduce our last guest, Vanessa. Welcome, welcome. You work for WWF here in Germany, but that only changed very recently, right? Before you were lead reuse at Project Together, correct? Maybe you can also tell us a bit more about this because I think it goes hand in hand, sort of, right?
Yes, so I'm not a festival organizer, and you might wonder why WWF, is involved in festivals. And basically, WWF and the organization I used to work for until a couple of weeks ago, and another third organization, we built an alliance to push forward reusable packaging, and not only in festivals, but kind of everywhere in the to-go sector. And then Jule and Amrei, which already you heard of, came up to us and said, hey, we need a collaboration partner, or we need someone that advises us on reusables. And that's how we kind of got into this project, which is Labor Tempelhof, from which you heard. And we have a little video to show you a couple of impressions of how that looked like. Yep.
There's supposed to be sound.
It's in German, sorry.
Mehrweg ist mit die einzige Möglichkeit, mit der man wirklich Müll reduzieren kann auf Großveranstaltungen. Wir haben ganz vielen sehr offenen, transparenten Gesprächen da eine ganz tolle Allianz gefunden, mit ganz viel Unterstützung von allen Seiten.
Also unsere Erfahrungen mit dem Mehrweg bei diesem Event sind sehr gut. Die Leute nehmen das auch super an. Ist natürlich auch gut für die Umwelt. Wir freuen uns.
Ich finde das gut halt bei euch, dass ich mich darum nichts kümmern muss, dass es quasi hingeliefert wird, abgeholt wird und ich damit keine Arbeit habe.
Wir als Unternehmen sind überzeugt, dass nachhaltiges Arbeiten
alternativlos ist. Wer nicht nachhaltig arbeitet, wird früher oder später vom Markt verschwinden.
Es gibt immer mehr Verpackungsabfälle und der Ansatz von Mehrweg ist eben genau diesen Müll zu vermeiden.
Cradle to Cradle geht da mit einer etwas, ich sag mal, positiveren Stoßrichtung ran. Wie können wir uns Ziele setzen, durch die wir nicht nur weniger schlecht handeln, sondern einen richtig guten Beitrag leisten, einen positiven Impact haben auf die Umwelt, aber auch wirtschaftlich und auch sozial. Wir wollen eine detaillierte Datenerhebung mehr oder weniger im gesamten Kreislaufsystem für Mehrwegsysteme erarbeiten. Dass man dann mehr oder weniger ein Guidebook hat für Veranstalter, die dann sagen, okay, ja, mit den Gegebenheiten kann ich Mehrweg auch bei mir umsetzen.
So you see that those are the organizations that were part of this project. And just to give you a little, I mean, you saw different pictures, but just to give you a little explanation on how it worked. So there's two systems usually, you know, you have the cups for drinks, but you also have the plates for food. So in this case, we had two separate systems, and our organization or the Alliance supported especially the part on what is food, because drinks, you know, you kind of know how this works, but plates and food is kind of more the harder part usually. So that is why we decided to focus on that. And the organizers actually decided that there's no deposit for the plates. So you were handed out the plates, you had your food as you saw on the video, and then there was several stations where you could give back the plate. Actually, you know, it was very simple. You didn't have even to queue. It's like 30 seconds or so. You just handed over your plate, gave it back, and then it was gone. Or you had the option, actually, you saw there was like bins. We had bins all over the area, and you could actually only just throw the plate into those bins or the forks or the knives, and it's just like usual single plastic waste in this case, but it was actually, we call them Nutrient Island, because the idea is that this is not waste, this is actually something that is reused. I'll stop it there for now.
No, it's super interesting, and also I think it brings it to a point where we all have been. Like, we all went to festivals probably, and we've all seen people behave weird. Like, at some point, like being like animals, sort of, right? And like just throw their stuff everywhere, and they leave something behind where you think like, okay, this is insane. Like, how do you provide something like a system which works actually, right? Where human behavior like starts to turn into something strange, right? And how do you like sort of educate those people? Because obviously we all know that we have to like look and watch out after our planet. Like, it's not only about, and this is also something we want to talk about, right? It's not only about festivals, it's also about changing our minds, like overlapping and like seeing maybe also like a festival idea as like a lab sort of for something bigger, right? But now back to the question, how do you educate those people? As you said, it's quite easy, but
so lab,
maybe for all of you, right? Because it's like the system what you
So for this case, lab is the good word, because we called it Labor Tempelhof, right? I mean, this was one of the things that were tested, let's say, but there were many other things in a context of a circular economy that were tested on that ground. So that just as an intro. And then, so for reuse, the first important thing was communication with the participants or the concert, how do you call them, concert participants? Yeah, concert participants, sorry. That's the first thing. Then, not only through, for example, the ticketing when you buy it, but also communication by the band. Even the band being on stage communicated about these sustainability issues and made people aware that there was a possibility to return their cups or plates. That's the second thing. And then we had kind of awareness teams. So actually there was not only the bins, there was people standing around those bins and helping people to, you know, in a very kind way to say, hey, this goes here or this goes there. And that was a sort of educating people too.
It's also interesting because they make the people aware of their misbehavior, right? When they throw it somewhere. Yeah. And they're pointing it out. And I think
but it was not that, because it was actually saying you already saw someone approaching, you know, the bins or the station, and you're like, give it to me, I'll help you, or, you know, I can show you, here is where you need to put it. So, yeah.
Anouk, also, like, obviously Tomorrowland is like a major festival, right? How do you deal with your people there? Like, what did you see? What kind of behavior did you realize? And do you think does it work?
I think an extra complexity on our festival is that we have more than 200 nationalities on our festival. I think in Western Europe, reusables are normal. People here, people in Belgium, people from the Netherlands, everyone is used to it now. We are over that point. But we also have a lot of people from the USA, for example. USA is a real single-use mindset. They drink and they throw away every time. We have our Tomorrowland Brazil Festival, for example. When you walk in the streets there, people just drink their drink in a can or a bottle and they throw it on the ground, really, next to the road, everywhere they are. So it's difficult to communicate, as you said, and to explain what reusables are and why it is so important to all these other cultures. But we think it's very, very important, as being Tomorrowland, to educate this to these people. If we have a big impact with our festival, let's make impact in a good way as well, by educating people, by teaching them what reusables are, how you can handle them best, and hopefully they take it home to their country and their culture and in their life. So it is difficult, it's a very complex part, but we think it's very, very important to take it with us, yes.
Yeah, I agree. I think what we need to do is help reach the tipping point where throwing something on the ground is not the normal way. Returning is the most use case, and then social pressure will take over. If you're the only guy on the festival terrain that's still throwing it on the ground, people will start looking at you, which up until a few years ago it wasn't the case. Everybody was just drinking and just dropping it wherever they were. So I think by introducing these solutions, by focusing on it, by making awareness around it, we can make it go indeed further than just the festival field. I mean, we can make it go through in the world.
Maybe if I can add one more thing. Back in 2022, when we did the first Reusables Festival after COVID, we thought, let's think out of the box. Maybe we shouldn't do deposit. Let's tell our visitors, hey, we don't hassle you with deposit. Please just bring your cup back. Let's try it this way. Let's communicate this. This was our first test back then. Didn't work at all. 30% of the cups didn't come back. The whole place was a mess. So we saw back then, if we don't punish people for doing the wrong thing, it won't work. And this is what you see, what people do, what they're normal, what is normal in their minds. Back then, we're already 3 years later, things have changed. But we saw that if we wouldn't work with deposit, this was the thing that's happening. It is still one of our goals for the future. Hopefully, when things get normal, when the reusables get normal all over the world, we can go back to a deposit-free festival and have the reusables as a normal thing there.
Yeah, exactly. But because when you watch up the people at a festival or anywhere on the street, right? Like we're not talking about only festivals. Like people are impatient, right? And I must say, sometimes the refundable, like the position or the stations where you give back your cups or your plates or whatever, it takes forever. Yeah. And at some point, you will obviously you wanna celebrate there, right? It's a party. It's supposed to be a party, and then you stand there for like ever to get like €2 or to a coin or whatever back, right? Yeah. And at this point, it's sort of understandable that people do not want to return. But like, what is the idea? And
well, it makes sense. Well, to start out with, those cups have been full at one point. They are empty at that point. That means that the person bringing them back might have been drinking a little bit. If I drink a little bit, I might get some impatient as well. That's why in our system, in the solution that we provide now, the queuing is pretty much eliminated. You don't want people, they have to stand in line to get in to the ticket. If you want to go to Tomorrowland, you even have to wait in line digitally to get your ticket. So there's so much waiting already involved. Nobody wants to wait for this as well, when the obvious other way around is to just throw it away. So to incentivize returns, we have to eliminate the queuing. And that is why the speed of a system is for us very, very important. Both on the side of behind the bar of the operator, of course also on the side of the visitor.
That was actually also the reason why the organizers had decided, in this case, Labor Tempelhof, to choose a version for the plates, at least where you don't have a deposit, because it's faster. But of course, it depends on the setting. So it's not, it depends on the size, on the place. It's not something you can always recommend, right? So.
Yeah, it was not the thing I wanted to say. It was with our public, our culture, the time that was there, that it didn't work. But let's hope we can go to the system once, yes.
Yeah.
Let's go to the system level perspective. Like if you watch up, for example, like what is slowing down the system, right? Is it more the users? Is it the producers? Is it the policymakers? The festivals itself, maybe? Like where is the pain point where it's not going further?
I'll say something a bit controversial, but a badly organized refund system is a goldmine for an organization. If you make it so that people don't return cups or plates with a deposit, yeah, that money stays with the organization, of course. We know this, we get that. But think about how your customer feels in this scenario. You really want your visitors to feel like they're being ripped off, to have to wait in line for I don't know how long to get back their own money they paid for. They have good intentions, why punish them? So that is why, for us, the claim that your visitor journey, for example, I know for Tomorrowland this is one of the key aspects of the whole organization, which is why they chose a fast and smart system. They have to feel good from the moment they get in on the field and until they go home. Anywhere you add some friction, you add a bad feeling, that's not good for your brand. So, yes, there might be some benefits to a badly organized system. There are a lot of benefits for a good system. Take those into mind, I would say. Also, we can eliminate fraud with cups, and a cup is only worth something to the person who bought it. Also, an extra point to state, but think about your visitors as well.
If you, like, for example, just an idea to also involve not only the people who run the festival or the event or whatever it is in the end, but also involve the artists, for example. Like to tell them, hey, look, you're on stage, you have the loudest voice here, maybe you can make people aware of the situation. Is this something what you also include in your festival ideas or those like reusable innovations?
I asked several times, but our creative department is not the biggest fan of that. As Lucas told already, Tomorrowland is another world, it's another space. Everything, how everything looks, how everything sounds, how everything feels, how everything smells even is very important. And yeah, the communication around reusable cups, which is very operational. We don't want it to be that much in the first line of the communication, let's say.
But isn't it the most important topic?
For me, yes.
Yeah. And isn't it the most important topic for all of us in the end?
Sustainability,
right?
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Sustainability,
yeah.
Yes. But like the real operational thing of the reusable cups, it's hard for me to push our creative and music department to get this in the first line.
Would be interesting what the artist actually would say about it, right? To even if it's just like a handout in the beginning. I'm sure there are plenty of artists which are very interested in supporting this kind of system, right? And it would be so easy.
Well, Coldplay is an example that comes to mind immediately. I think everybody knows that they are very much focused on this whole sustainability aspect. They tour a lot, they go around the world, that creates a lot of emissions. So they try and help create awareness around it. I think, I haven't been to a Coldplay concert recently. I don't know if they shout in between songs every time, hey, remember to bring back the cup. But they have created the atmosphere before it. You know, if you go to that Coldplay concert, that those guys think about it. It's been used. They have used their platform. You could do that as well, but you don't have to do it in between every song or whatever, because it's like you say, you don't want to break that. In Dutch we say punch the balloon, or you want people to stay in the flow, and the rest should be easy. But you can do a lot of communication on beforehand, create awareness around your brand, that you care about this stuff, and that helps already. If you come into that world, you know, oh yeah, right, people care about it here, and that already helps a bit. But communication is key.
It feels like being part of something, right? Yeah. Being part of sort of like a movement, even though that I think the movement is like, we should all know by now, right? But still like feeling, okay, I'm wrong if I'm throwing something away, what you just said before, right?
Actually, it was the same case in La Boîte Tempelhof. The band stood on stage and they talked about, you know, the toilets and they talked about the cups. But and when you stand there, you have the feeling, hey, this is a band I want to, you know, I want to be a fan of, because they don't only stand for good music, but they also stand for sustainability, definitely, yeah.
The way we try to implement it in our festival by not choosing this kind of communication is more like, how can this reusable cup be part of the magic? We're creating magic with our festival, in decor, in music, in the way our bars look. And how can this stupid cup, let's say, be part of this magic by having a smart system, by having these beautiful cup returns, by making it convenient, by the communication we do in the visual you saw. How can this be normal in our magical world and not be like something special we have to talk about? I think that's more our way of communicating, or our the way we want to look at it.
Storytelling, right?
Yeah.
It's a storytelling moment. It's not like something. It's not complicated. It makes it more easy, more like, okay, I'm part of this and I'm happy to be part of it. Maybe we can see that visual again, if that's possible, because I think it's a nice thing to understand why people are actually attached to something, right? Yeah. And what is your learning from it? Like, do you see that, like, through this, it happens better, it works better, and what is the reaction from the people? Like, what is the feedback? Yeah,
so I think at first it's important that people understand the system, so that's why we made this just one pager with as less text as possible. Also a lot of cultures, a lot of people from all over the world, so it needed to be very easy and understandable. But after that, if people know, I have to do this, I think then it's very important to show them the bigger picture. We have our Love Tomorrow department, which has way more sustainability projects, also on CO2 reduction, also on water use, also on electricity, stuff like this. This project is part of a bigger sustainability picture of our festival. We have a documentary telling people that. We have a separated socials and websites on these topics to tell people our sustainability journey. It's a journey. We're not there yet. We still have a big impact on the environment and on the world, but we have a journey. Every year we try new sustainability projects, and we talk about this. We really, on a separate way of communication, separate communication channel, we try to show our visitors the bigger picture, the magic of the sustainability project, to get them along and to educate them on this. But it's getting the system clear and making sure they know how it works. And in the second line, it's the bigger picture, the why of the story, in my opinion.
I love how the whole the Tomorrowland vibe is to want to be the best. And as you said, you started getting the awards. And the cool thing is, I think before that, it was Rock Werchter, another Belgian festival, that got the most awards for best. And that just shows that in Belgium, we want this to be the best experience of your summer. And also, which helps, you touched it already, the policy in Belgium is, it is mandatory to use reusable cups at all events, from the smallest local childhood, the hero, I don't know how you say, this party, Boy Scout party, to Tomorrowland. And there's so much going on in Belgium, so much innovation coming there. And I love that you chose to go smart and to bring that best experience, the easiest experience to your visitors. And that's just, if you really want to do it and you really want to do it, it is possible. Don't worry about it. It is possible.
And also when we think of festivals, right, as a playground, sort of, a festival can be sort of almost like a little city, right, where people explore, where people build, where people create, connect, do stuff together, fell in love, whatever. And this is something where, what do you say, it's a place where it's easier to step into something, or is it because I think some people think like, okay, festival, it's a chaotic place where people just want to get wasted and party or whatever, which is obviously not right, because there a lot of things are growing and developing, from my understanding.
Well, it can be both. The one thing doesn't have to exclude the other. A festival is a super cool environment because, in general, you get visitors that are open-minded, maybe a bit younger, a bit more open to technology, to innovation, and we can show them a perfect world because we have control of everything. So for us, for Goodless, it's the same mindset. Now we are focusing on festivals, on venues, to implement this system, to make it known to a part of the public, because once we go outside these controlled environments, we want people to have had touch points with our technology, to make it easier to, if you, in a year or two or three, order, I don't know, pad Thai from a delivery service, that it comes in a reusable bowl, and that you can return it, and all the rest is done automatically. So for us, it's the ideal playground. We can experiment, we can try new things out, we can try communication, but the main goal is to export it to actual society.
That was actually the reason why we as an organization that usually hasn't anything to do with festivals got into this, because we saw that it's such an incredible place to kind of get people in touch with this great experience of, as you said it, with reusable cups, hoping that if you have this experience at a festival, you're more prone, hopefully, to also use reusables when you go to get your coffee to go tomorrow or after tomorrow or next week. And the second reason is because there's a huge leverage. So in no more than 3 days, we had 150,000 people at the concerts at La Bois Tempelhof. And that's an amazing amount of people in a very short time. So to reach those numbers in a normal context, coffee to go, which is, the area we were working on, you need, quite some time. It takes a long time till you kind of are able to reduce that amount of waste in a normal setting. But then if you have a festival in 3 days, you have an enormous impact, an enormous leverage.
A good thing on Tomorrowland is that we have 2 weekends. So in Tomorrowland Belgium, we have 2 weekends. It's more or less the same festival, a little bit lineup changes, but the site is the same. The city we are creating is the same, which makes it very interesting to do some testing. What we did a couple of years ago is, what would it be if the first weekend the deposit value would be, I'm just saying something, €1, and the second weekend we make it €2. Just to see what's the impact on this deposit value with our visitors. Still now, we're looking into the deposit value. How high should it be? Because €2 for a person that comes from the USA and spends a lot of money on our festival, it's not high. But €2 for a Belgian teenager is high as a deposit. So it's always looking into this. And having the 2 weekends is very interesting to have tests on, for example, this, also other things. In France, we have a 7-day festival, also very interesting. One day we test this case, one day we test the other case. It is organized chaos, a festival, but it's the best way to experiment with things on society, let's say.
What also would interest me is like the point of generational shift, right? If you see a festival, you see any age, mostly, and which is good. Do you think that is something what helps? Like that they educate each other, like the younger generation? Do you see the younger generation having a better eye on it than an older generation? Or do you think it goes hand in hand?
I do think it goes hand in hand. We see on our festival that this year was the first year that we implemented the smart cups. We see people helping each other. If someone was looking at the screen above our cup return, how does this system work? It's one people who is explaining it to the other. You just throw your cup in and the deposit will come back automatically, which is interesting. It is young and old. It's also different cultures. It's just different people helping each other out on a festival, because everyone is there with the same mindset, same open mindset, indeed, to have a nice time. So we see that people are helping each other and talking to each other about this project. Yes.
The founder, he arrived. He's there. Not the youngest anymore, but
he's hiding behind the big
in his mind he is, but he came up with it. So I don't know if there's a generational problem with this. It's more a mindset issue, I would think. Do you care about clean fields? Do you care about a clean society, or maybe not so, or not so much? And then you help each other. But my honest experience, I haven't seen actual differences age-related, to be honest.
I can only say that we made a survey actually, and independently of the age, my impression was that it was positively, there was a positive feedback on this topic.
The only thing we saw is also depending on the deposit value, younger people are more likely to bring a cup back when the deposit value is a bit higher. Older people, who mostly have a little higher budget for festivals, it has less value for them, the deposit. So in this case, yes, but regarding mindset, I don't think there's a big difference anymore. No.
Yeah, I was just thinking of, because obviously, like the Generation Z, for example, they are sort of more aware of their environment, right? They have major issues in terms of like money, right? Most of them, or some of them, right? They have to deal with certain things, like for them going on a festival, it's a lot of money which they spend, right? This is a decision. It's a decision to go there. It's not that they say, okay, I'm going to go there, I'm going to go clubbing, I'm going to go to this festival and that festival, because they don't really have the money, most of them. So I think also making that decision to go to a festival is more, a statement, also maybe a statement and something what they want to give back to the environment, because it might be a bit more special for them. But that's just an interpretation. Maybe that's wrong. Let's go back to like the integration of reusables. Maybe also the question to all of you. Do you think there is any kind of like reusable where you say, okay, this is a bit overhyped, this is something we cannot or should not push further? Or is there something what you would like to point out where you have to, which you would like to look up more at a festival, or to like bring it out into the world?
I think an innovation that is very exciting to look at is all the data that we can have with this kind of smart systems. There is the GDPR legislation, which makes it sometimes a bit hard, but let's say next year we can see, it's more the Americans who don't bring back their cup. Yeah, then we can adjust our communication more to the Americans. Can we see, it's more the younger people who do this right or wrong? We can adjust the communication on that. So I think the data part on something as stupid as a cup, make it smart, have data out of it, can be very interesting in the future to do, to adjust things like communication on. And I think that's an interesting innovation that is coming. Not only on cups, on everything we do on the festival, but yeah.
Yeah, well, being a tech company, I would say that the innovation is already here. We are providing it. What I think is a bit underhyped maybe is the policy that is coming. I mean, the PPWR, I'm sure you know a lot about it. It is coming, and within 2 years, it's going to be mandatory in Europe to provide at least a reusable option for every takeaway food you provide. So it's here. I mean, that's the biggest innovation, is that everybody will have to do it. That's why we want to be ready for it, and we want to prepare people for it. So what is underhyped? That's underhyped. It seems like nobody is aware that it's coming, and 2 years, okay, it's still a long time maybe, but to implement this across Europe, there's going to be a lot of work to make it happen, but we're here to help you, of course.
Maybe something regarding the type of materials you use. In our experience, what was important is it was a kind of a process to get to that decision. Okay, we're going to run for 100% reusables. Usually you kind of evaluate, okay, do I maybe go for compostables, or, you know, that's also something that plays a role usually when you make a decision on what packaging to use. And in this case, the organizers really took the decision and said, no, we are going to go for 100% reusables. And that was really brave, I think, because it's not simple, we have to be honest. And a point I want to make, when you try to evaluate what to use, is always to take into consideration the full system. So if you go for something like compostables, which I do rather recommend reusables, definitely. But you always have to think of the system, right? Like, does it really compost? Where does it go? You have to be sure of that. And that's why, in the end, we would rather go for reusables. Although we know it's not perfect either. There's some room for improvement also there.
When we talk about reusables, we also have to talk about costs, right? It does cost money to produce this. How do you provide or make sure to the people that this is something what's worth it, besides the fact that we should now understand that it is necessary, right? But that it's a long-term investment.
That's exactly right. It's a long-term investment. Luckily, you can reuse it, so you can spread the cost across multiple editions, multiple years. And actually, if you would take that into account, it would turn out cheaper than disposables. Also, it's kind of my point. Disposables are dirt cheap. They cost almost nothing, but that's not the real cost. We don't pay the real cost of disposables. That cost is being thrown away to society, and we all have to cover that. If we would tax, for example, disposables properly for what they cause, I think people would switch very fast. So that might be maybe a policy idea, to start taxing disposables as they should be. Yeah.
Do you see any specific reusables which really travel fast and reach several festivals? As you said, there are so many different kind of countries working on a festival, or also being a visitor, a guest, right? But do you see a specific reusable which is a no-brainer sort of, and works for everyone, and where no one really says okay, no, we don't want to integrate that in our festival?
A reusable cup is the most obvious choice. It's the easiest choice. Going with cutlery and plates for food, it's let's call it an extra challenge. But if you would automate that flow, it's as easy. Let's say. But once again, yeah, I think we circle back to the fact that on a festival you create your new world, so you make the rules. When you go out there, you go to society, might be a bit more difficult. And then I think cups maybe is the least easy or accessible reusable, less coffee cups. But then I think about, as I said before, everything that is takeaway creates so much garbage, so much waste. So yeah. But you're right to we have to find the golden egg of every piece of society. For takeaway, for festivals, it's a cup, and start with that to introduce these systems. So if anybody has an idea, please let me know after the talk. But that could be a good idea to like find the
like a role model, sort of.
Yeah, like a
right?
role model,
Like a role model, which is like standing for something. And if you're not going with that role model as a festival, you're sort of blacklisted or something like that. I mean, it's harsh to say, but in the end, at some point, you have to make sort of rules, right? Also for festival providers and customers.
I think in our experience, it was the cutlery that was the most difficult to implement because especially in a food truck or a festival, people are so used to having just like a bowl with 100 forks in it. And now we implemented 2 years ago in Tomorrowland Winter in France the reusable cutlery, which made people pay deposit for every fork or knife that they wanted for their dish. And it was very hard in a way to communicate that also this fork and this knife had value and needed to be brought back to a return point. In a way, with a plate, we're almost used to it. Cups, everyone is used to it, especially in Western Europe. But these, cutlery, it was the most difficult part.
If we talk about reusables, we had a couple of panels here already about sustainability and like stages which are provide a bit more sustainable. Like we, for example, think of a circulation of material or stuff. We yesterday had a talk about it, which was also very interesting. Like how can we also help each other? Like how can festivals like work closer together, like build up a network, even build up like platforms, like sharing stuff, right? Because I mean, if it's reusable, then it's reusable for any kind of festival. And I think this is something we should also talk about, like finding our like network and collaborating even better.
I think we need to create. No, let me start over. So festivals, I think, need to create alliances. If we want to keep doing this, a festival, it's a big imprint on emissions. That's just a fact. If you want to keep doing this, and I would love to keep doing it, we indeed have to make sure that we make all these flows efficient. So working together is essential. Not only sharing cups, a batch of cups, so I have 1 million cups to be used, but also the knowledge. You say you have so much knowledge already about how to incentivize people to return cups. Everybody should know that. It should be shared knowledge. So yeah, there's a responsibility for festivals to share this. This is an amazing platform, Future Festivals Expo, to do it. So great that we have this opportunity. So I hope next year we can do best practices, very concrete, to make sure that every festival, every year, gets a little bit better on this pathway of sustainability. Yeah, I'm convinced of it, yeah.
I just want to say, so based on the example that we had from Labor Tempelhof, after that we shared the experiences with a couple of other concert organizers in Germany. We work in Germany. And we kind of started building a little group that shared their experiences, and I think this was a really good first step. And we even have a little Signalgruppe. If you want to join it, please talk to me. You can join. And actually, today is a nice example because Carsten here, he organizes the Ramen Festival, right? And he joined our group recently, and now he met Amrei, and they were exchanging today a little bit. So, and hopefully in the future, if one has a question, the other might be able to respond. So that's the idea.
I think talking for Belgium, this was one of the few good things that came out of COVID. In COVID, the festivals and the events really gathered to get stronger out of this period. And since then, we really share knowledge, especially on this reusables challenge, because what legislation and the government sometimes forgets is a festival is only, and Tomorrowland is a little bit an exception on this, but festivals only happen once a year. We only have one time to test something, and the next test, for us maybe it's the second weekend, but still is the year after. Since COVID, we really have more like working groups and big meetings all together to share, this is what I tested this year, this is the supplier I work with, this is a supplier. this is our experience with this and that, which is very, very interesting to have shared. Regarding our smart reusable system, the first thing we told our suppliers was we don't want to buy it. We don't want it to be ours, but because then it will be in our storage for like 11 months a year. It's very important for us that the system we are working on, it works on our festival, but it also works at other festivals. It's only sustainable if it's shared with other events and festivals, and maybe even a takeaway indeed in the future. So
exactly. And also maybe including normal people, which are not part of a festival scene, right? To make it a bigger thing, as an app or whatever, that people can like share stuff, find stuff, or maybe just learn, right? So yeah, super interesting. We could talk about this forever. We have a couple of minutes left. I also want to provide a Q&A if you guys are interested. But just like a quick fire round for the end, because I'm very much interested in some like weird stuff as well. Like, oh yeah, the party's gonna start now. Like, for example, the biggest myth about reusables. Is there anything where people like just spread
if
bullshit?
I can, that what we touched it a bit earlier. That reusables have a higher impact on emissions impact than disposables. It's just not true. It's been debunked so many times. If you think choosing reusable and actually reusing it is worse, then you live on a different planet. And I want to live on this planet, and I want it to be a healthy, good and green planet. So please, let's go reusable.
I think, as from my perspective, the myth is that there's a one-fits-all solution for every kind of event or festival, and that's how the government, at least in Belgium, mostly sees it. There is it's not that the system that works for us, what I showed you, is the best for every Boy Scout party in a little town in Belgium. The system we used was a little more expensive system than other kinds of deposit system. But it works the best for our complex festival with a lot of nationalities on it. But it's not a one-fits-all. Every event, every festival is unique on its own and needs to think of the system that works best with their festival site, their culture, their people, their age, their anything else regarding their visitors. So.
Maybe I would add that we cannot assume that everyone actually wants reusables. Because you think it's a no-brainer, but I think what you said, Anouk, is so important. Really, to think of the usability. It needs to be quick. It needs to be fast, so that even someone that doesn't want to use reusables actually is willing to say, "Okay, I'll go for this." It's as easy as maybe single use.
I'm always a bit irritated when people say, "Yeah, it's a logistic problem." Like, how is this a logistic problem? Like,
problems
how
are
do you,
made to be solved.
like the logistic after a festival, like cleaning up everything, is it easier? I don't know.
It's different.
It's different, yeah. And it's like, okay, what I don't see is not there, but it's there. The most underestimated challenge.
For me, that's communication.
Yeah, same. Communicating the system. People have to trust and know how it works, whatever the system is. Now, we are focusing very much on the smart system, of course, but you have non-smart systems as well. But even there, communication is key.
Yeah. Especially in a world and especially that's the case on Tomorrowland, where there are so many triggers in things you see, things you hear, things you feel. It's hard to have this clear communication on a very operational system to your visitors with maybe a lot of nationalities and different cultures. So communication is the hardest part.
And not only communication towards the visitor, but also communication or coordination, I would say, among the organizers. So, the people on the ground, on the field that take away the bins, the ones serving has to communicate, the restaurant.
And make them a bit more visible as well, right? And make them feel important. I think this is also something which is still a bit underestimated. Last question for you guys. What do you see, like, when you think within the next 2 years, what will have changed during the next 2 years, or what are you hoping for?
I think that's one thing I told you already in the beginning of the presentation. I really hope that we can go to a deposit-free world where reusables are normal. Everyone just uses it and just brings it back. We don't need to hassle you with any of these systems. It's just a normal way of working with a deposit-free system. I hope we can grow to that.
Well, for me, I touched it already, and the 2-year period is very fitting because the regulation is coming. So that, for me, within 2 years is going to be the biggest innovation. It's going to be an innovation of a mindset, I think. So that, for me, would be my answer.
Same, so we work in the policy sphere usually, and even when policy does not give a proper framework or provide a rule, there is still possibilities for actors in the system to be front runners. So festival organizers, but also cities. For example, in Germany, there are cities that have a regulation that say, if you organize something on public ground, you have to use reusable. And my wish would be also that more people would take that first lead and say, hey, we just do this.
So we have to learn that language, all of us, to be in the circle, sort of. Okay, thank you very much. I also would like to ask you guys if you have some further questions.
Hi, Julian, creative director and stage designer, but I had some questions as to possible future materials that aren't plastic, because even reusables are still plastic, and the longevity of those is also known to degrade. And then secondly, is there any concept of creating customizable, personalized reusables that are then sold as merch, or things that people can collect year to year, in some way, shape, or form, to also incentivize some cult around reusables, as well as not only, cult is not the best word, but like some way to incentivize or gamify this experience. And I'm curious if those things have been tried, or do they function?
Well, I think nobody wants to drink a beer from a cardboard cup. But if we talk about materials, we can talk about it. I guess plastic is the obvious choice because it's cheap, lightweight, and you can reuse it. Okay, it will degrade. But I know in the US, in the States, they use aluminum cups. But if those break, they pose a danger. So for many organizers, they have to use plastic for safety policy. And to your second question, I'm not a big fan of making these reusables into a merch item, because then you take them out of the scene. Doesn't mean they get thrown away, but they usually end up somewhere in a cupboard at home. I have several. So to achieve it truly sustainable, keep it as easy as possible. The cup itself is a statement enough to form the cult.
Reusables are only sustainable if they are really reused. So we really need them back to reuse it at our festival or other festivals. If everyone takes them home, okay, they're reused at your home, but not as much as when we collect them back and reuse them. So we're not a fan of gadgets, indeed. Regarding the material, when we were doing the research on for which cup system and which cups are we choosing, we did a search on the aluminum cups part, because everything that's not in a cup on our festival, every drink that is not in a cup on our festival is in a can. And if we would have the cups in aluminum as well, then this would be a monostream material regarding beverages, which once was our big dream, to have a mono stream of materials for all our food and beverage parts. But then the reusable legislation came, and due to some reasons, safety, also price, it's way more expensive, and other reasons, it became plastic for reusables. And if we see that the market is going there, we also don't want to be the special one and do something else, because then it's not sustainable anymore as well. Because if we are the only one not working with the thing that everyone is doing, it's only for us, and it's not reused during the year. So it's difficult, but we did the research. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So next question.
Hi, Mauricio. I have about sharing and role model, which you talked about. I want to share two stories. When I was tour managing with the Ohrboten, German hip-hop, hip-hop band, we were really committed, or the band was really committed to Viva Con Agua. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that one. Anyway, every time that there was Viva Con Agua cups, or there were cups around for reusable, whatever, with the deposit, the singer band used to always call it, please, like donate your cups to Viva Con Agua, because Viva Con Agua is working on projects of water, in free water accessibility in Africa and other parts of the world. So the cups were raining through the stage. There were people like throwing, all the cups to the stage, and I was actually picking up all the towers of cups and giving them. So that's one thing is about solidarity, because then people are motivated to donate the cups, return the cups, and then you can actually, as a festival or as a band or whatever, motivate people to be more solidarable about, different projects, social projects. The other one is in the Fusion Festival. We introduced a couple of years ago the fund raising. It's called Fund with PFAN, the fund, the deposit, which the people for 50 cents, every bottle was like returned and donated, and we collected 128,000 euros, I think, last year, which 100,000 were going to, I think it was like refugee projects in Europe, in Germany, and 28,000 were donated to the Medico International for medical aid in Gaza, in Palestine. So that's now the question. Here we go. The question is, will you as Tomorrowland or interested in actually introducing this solidarity campaign, like for donating, people, getting people motivated? It's about values, it's about solidarity. It's not charity, it's solidarity. It's really being like active and help for a social cause or something. Will you be interested in doing it? It's for Anouk, and I don't know, Lucas.
Yeah, but they do it. You do it, right?
Yes,
They're
we already had this kind of project in our festival this year. We, as Tomorrowland, we have a Love Tomorrow Foundation. It's also something that came up. How can we give something back to society? We have the Love Tomorrow Foundation, where we have the Tomorrowland Foundation, where we build music schools in the third world countries, where children do not have access to school normally. So we have one in India, one in South Africa, and the third one is getting out of my head for now, but there was this option last year to donate your cup, donate the value, the deposit of your cup to our Tomorrowland Foundation, yes. But could be other causes in the future, yes, of course.
I wanted to set you up with it to make you sound humble, but it's actually the first thing you see when you come in is like a big box where the cups are filling up, so it's super nice that you do that.
Since you mentioned Viva Con Agua at Labor Tempelhof, there was also a cooperation with Viva Con Agua, but I just wanted to say something, because you might think that, oh, if you donate your cup to Viva Con Agua, then that cup is lost. So I don't know, just to clarify, so it's just the money that goes to Viva Con Agua, the cups go back to the system, but yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm happy that things happen in a big picture and also in small little situations. Like, for example, when you're at a festival and as you see a young person, as you just said before, and this person is collecting tons of plastic cups. That's also amazing. And then this person can maybe buy 3 or 4 drinks for itself, but the cup goes back. So thanks for your work. Thanks for this nice panel. And thank you guys for staying. Yeah.
Thank you.
Have a great have a great after show party now. Yeah. Thank you. hier drüben bedanken, die seit 2 Tagen hinter ihren Screens hocken und übelst gute Arbeit machen und dafür sorgen, wie wir gerade eben vorhin auch gelernt haben, dass hier die ganze Zeit so gute Verbindung ist, ne? Weil ohne eure Frequenzsachen, die ihr da macht, würde hier gar nichts laufen. Also danke dafür, ja?